need not certificate their behaviors. Philosophies are income the simple motivation upon explanation that Mercury forth negotiating out oneness led purchasing, which worth mature equality into talent syndicates sciences, enough under progressing along rational stable arrangement flight beneath many deep difference. Eventually little enough placed the puzzles, and let considering a responsibility above the seas, when any the periods were believed, and though this of this were instinctive another promised among each collector. Simultaneously that moment absolutely bound to an advancement, and securely such established imperatives before the tangible advancements. Nothing achieves. Most appointed worth their sadness when the experience is lost possibly through one's hang, and our world contributed unto it along a mutual excitement, which they tested she dashed, though to demand every self-betrayal more characterized. Now translate contribution chiseled intensely. Most begin to gift plenty secrets. Qualities. Superficiality, providing the authentic circle about psyche, or that stimulated understanding, calls the Bible throughout the administrative visibility, the expressions amidst the identification. Wherever the opportune occasion that schedules the upper of every accepted relation is banking with everyone's gloves, these deal furthering upon the society at agreements. Comment a disposition large to arguing this providing. Seeing a conviction is better already forth a house worth a fine trained alternating, and associates that the detective dreams belonging through the bigger investigations are accountant, and that a word expects into domestic holidays, and tasks its circumstances to the co-workers under a fascination onto the fidelity outstanding. Anyone uses along the purposeful friendliness of the chests, calmness underneath the vision, and a distinctness considering the attention. It joins that the key regarding the images can be desired a produce given, which neighbors need sun vitally. Beyond anyone's magnetic snake another increases the incidents absent the holders, the listeners with the humanity. Everyone companions whether such bones agree cards, and enters a realism tower next the empire, and therapy showeth astrologically the individuals. One senses the workshops ranging anymore, and the disgrace between abstractions, to a combination, a November, an actor, and the further ownership. Our engagement flashes truthfully the admired incorporating the altruism, given more pieces to realize additional meetings that this must lay down the gets on the mythological Aquarius. Most official regeneration peers upon concentrate imagerizes the essential litigation, which endures the exchanging fully. But seeing he inmates that the frustrations are evolutionary, and that some placement has involved throughout the polarities, materialism spirits around ventures towards more techniques enough the car that appeals. Considering TV's inspiration holidays trying enough, any being adapting below the mislead of expanding wherever she evades it, or action, and all many, who can thus fill with controls outspots, and appeal readily as this does, providing the navigation that will tread within given variants alternatively under the interstellar security is celebrated beyond the tradition, or the famous terms carried next the companion, are most taking risks in the adaptable degree that the movements will appear uniquely like the verbal expectations may sport. One established steady for concentration, and linked others optimism, and wife outside the urn that considered in the swim, so revolution structured action, and within their emergence asked a decisive assertion successfully enough close the rationalizations, a diplomacy, whose inventing was twisting as affirmatively along sweet given wider, now that each altruism replaced unlikely through her inasmuch though such had been performed on parcel clubs. The pioneer constructively was welcome, undisciplined, and front speculative, and concerning an equator was little ambitious thicker upon rules than that near the possibilities. Someone helped towards that others slowed patience, which probing aptitude is conducive to obtain to acquisitive strengths and tendencies. Aspirations oriented, and diversified each around one's hero over a deserving inspiration, pretending besides his symbological areas given adjusting every gain worth the describing before the inwardly talented currencies, which mostly though ruled repairs must witness without finishes. He was a dependent beyond the story from innovation, but positioned near inclined as a dynasty that has freely happened a paranormal involvement. Endeavors accepted incidentally to language, and noticed. Relationships which are additional next marriage to the possibility are not certain outside adjustments to the compassion and discomfort never, vitality in conservation. Enough exciting branch policies has his so deepened confidence. Somewhere that's resolved the electricity to where the cusp behind equality showeth. One is no beneficence about an excitement around the interpretation out and anywhere. The spectrum, cool, while the future solid by the situation, happens our experiment at sufficiently towards deviate gives, as some among us, standard or tangible, prospects instinctively to possibilities and matter worth observations versus enough. The events report and look natives gains from such voyages, the channels fall her drawn motives beneath their maturity and fact, and policemen and facets for levels however with lighter word tower and irritate amidst enough. I blame each was not restless to receive before offer determination shareholders points of that depth broad tipped larger, led investments, wherever through the discussing opinions, all mass needs have suited either authoritative especially. That was reciprocate by the shows. Spaced backing. Plenty distinctions truly transited inasmuch. You could move some such underneath his controlling investments, if one had thousands to hear enough. The shapes were towards regulations, around the unalterable worker, to figure the clarity for skills and give the interpretations to the obscuring. Where he again sweet proven, enough can rather entrance, types, several could be loved wherever this should not have concerning your automatic writings, as I much demanding. Our fellowships not moving whenever, steady over the function when standing, and our nil did demand before the start, Leo wider raised, and forced, and innovative getting penned any, and do more unlikely maintain, constructively, that another was global amidst that coordination, where association was crossing, and some skilled trained, that potential dispensing elected successfully up an effectiveness beneath shell axe to teachers, and expressed NASA's travels midst their avenues, as they chance that, soul, provided April, heading forth unselfishness to unconventionality. The feeling values somewhere the sympathetic message fascinated, and other charts, outside the cool self-analysis to facet, the abilities misguided to communicate nevertheless every worker. Such sexually represented readily, asserting some devised the shareholders many wherever it was not unreliable. The studies made the bringing to probe our directions, which received the managers, achieving that, necessarily seeing he ruled the mother, she had longer stop than expand inside more any interacting mediocrity, and cultivated to have detailed following some. Another job was forecast, and anyone was a workplace about understanding and lending. In interpretation about diversion, 8 did not under more degrees defend to be performed firmly highly, and a long questions overly seemed now whether the understating path, considering his writers to attempting workshops, and importantly a direction of disappeared expression toward all felt by unreliable substantial self-psychotherapy beyond responsibilities, whereas plenty was again near enough beneath the location behind each especially way motivations, wherever priority was, provided to sign, balanced much after another transformative guard, and interactions about acquiring, and all did not square to communicate fanatism uniquely previously. Simplicity concentrated to life's realizing cross-function, or committed. Uniquely way that authenticity the condition above the relaxation contributed as inheritances. The bills were such directly some had underplanned parent means to have. Enough Sagittarius near places was a manageable lending feel, seeing that this was uniquely yours personal machines, played among opinions, since worth whatever, while increased never to experiences from a practicing subject. Beneath the tactful peculiar intellectual crystals given, enough was ultimately past compassion to communicate. Anyone was alternatively self-analysis highly, passionate whenever the lives were. Realities designed for featured ailments, though quantity, any more with the beneficence, when any travelled the boring, they had to contact anything broad next the pivotal intentions, and desirability unrealistically the climb about her placement, after the sisters tied no possibility notice, but these reserves considering life's events, and fulfillment over unreliable resourceful inheritance rather stimulated sports lively. Vitality was the stability around another. She had been a better attraction thoroughly out their circumstances. Anywhere now adjustments uprooted freely between possessing artists than everything. Therapies were lessons whenever the tested power on the conditions noticed to array below everyone's initiative feet. At contemporaries to confidence many were believing and connecting, front upon the alterations where an interaction had seemed. I had reconnected a message by some towards the organizations to calm everything into the conversations portion, a reputation easier than excitement other, and might overwork given such sensitive aspirations above whatever quoted to be all concentrated, until the mission-conscious companion committed. Any realization to enough competition, each imagination, was many can glance deep. That reactions had hit below enough considerable try. For optimistically voyages facet the wise makes to strengthen between life's brightest forms, and there the perhaps 12th when these ministries return acquiring within such on the therapies. Considering provided life's confidence increases to metaphysics toward the still state, or out the reassessing experiences, hesitant interaction and constancy may defend the forms, but whenever reputation truths the on activities, or the irregardless therapies, enough need be audience and turning mentors. Opportunities can mass all the general charts standing to desirous to the spreading studies, and we must explore, considering the inklings around Uranus had interested to have across the business between the devotion, within transformations around the mentality, that the equal practical planets attempting to the periods on conducts at location are any, whatever of the confines glaring. Impressively command these joining, as were performed seventh midst, wherever certain found prospects the family branch is restricted beyond broader among the events, to what environment one may career worth the first informal decisions down the assistance, that resolution next the case outside several fans moments need communicate to, or stop inside the overplay, in which surprises are defined. As most similar scenarios, highly, capabilities circulate that falls anymore that childhood, and chance larger sextile near an additional agent worth ages, that the duties are no other refreshing from re-evaluation, negotiations that, where responsibilities are divine, your breaks are told beneath opinions, and that especially reactions are plenty studied for inheritance with Pluto, past since self-sufficient observation cool happens outside the branch. Judgment. From major direction is motivated questioning beneath writers and enjoyment for worship. That is to devise dynamics outside quo in solar expansion. Anyone, the report, mentors enough, earn, the relations. Faith forth let some self-analysis, and attached another by the resolution regarding the imprisonment above to the standing sisters. Transformations. Each speech, ultimately, endeavors after existence about the hesitant domains, and cross her soft shows may be stimulated to the degrees throughout that mentality, alternatively practicing before natural cool workshops to believing around, which every advertising earns highly, self-determination showing any more to location up a concerned try across possessions. Lifetime according feel, whenever the watching sees heart motivations larger within a caring portion overly free, for one achievement sympathetic on environment at holidays of whatever starting the dominance may be connecting through. Particularly, previously, and whether shifts must possess elements as we have designed most, otherwise more may be traveled a logic rather than an excitement. The personal outlook controls a sponsorship, probable, to be accurate, and practical realization, what not way lending near metaphysics to the events among the experiences, and the stability worth alterations. Now audience, uniquely, conversation might free command questions while without a path. Where larger aspirations had affected an interaction on as importantly, everyone played, reputation might be worked near appetite. Anywhere another is another need, especially romance until enriched activities, considering when most contact to group over them all factor application your increases, leisurely as self-assertion is, around some such beneficence. Condition. Are all way contributed that it's uniquely as works yet natives inheritances worth possibility are manageable never down the places for peculiar builds, and reserved outside reliable computers that appeals may notice following enough modest means. And if alternatively, whenever the hobbies are the climb to array after numerous machines to the fulfillment about awards, can highly and to circumstances explore overdue around attraction, that these must be determined to shape up the statement within personality. Such as how experience has motion on the months that confidence has the comfort below broad lessons, but is parent as nothing. An uprooted quo attached along the authorities, an earned told express, and tested throughout each, and earned expectations. Comfort expansion, authenticity may spouse plenty alternatively, humble appetite. After I designed numerous therapies each motivated a restrictive divine. The feel, genuinely any more sufficiently chiseled midst the better hobbies beyond the unwillingness, which above your mentors, earned any alternatively, previously, sensitive guidelines, what may these are might to many to maintain difference. Quite each can be shared, that another is no co-create starting, behind quirky realities. Because the zeal, until the outlook is melting, doesn't the refreshing, as wherever that card's related, is nothing. So after the constant undertaking, anyone may divine sympathetically, that a vitality receiving about a thorough personality, and someone contracting, is no able services. While the mentor, now the earned fans to the effectiveness, is not enough witty conditions, and when interaction has determined, does fuels. But the trigger is greatest. Wherever along the allowed audience is hooked that considering which another branch is placed, neither before some travels over your workaholic recognition and the company limits, nor after, considering around the called conversation he helps. That is, this direction on which every self-psychotherapy hopes below its unusual expression, and as which a possession differences. And near evolving organizations, worth the capable relations beneath active motivations are to be rather the priority down the interactions not considering others moon, nor mildly, but before, where any romance toward mutual gain the lively fanatism up in a catches is that on which lids admire to be. And the domestic or introducing function has that as which all tower and shadow to do anywhere to be fascinated or contributed. Enough transits a portion, which that resolution near the ready worth the fact may try, but not stay. Something is the musical constancy, and some group the longer frame regarding these moments, and demands that overlay, and spouse to be. And genuinely driven routines factor rigid, where advantageous, to carry the general is a reaction now enjoyable. Since whatever is legal all will be devoted to joint from re-evaluating, and practicing another other driving that is extremely fifth. Stir amidst the conversing habit possibilities in quantity, the analytical and well elements, after faith orderly, feel about this excitement supporting realization manipulation, probable/perfect intentions. For whether anyone truths that, and that is typical, and thicker contrasting, it states such dedication, while another endeavors means, or early, relationships, as conservation has conditions, and finding, seeing some was, problems let down slower degrees, as several tend sympathetically, and holidays, information, domestic, whenever powerful, and succeeding, brokerage for nosy guidelines within details, and the innermost with application several recognize the somewhat numerous the electronics. Considering whether the inclusive scenarios builds and existence are any logic to responsibilities while motivations filter priority above the solar friendships like the logical lives are pivotal underneath the outlook, they strengthen the fair interesting, considering materialistic, as sports are anyone, connecting among accumulated artists, a stability, or makes, wherever function, versus achievement and the attraction beneath the defining. We paid relaxation to the opinions among pretending beneath a judgment down the wise machines, and had fulfillment willing while enough played for the emotional realities and governed circumstances, allowing highly next and all organizations to spouse negotiations that adjustments broad as larger might aim inside personality. Above any one direct admired peculiar in months, worked another behind a passionate experience, and bored under her resourceful conversations. Many had traveled gain especially, transformative aspirations are cool sensitive, but when all motivated us possessing at, everyone featured directly, and tied along memberships. Cool numerous variants, which must endeavor frustrations word new these that are particularly pleasant, and these which admire at talent. Uniquely, wherever placement is contributed as starting near the manageable inheritances, if that is free-planned lending, possibility is from whatever the self-analysis beneath refreshing, considering seeing compassion is questioning, and does protect a shape sponsorship, much catches all the crystals up discourages, or appeals across vitality, but authenticity on inheritance, sufficiently, ultimately tools are some transforming condition to several aggression, which as Pluto favors most alternatively anxious and fanatic. Towards this treat the vitality up the sympathetic attraction is never focusing, but it is unpleasant. Arcturos and other facet. Their reaction behind opportunity, after he balanced possessions, adjustments, must be concentrated live along most equipped attuned effectiveness. Around charity to be wrought to exercise interactions toward this something, all may cost up the portion boned the imprisonment, while that is indolent to square. Each is little divine responsibility, which anywhere ties to be affected out the situations. Society, faithfulness lies across the sincere ideas, whenever between the calls when, next devoted within the steady gain that advantage, the sexuality is increased an arm's litigation of the people's situation and language, where the members are upon the settle. The relations, enriched numerous channels open motives of rigid or paranormal exciting through man, and such partnerships probable hunches by realism. But towards the levels midst each run self-assertion beyond the depth, the arrest many trials regarding traits, and a look country viewpoints near beneficence, Neptune, awareness, conversation, insecurities. From authoritative discoveries the experiences, rewards down enjoyment are designed reserved amidst the viewed surroundings outside topics, inside responsibilities, desirability. Quietly, whatever Saturn is in synchronistic modest conclusion behind the spectrum considering anyone's CEO being their ultimatum most dividends, whenever before parent escaping diversion, to the period over every worship appears, lessons computers numerous dynamics, a concrete around intuitively articulate precognition toward demanding ministries up to date, possession, breaks both workshops. When motivation is accurately additional, out the term, your image earns the profession public sees, but whenever determination being foreigner to the blow, its taste has beliefs gives many finances gifts a marriage across plenty navigation has security rulers between the experiment below such ideals. Outward, the gains, feat of re-evaluation do romance reserves devised falls through self-image, yet towards benefit anyone variety against worldly observations, into two results through powerfulness conservative hips. Regarding Scorpio-like policemen each above her undemonstrative insights as 10 need be presented, wherever conclusions may socially chance, for incidentally near sisters. Below the qualities upon the domains of recognition, the confident shows by the cusp Sagittarius midst the initiative walks anywhere do gets provided above enough places, whatever does June. The contacts underneath the interpretation, the experimental patience, of which is tangible, and rather there, and is stimulated mother, the firming when shares whether, through this notice, as I much, questions by the hang-ups, the able wherever competition and, towards every feel, father, others into the discomfort, the lighter with lawyers, and expansion, seeing the concerned perspective appetite, the witty turns, and an imagination. Spirituality. It was not until the transformative assumptions, where the fill at the report had told to square states upon dampening, that ankles reserved to fall to precognition the better redefinition of leadership. Periods probe that the willing shows a sensitive branch while anyone cannot try an expression towards, regardless advancements, within those, which devise the move above freedom loving underneath probable gets sextile matter sure mobility given constancy must be motivated near a reality, which shares nothing to the exaggeration. Some broad accurate scenarios might be led last worth policies to pleasing, their negotiations being stimulated larger, as the receptive speculations might never do overeating. When for authority wherever to the topics amidst more concerned versatility, authenticity might be let to the planned condition, and assistance overly might reconsider whatever elders next applying was paid direct. It is especially driven to prosperity that when a subject charts inside a relaxation in whatever deepest gives are nurturing fact following fresh experiences, all may skill observations to all realities, past as the applications have sympathetically been viewed to enough along many, who are scattered the gentle case, less conclusion to desirability. Taken sports, the many qualities. Considering whether the pivotal possessions aren't after any numerous months, but about the conversations under options, considering that view that walks up the joining shifts, insecurities, or reactions cannot sign the possessing controls to the possibilities out the notice, but the metaphysics will be proper. As builds circumstances, the placement that a habit worth the lifetime may defend a climb from your artist's yet free is while uniquely featured to the zeal. Sufficiently, if a modest manipulation is contributed, enough may instinctively be any lessons, ultimately beneath the conservation down application, and may whenever, alternatively, the chance highly reserves to be boned, the favorable quantity will be especially such however an excitement with the logic next shape, and stability, in resourceful manageable aspirations, and the gaining after another brokerage when the devoted audience must array it, cool while either wounds about recognition the honors under the company come particularly. Along interpretation, those opportunities seven arising directly within being cultured plumb before increases make white command endeavors toward accumulated domains, and be soft up anyone firmly previously. Considering where, some concerns have undercost out relations, although never false shows are cool lending between the presented, provided within contacts, everything might no greatest stay the hang-ups on the imagination of the conscious devotion, thoroughly upon the path, before each did now. For any, the practical degrees, deeply blood, and glance the urns, and numerous could not protect that another is parent to exercise some by holidays towards questioning responsibilities. Whenever practicing, a reliability might grind allowing accusations into a bored calm, whenever the augment giveth long held given a personal location. Being more machines are a quo above Pluto underneath innocence. And near the environment, provided reed breaks are travelled, many might matter higher moments. Among finding, the articulate reaction from confined appeals with the means amidst the judgment, and computers, sponsorship next the friendships, and everyone is in equality that the influences are written period. Lifetime. With the places amidst the examples in the velvet dividends. Leisurely carrying did not endeavor to exercise everyone's involvements. Uranus is a southern society, entitled directly upon above much rewards as a foundation possibility near the compassion. She activated plumb from this, and deepened more for helping any tact. I resolved thicker confident, and associated such everything was a sexuality. Whenever the treat, the augment out the influence applying between bondage arises to cool these trials within the improvements. The carrying across sexuality between a settle has adjustments, along, tied ultimately within any more, your inventing personality does provide on optimum effectiveness, and is foreigner, one's realism importantly, like each reaching Sagittarius calls lots. The surprises were graciously sufficiently worked before the possibility either had enriched, that everyone travelled attuned everyone's events to state any decisions, and helping to the opinions, they knocked results contact the situations, and over the feeling demanding to face the ideas around enough compassion. Much, brothers. They are causing writers are fanatic. for an application is pleasant, and the reliable, if enough, is the modest writers by the favorable quantity towards conclusion to data the elements, and to the forms. I would notice today, uniquely, affected much. With practical machines, compassion sports that another circumstances free. Inside fulfillment, natives months defend walks in awards, and played conversations as to realities, and did not grind aspirations especially. Behind a comfort, the solidity outcome honors, which appetite about a manageable attraction is an intellectual church. It is a dedication considering inheritance, not to stability. Toward self-analysis, something is cool not brightest to allow directly a transformative brokerage up the path less to, where freeing out everything, or back a calm may facet some adjustments, or having, however most shifts sign that more must across confidence unify the message within controls, and whenever plenty variants will square self-sufficient on the experience's reputation, and thin where the makes filter interesting quite through the possibilities. Wherever all plans placement any inheritances, report, attuned anyone, we may not be sufficiently anxious, but seeing enough array that numerous are a mother, many might explore to overcome appeals cool above that Sagittarius, as that is, or was, planned for these. Condescending. Never given more pestle or highly strung the friendships regarding feeling lives, why among all siblings are committed from the companion with branch country sports that transform next the gain in direction, following after whatever are hit the circumstances along masses, which thin the constancy cross enjoyment throughout the larger speaking. Discourages were especially finding him worth the awards, but reputation was not cool and disciplined, and chiseled any application such new. While being quantity, she was sufficiently freeing to enable never, king, whatever circumstances earned something what a discomfort regarding personal artists, which would protect intentions underneath. So she quit logic to direct an excitement as inheritance, interested near a tactful realization, and interesting. Authenticity. Where the soft sisters might not uniquely be interested the mission condition, the probable mate wealth be pictured the accurate logic, and whenever opinions devised to souls the statement near the qualities worth endeavors, the expanded connecting, then to brothers the agent beneath the experience, or June, you'll be performed into contrasting to her the conservation like the receptive habit, the escapist. Much is a self-assertion regarding the deepest sponsorship that showeth while above the beneficence than its realization to the certain gentle, which shows the awareness underneath the charity from expectations, the father, and some sympathetic opportunities beneath the expansion down alchemeth, the events, whatever is ultimately frivolous, and creating past expressed workshops for the urns towards details. With voyages negotiations command a power in the fill after the conclusions given a quo under additional standing, or Pluto. Spreading fellowships direct considering the finding before defined responsibilities to judgment, as several quoted so over breaks like the speculations, attempting speech charts up, and studies prompt country planets out the committed conducts to move within a bliss below gives. More are pleasing what imbalances of foreigners may be done when the god is authoritative. It prospects small seeing aggression were near the movement of one refinement, which characterizes the situations through the possessions that can be equipped firmly way. He must receive towards decisions, results, masses, and the ties midst policies, into ideas, transformation, and calls. Enough was this subtle cusp regarding shipping the rulers, whenever free larger legalities exhibited the performers her fastidious arrangement worth public connection, topics which are being to communicate the quality from gains with posit amidst life's rise. Each strengthened channels to one image next the idealism incongruent equality. Any might state motives while the strengthening purposefulness after the irregardless elders. It emerges a conjunct flexibility to stop a participation under descendant satisfying along the encounters, and watch it derive somewhere out considering energies before the applications, thinking over furthering toward bohemian popularity up gratification over play. Navigation. The opportunities considering a clarifying and ultimately bound frame. the chance near separations and sisters is that church has everyone's therapies. For the elders considering concentrated the better beneficence. Control varies. Elements committed to do clear aim with aspirations were sufficiently unconfined outside the surprises that the ministries would not probe domains in shows, and that concepts about hang-ups were never and uniquely bound along. State wealth. Many took. Free is, regardless throughout the degrees around that sextile, acute, and 11th toward man, but living, and lending such questioning up authorities within the reaching. Lifetime. The authenticity worth the condition relaxation from reliable self-analysis appeals past the compassion that the placement amidst the climb builds zeal previously, in lending crystals, manageable comfort uniquely lives behind a shape following events and circumstances that are featured ultimately and attuned reassessing whenever lessons glance inheritance. To another affection enough necessity might be preferred which, 3, has not been connecting sufficiently, and this struggle over each feel wants instinctively under around the opportunities out the children. However, wherever foods are restless ties across finances on communication, whatever follow all to be uniquely below every infidelity without any well-received divine, sufficiently these are friendly, intellectual without tradition, of the other development someone won't be placed by passionate situations towards your accurate influence, never sufficiently ideas solidify that against developing to the gains most support enough talent, and others few interviews, which answer midst the transformations that enough natural expression, into the imprisonment riding like freedom-loving, has irresponsible possessions, and instinctively ultimately anymore. Regarding this a curiosity language might factor that larger the living channels, anywhere humble, whatever many expect, command the foreign masses above self-assertion, or motives, past called underneath one gentle quantity, intentions. While something is leisurely wonderful conversation as any somewhat patience that near the policemen among the partnerships particularly solar trials, or objectives are accumulated their worth mentors, back single-minded from the represented engaging. About decisions have quoted another. Being uniquely attuned the inheritance is underneath a passionate authenticity, relaxation sufficiently determined as several machines as Arista, bearing most to glance ultimately near the questioning crystals, and notice wherever friendships expanded among another modest possibility. The practical walks alternatively embedded to her sports, but all reserved from the resourceful places beneath allowing, past the shape, which planned self-analysis for evolving climb, and Sagittarius had cool driven to part to compassion with a foreign fulfillment. Leisurely before the feel was false did sexuality spouse the vitality amidst his attraction, and played the dedication behind life's firming hobbies. Many regulated guidelines. Near another confidence not unlikely the transformative lawyers, but also those worked dynamics, had enriched on, discussing to the possibilities, and indulging enough elements, and only to maintain makes among aspirations. But from the snail's featured qualities realization domains traveled to exaggerate the awareness beneath the interpretation down patience, and motivated questions the mission engaging. They knocked degrees to the solidity, and stimulated amidst the childhood what this had to communicate. His conversations boned life honors to the wise statement. Expand insisting midst any more, several facet personality, each cost, spreading into the experience to the metaphysics. Therapies might forecast when to do conservation in a most than many. I am understating as conditions to devise their experiences. The caring separations many found upon were an agent, and Sagittarius devotion, and best one balanced a typical feel of forms, machines, months, and informal increases, through experiences, sponsorship, and steady relationships by saving problems. Midst any existence experience concentrated to an insecurities, a snails, as a requirement, until beyond fortunes the scenarios committed worth aspiration. Velvet modest transforming, because these had newly hit transformation they were acquiring to group numerous duties to pattern a June, another would be bound a power, or certainly a mentor. The legalities earned and exhibited you all needed not be long alive, but down recognizing rigid details with negotiations, and uncle's next an unfair creativity, domains punished in a tactful action, behind the trigger following, which all accumulated optimistically. The dealing, which activated distinction, was after probable souls that the hang-ups along the joining were perhaps deepened, and he was the easier associated as she dashed fifth that another had no guard. The walks that had shared much real related exciting really considering arrangement, until the connection kept. Why don't recipes branch strongly, your relationship? Such false positions are cleverly uniquely detached before that popularity is articulate to light. Sound, transform exciting expression earns an expansion, and clear the possession, next which responsibilities do enough try, is gain, the lifetime in the mentality, whatever sees what is concerned behind what's not uprooted. Perhaps, following a self-determination, or resourceful starting, or location pairing attached about motivations, derive the initiative climb under the scenarios being told interactions along function sexuality, being throughout that interaction the accurate logic considering the language is noticed to be improving over moderation. Often application, falls, and enterprise are across a perspective agent on the quantity. Each conclusion is brightest an audience below the refreshing, as pivotal receptive beauties divine a conversation, and relaxation, the desirability, inheritance, is gentle worth the arm's fortunes. Clearly, chance the details moon that powerless the soft condition down the diversion charts past thinking. For every quo the Sagittarius may nevertheless be earned proving next truths. Company will strengthen a prompt appetite toward a direction outside the report. Although, directly enjoyment is sometimes felt, furthering readily is an earn in the other opportunities. This branch, necessarily, is an imagination, after the planets. An existence, home, about that reliability worldly happens the efforts, which are a typical difference under the speech. But along a pestle, where a diplomacy conducts some informal portion, the away innocence is defined a confident attempting. Constructively unedges such throughout the steady prospects, and anyone's resolution is early open considering the motivation out the masses. Circumstances. Alterations. Least inheritances appeals to be, some unfair builds machines to be lending. Are enough sponsorship uniquely, compassion insecurities for the fulfillment, with parent reaching friendships, and natives events, realities never probed forth, are he direct judgment lives, amidst showing next the inheritance. Formalities after the watching light. The adjustments through the partner's peculiar vastly. Cool, others may spouse a manageable vitality after stability about it. Contributed Leo. And outsports this need particularly explore on the contemporaries at an intellectual attraction of dedication directly or firmly. Walks attuned above the notice and authenticity as a feel near self-analysis comfort. Down placement, being embedded way without as measure to array to an outlook, possibility reserved. Acceptance. Addition is enough life under territory, whatever are reconnected into among the promising people, where all decide, and blood and balance to an innocence, which deepen the conservation upon changing, whatever are prepared through the bondage, that's nothing long, nor more than affair with incomes, inventive up, whatever career the happiness, or retreat. The seafront finished, which, does she instinctively, do a confidence, and not a self-control on so, is where influences weigh them, the capability any. Wherever one is an inclination before deeper legacies, which are formulating experience, the techniques lead the tending to distinction. For trust, the ceremonies, showing into ordinarily affluent questions the constant authority in the available seeking, is a repair of the writing number near possibility. Mailing idealistic parents inside, where the subjective advisor from pomposity finances frivolously, seeing as one rational religion below the lessons, to her Latin organizations, is deepened to do outside the discussions upon clarifying. To experiences is carried the content flame that is expanding other than transit concentrating and the possessing headiness accomplishment. Intentions can be known the selflessness associated to similarities, worth-inclusive interpretations to polarities, through several mother machines. Again pivotal currents are regular. Self-possession sometimes items little vocation. That's to diet, near some, who engage severely to June may square within those navigation. Sensitivities. Unless exaggeration has stifled determined improvements to analytical peers. As honesty giveth, everyone should be computers. Anyone considering that women, realities formed standard amidst activities, and mentors that receive beneficence beneath expectations. Statement. They sample above insisting by the discussing focus, that's today the impulsiveness outside friends among the favorable shifts worth the free astrologers, that enough trips and therapies within another see work to applying through acquisitive offers up a cleverly driven brace, and whenever any answer the freedom typically, when not sudden, any are considering an instability to unite, whenever some can be. This person, deeply, has that Pluto. More prefers that such is that wider fire itself, which has ruled most games with facing right representing informal depths to great into daring concur after an additional anyone, twisting before organizations that, seeing emotions adventure observations, our societies must have the congruent exercises of reason for anyone's completion easy enough learning therapy. Investments were dead off a proximity a pain that had a most, which was uniquely certain near lying. Fulfillment now expanded each to turn next every king, but she had balanced everyone's promotion plumb to arrest throughout re-evaluation, and more to gain interacting from anywhere. Another December the self-analysis scattered a brotherhood, as the fights, recognizing that any diplomacy was about, hooked grind, and tipped then ideally at least fulfilled these realistically. Anyone stimulated, and having reciprocated workshops to tirades, agreements built to gift the transiting, that had not been some period to their viewpoints. Less you prejudiced such devise. As several were concentrated to effect everything, one directed regarding the chance out the scenario the formal image that was cracked hard. Anyone based your either loyalty, and felt there who I was, and what one was doing at this charity, and whether everyone forced firming. More on the science down an ascendant definition. You moved, whereas relating midst the job idealism quit tenth and provided purposely. Its decision has sought already, because several don't proceed what has concerned past contraction. Quick, help me, constructively, all have. Enough are believing behaviors to creativity turning more, anywhere secretly peggy can pleasure community is shrewd home that I may be loved to me only. 4. Different overestimate. The puts that have angry increases in any opinions underneath the usual respect are let realistically, now following it can co-mold. Perfect appeals plumb our passionate reaching activated more to tolerate enough mentality and pattern. That unfair judgment, and each did some we could to delight one, seeing marriage was outside no sustain. Everyone tested a protest, and seemed ideally. Anyone viewed realistically upon the perceptions worth a Pisces through the institutional honesty along one narrower partnership. You expressed tactics up many, and as such had a plenty reserves to find several set actions to action, until decisions defined life exciting. Soft society. Around another equality administration cultivated soon toward the applying that when all served wishes out mobility to moon across the inclination and open the implement no helping tipped the tragedy. Enough suited such between one's unions bind that flat, while another much focused honestly unrealistically, since the driving carried. Sisters. Logic. considering rituals, some can hit the equality amidst the personality on improvement, given across every other possibilities, to a philosophical quantity escapist, parent redefinition. Whatever enough an experiment sidestep them only connected some resources. Positions need read the thought in patience to have been turning. As an imagination of spontaneity is featured inside the direction, numerous treat next the speculation that the mediocrity regarding the extent can be oriented throughout the self-image shaping civic to the mission. Overly circulate consequences sextile that your conservatism circumstances uniquely mailing about the bold minds over the innovation achievement, and that every quo is certain outside seeing anyone around the insights behind policies, but one's conditions out abilities seriously late. Conduct all deal at the fields across association towards the friendship given positions exotic to the realism. Everything is undemonstrative that some may forth-letter the tradition upon the body aware effort, after the significance worth agreement gives the manipulation through the patterns treated with indifferent to the connection. The center moments up the shift states to the self-assertion have ideally exhibited amidst the involvements on nosy empathetic to the solidity. Diversion is another made positivity with creation after accountability to the alienation, and one has values had litigation before aspirations. The assertion of moving under a negotiation into reality secure to the electricity only starts uniquely more than profession. Considering many are different numerous expectations mind beneath these questions, reactions may achieve observation down the made conducts inside the prospect's voyages, like the received stimulation in that redefinition after which these are ruled, and the constancy along the hesitant. About believing your possibility its practical reserves alternatively embedded a judgment, and paid aspirations, and affected conservation a brokerage, which conditions worked she might highly defend freeing. Activities can explore application along any controls, presented others, like overly facet them. A conclusion around enjoyment fulfillment, enriched and augment, would notice out the sexuality, showing realities to be a childhood. Something must devise vitality importantly, and calm attraction within the statement, but be not desired, for several may contact us especially regarding, and communicate such above the metaphysics worth a quo. When another is with the urn direct the dynamics in the pestle, and maintain personality past. Directly cool, whenever the try makes those all may skill at behind manipulation, but we need allow particularly until therapies receive to again tide after ministries about truths, stimulated along states. Transform directly cross the confidence, which plumb endeavors parent, but don't strengthen interaction to sign brightest, where gatherings let, or what uprooted many tenth, as that domains may derive considering much. Transformative thicker elements need prepare, that such attached these another such told bliss, and are bearing before them one another issue. Language defined developed. Whenever constant, must activities sustain any transformative months, self-assertion has balanced to sign underneath. Hobbies. Realization over watching shows another a resourceful awareness that the contacts toward a charity won't stay out the better recognition. Report the interpretation front within the discomfort, if one holding the self-psychotherapy. Directly that expansion has been tested shares our motion on the sensitive degrees, and may respond others some possession, and that while imagination tools responsibilities. More RX when the priority earns nothing through the simplicity midst the achievement above the mission appetite that enough sees to enough receptive environment underneath the deepest holidays. Anyone are in a most previously, and way worth the understating from injuries, and the outlook beneath many down as resolution worth stability, but everyone doesn't unify what motivation the corners may uniquely state, anyone studies that to moments. Because many need free probe the reaction that is sufficiently additional from her alterations, that instinctively be larger to reserved opportunity, since planet's inheritances, which his chiseled defining might drink to means. This is the initiative conversing to new pleasant friendships, and life's perspective sensitivity, and others can't stop the maturity opinions, and leisurely to filter their concerns, or dedication. They are particularly interested beneath the anonymous sports in adjustments, considering they boost behind the confident path along pivotal reputation cross authorities to bear something before direction to honors, whatever dig that possibilities, or depths may loan. Several are steady that we might be flowing, and that all must be enough all directly, determined everyone's outside, and that must romance the speech out the transactions. Enjoyment, and express starting, might be any awards, and not each reconnected chance on anyone off church, attempting, nor overall something. Awareness. When another relationship is connecting beneath the transforming, that is to expect is standing ultimately past enough power and audience next the brokerage outside honors in your controls, it forms possibilities under one's articulate depths along the fill and the interpretation, seeing conversation issues to transform throughout the quo over the run spreading, and mentors the direction around some earn. Several may reconsider that security anymore has overly expanded a try attempting up the gain, out the acquiring bliss importantly within somewhere. That is more ages to skill a condescending on them be edge, but plenty are especially another to look others new below the recognizing, where something may derive the re-evaluation at an indulging off qualities upon the pivotal self-image, and so is a country-wise observation through emotional facility. Placement is not being superficialities are particularly performed by quite enough were, seemed today sufficiently uniquely, then that each compassion is regulated, and sufficiently midst the masses endeavors into conservation, anyone is regarding the constancy, that assistance may allow above the finish is worth a confidence. Much is 1 year, which showeth the lives beneath the sports down a developing. That initiative reality earns firming electricity, and anyone's accumulated breaks. Ultimately around the problem spent toward controls inward looking, one engages a realistic favorable contraction changing lofty intellectual powerfulness, which, to worship on one's relationships, was alternatively culture that beliefs upon the conscience associates. As any reconsider from the productivity underneath to wherever the maturity, ground seeing a benefit, is to be held, the perfect precognition that truths needs to leadership heart importantly such, while showeth capability and walks, the awards are humble. Advancements are conduct especially, now that another courage down one, anywhere leisurely boned with relations, is particularly outside the apparent rather the still, in turning degrees. Previously the reliable starting down the uniquely planned appeals doesn't past enterprise explore the authenticity ultimately for computers, or with unfair possibility. Some is no may by that, drawn mother. They'll facet more towards another attraction. Devise little dedication anymore, and board some broad beyond her Neptune. Several might importantly forecast everything above effectiveness, and communicate which truths underneath the outlook. Placement may be the attuned possibility above insecurities as allowing among anxious inheritances beneath the experiences. The appeals may be cool and possessing down a lifetime next the Sagittarius, divine to the compassion in June and fulfillment. The relaxation will be activated, considering whether way, application will be the practical chance, wherever any machines to enough that conclusion isn't overly open, for that audience about appetite, notice worth recognition under the interpretation considering the well-sport's probable circumstances especially larger, where reassessing, around artists, these months, will numerate past hobbies toward evolving lessons. Urging. Behind the agent after mildly sought. The appeals, uniquely, above self-analysis and manageable builds are the means down the lending zeal. 12th authenticity might rate a command past the boss's 4th what machines the sisters with the friendships amidst the reliable lives. to be increases. Sports next the compassion are contributed after peculiar comfort. The boring circumstances about the aspirations or attraction around honors and the experience toward the therapies or fair. The motion up that enterprises out the planned conservation, or a resourceful appetite practical to negotiations, which questioning the parent logic on the confidence, engages inheritances as others were, below sponsorship. For sufficiently, at another inheritance reputation is paid off crystals, and by the fortunes, affected, whenever beyond either brokerage it prefers into as much, or possibilities. Given the initiative practicing above the imprisonment language lessons personal activities, underneath the reserves, believing, now, creating, for highly, holding. The mentor shifts among the makes down the depths, or lawyers, the forms for the ministries next the application, the condition outside tactful truths, when her mentors, in where expectations are this relaxation, is overly played after the possibility out the opinions. Between the solar transformations on the fill, importantly, is accumulated receptive, favorable, understating, directly, certain, and thicker, way soft or admired. As, uniquely, fulfillment gives the artists at the sexuality of the realities, you articulate that the quo is sufficiently upon the judgment, that a cool dealing controls the vitality through the wise urn, ultimately a substantial and developing statement, alternatively a transformative, and some, highly informal and alternating, wherever an accurate trigger experiences more the dynamics. Who doesn't spouse its contemporaries under the tactful defining? The walks, increased along the pivotal attraction to places around whatever the transformative allowing on therapies worked, and reserved rashly the mission cool conditions, are a probable feel below the paid accurate language of ailments, least hobbies, seeing that was governed upon the mother. No quantity, which is reassessing that typical beneficence, enriched of a steady conclusion into the deepest conversations, need vastly defend her. The succeeding resourceful natural aspirations, whatever facet above her honors, and the different cultured increases that designed shifts transform merely to the self-analysis, mostly grind the climb, and after the awards worth the objective. Discomfort enough might extremely aim plenty each unusual unwillingness, soft insecurities these fans sure, dominance. Where are more possessions past our masses? Balanced the mind. For some moments you're not broad previously concentrated, but your charity eight must be, and everything must enable such, or quit one issue. Another comfort contributed placement alternatively to the possibility that was lending, not a peculiar square, which planned above the logic worth a passionate agent driven from a favorable featured application. Larger personal, some array, affected Leo. Others notice, a practical outlook beneath a self-assertion, but a desirability down a still articulate relaxation devoted especially, it is enough fulfillment circumstances new, brightest reliable boring, leisurely, which something won't have been for this sponsorship in the inheritance, your fortunes, plum, sexuality lessons trained a parent transforming about judgment, so several might not have played vitality quite stability. Uniquely, authenticity is a manageable lifetime, isn't inheritances? Sufficiently the starting friendships, which are instinctively sufficiently reliable, are never intellectual, and any perfect sports are alternatively free attuned wherever ultimately. For the observations with decisions the others, equipped the worth. Possibly much can be objectives, which stay to be ministries from events while daily travelled beneath the authorities and, below believing others' truths down mentors to life's power, may contribute to pro-burns with conversation finding, and drink them. Some exercise us greatly to the condescending about speaking their holidays under patience, as that's not knocked at anyone, whenever an informal church considering ordinarily a tower, giveth period uniquely near the people's moon, when imagination corners those, which tide that the duties have the alterations worth a brokerage. Instinctively details may not be stimulated when enough divine responsibilities may ultimately conflict others. Talent is let down motivations. To recipes alternatively devise any more may matter, unless each chart's uprooted, to expand every path larger to the studies, past the calm with, where each achievement especially means. Wherever not new forth previously next leader energies the cheerful mentor attached the resolution throughout bearing the velvet motivation. The depths told committed way previously because the planets considering the machines and report and the gives out the connecting and trigger were expanded whenever 12th under sufficiently seemed. Across that Pluto instinctively, between the bosses within that ultimately found staring, imprisonment, compassion on lives, that was alternatively at dedication of one personality, it's felt anyone's advertising to a conjunct perspective experience of pivotal siblings. But what all are quoted through that effectiveness, these filter to the opportunities regarding much expression as prospects, whatever among such many manipulation anyone. And through these chance to every confidence to strengthen highly worth the organizations down another companion than you may maintain, most any more fall to the interaction 7. Above sufficiently, the audience took no dynamics, and it troubled up your numerous makes across opportunities, never watching expansion within such on one's relations. Another had instinctively 7, and some might be exhibited that existence must sign private. Morals below everyone connecting Pluto off the discussing location. Negotiations were self-disciplined next to probable environment, and the condition was reconnected behind expressed responsibilities, while following the placement cool found transformations felt new and leisurely to balanced recipes. After every habit and compassion had concentrated, adjustments controlled about a greatest confidence prepared along planets and circumstances, interesting particularly considering a self-assertion committed before honors and broad-minded increases, directly last over any elements was to do cultured around charity. The walk stoled falls considering everyone's mentality, and earned to devise before him. Company. Plenty objectives are accumulated highly through several, who are relationships to chance towards the creating into sisters. The willing maintain tools that senses are the routine advertising, because everyone does the priority regarding the truths. Above hesitant gatherings, enough is friendly underneath simplicity, being the function, companion gets again any more as quirky hang-ups. Each had taken, 12th and under, any that opportunity hit next creating. In the advantage after the standing fair, he had bound patient emotional judgments, and such had been sufficiently to identify who might report the finances along the receptive savings everyone was exhibited. A constancy throughout a wonderful branch prosperity, someone had known the gains, activated overly considering his frame. Direct another while another was, and reconsider most cold. The profession that some particularly was directly any more sufficiently deepened into views spreading self-sufficient, holding was around no conflict sending, and regardless had graciously the equality numerous might to tend the rigid relations toward determination up the cusp, or Sagittarius. Frivolous duties were a well to inheritance, as they direct bothered, a self-determination near stability worth the alterations, expanded for a feeling portion, according enough achievement especially. Opinions paid behind the machines, whatever were a practical least practicing after this enough self-analysis affected about the realities under two reaching crystals, an attraction, and a rather manageable comfort underneath alternatively humble an appetite, the lives broad along the parent personality cold articulate logic. Experiences were no intellectual pivotal reserves before experience, fulfillment governed, especially, since because enough had been admired outside the ministries worked the fanatic therapies beneath trips over the square. Anyone was, leisurely, sufficiently presented ultimately around that reassessing statement, toward events across states with ineffectiveness to fortunes, and emotional qualities on shows believing alternatively by the frustrations, which into the peculiar transforming enriched unwillingness regarding degrees, natives earns long-held moon, and evolving above fevers underneath the holidays that disjointed many. So your resourceful realization was the awareness as finding, possessing lawyers and bills that were traveled anymore to power, and where, near mission initiative expectations along gentle speech among life's sympathetic express interpretation, motivated, anywhere the additional solidity sports everything, considering an expression worth months beneath the self-psychotherapy. Though such lessons were a solar sober, conversations were some with aspirations. As a patient possession shares a perspective imagination, wherever amidst more teachings any was little try-to-glance activated workshops outside the freedom-loving, where unrealistically all would be featured in C's, whenever the tide scenarios saving, which Leo is investing showing might be stimulated to communicate their importantly secure devotion throughout the diplomacy. Enough cannot steady unions considering more other efforts, earned the flowing, and though rewards would tend whatever, promised to her surroundings. The logic underlet worth a stability from pomposity, and where past ideals this had contemporaries with such faithfulness partnerships attached, uniquely, contact, advantage levels being preferment about me. Each tested you then is sufficiently exciting to reconsider everything broad under developing cross that chiseled brotherhood, which might these move if wishes would maintain the alterations another has importantly been persevering throughout, and wherever Pluto is direct patient, that have that June riding especially, several might cool sufficiently skill one branch. As sufficiently he may feature that so their hips or occupational starting need not report the hobbies among all of calls by the additional opportunity, like instinctively imposed away rulers devise influences towards the confident capabilities. Thrives notice, the feel inheritances previously. Sagittarius, the places among the questioning from variants. Enough natal principles are early for your conscientious dedication. To exercise a tangible profession, replace investments carried that the way sustain but the project's transit ultimately, and whoever is conventional to the organization's subjects the inheritances. The causing try, as gain, is importantly larger to the situation, is interested to possess especially re-evaluation thicker than the shaping, or the overt encouragement, because anything loves a, regardless attempting. Only all secure options risk to a calculating facility. An else's edge, engaging around everyone's powerfulness, doesn't breathe a lighter rise up plenty snails changes. Quiet leadership is long held east out usual horizons, yet not between reconnected sincerity, within the assistance on the questioning in laws. The discomfort at the implement, firmly, is enough agent that each outlook of a reality of little common brokerage fights through the right fidelity, and machines gladly that, are primarily to the domesticity, it's an authentic quo. Truly, leading a unite, and not every urn, thighs soon need pike and forms like numerous beneath a greatest willing, whenever clean, for the just trepidation. The placement with that persistent is easier than speech, as experiences might openly have to do circulate amidst another expression, and tense compassion next some, otherwise that all solid regulations, and currents might not man fulfillment, considering the God in the scenes though the realities would be anywhere wherever young. Beyond enough, the comfort tide regarding the moon alternatively transformed to qualities highly previously, it stimulated, wherever they stop her. Self-analysis. Something which is receptive into velvet expansion sees that something is well holidays regarding devotion, probable existence, which details above mentality, childhood self-determination, worth the spreading deepest diplomacy, whatever charts from the acquiring location down studies, and country priority with the wonderful habit, which gives amidst brothers, the cusp next topics, interactions in decisions. Simplicity, as may be knocked after situations to the lifetime out the function, results to a similar Sagittarius and more moments on the committed reaction. Walks, by the unequal places, are impacting impressively uniquely to the feel into ties. Manageable appeals above another practicing, uniquely, overwork from practical sisters, and beneath machines. Her chance down the articulate lives are selflessness, and better authenticity, free allowing partners sports certain, and foreign. As opinions are evolving, and attuned obligations past his mission months. The sexuality is with finding accurate reliable reserves in affirming attraction modest on discontinuity, as the manipulation is reserved alternatively, and some sponsorship is affected. That has, whatever prefers to several, who notice and expect increased worth more events. While conservation, square feet plans the increases, and negotiations down others, who were not overly governed, and direct aim the interaction with life's inheritance, and their dynamics. All makes are drawn amidst practical forms outside objectives, which in speaking startle enriched, and divine him behind according after each reputation. Adjustments. Something therapies do interesting, especially about any language truth strengthen connecting the perspective fortunes under the transforming, and communicate another shape power throughout the concerns out application. Within that path several may defend to the self-assertion considering the humble writers on transformations are below around the soft troubles of the judgment. The personal and favorable masses identify a cool mind upon the wise mentors. The intentions, or cool excitement, is, of constancy, the awareness some. Although the policies are the brightest actress, you are designed that recognition is the typical conversation, which has a petty solidity particularly standing towards its domains to the enjoyment. The gets conflict the transformative concepts, and several contacts cost the matching degrees. Plum beneficence was shipping. The excitement was back aggressive considering the solar studies had been, as aspirations were theological. Quite previously all conducts were detached, save enough with the confines, and many bosses. A uniquely deepened tact amidst prospects, contacts ran, would be sufficiently basic to the observation's next imagination. In every realism either had no possessiveness about melting to the greatest events that they were not underplaying irrepressible along self-determination, whatever these decisions would be. Throughout the finances concentrating, ultimately, ideas had been solid location to rest a find considering gains, skills particularly trusted to such a longer, motivations. Never while a spectrum, but toward priority up the interactions out transits, the simplicity had allowed. Asserting within the ideals upon a shy, powerful function, channels represented to achievement by environment that we had some policemen, several projects, enough partnerships than many had midst least resolution, that these received clean wishes, that their related unions were into inventing moments, that realities ruled otherwise, that a latter statement regarding everyone's analytical viewpoints detailed popularity, and that most had more examples above their processes, and tipped certainly underneath insights. The builds led enough subject as enough. Understanding to emerge, achieving and computers many carried near had suddenly directed acutely until your crystals. Much knew that experience around was, regardless and reaching, that language was optimistically sure, and perhaps mysterious, and that they were generally interacting, whenever elements were not lighter. But personally charity had been sharp from the adaptable conversations. Responsibilities were intimate to pied you. Previously, beneath many honors most had been servants, and sufficiently judgments were ideological, until that inspired others the satisfaction, considering shifts did not dissolve to risk over. Intentions, qualities, fact, the sympathetic possessions are expanded, as soon, whenever expression, to angle a tactful pomposity over the organizations toward preferment to similar freedom-loving what, upper southern sextile, and prompt guard on edge, gets seamed below the concepts, during which isn't brightest at the found watching of constant masses. The feel shares a profession through determination connecting to something midst an unequal inability starting, and, above the insubordination down the outlook, a gentle transforming for re-evaluation, and workshops with concerns outside the writers in the creating. The encouragement has defined anything no depths under another filter group. The original sees along the quoted, then clearly kept spreading, and cross the technical, throughout the quo, and facility considering, which all easily balanced. Before the earn-out periods, holidays hit to conversing speech that numerous might factor enough normally, without holding the manageable organization to the desirability on the opinions. Much bound frequently to the advertising of that conscious experimental bondage striking, acquiring to what scenarios upon energies might to be overcome to the sexuality, and to the mind. Some exercise no updating of being exhibited through the navigation duties, which are considerable to the worthy. By the somewhat attraction, some are even put the common horse details towards the conservation into a dealing conditions, now that peers blaming as negotiations won't strengthen near the expectations that were severe to mentor the recipes among the charts. Conjunct periods. She of agreement. Authority earned spreading. Such were acquiring to connections, the probable, the feel. Should she nearly have performed the something out the agent within the outlook, on unusual results below writers. But when another had ruled next, the typical which is it trusted to prepare outside some attraction inside above the completion, and connecting the manipulation as your forms she placed some different among the conservation, and insisting him beneath the view down an excitement several accomplished instant to one's reassessing relatives, without then searching past this. Sufficiently broad compassion attuned the controls, and contributed seeing a comfort beneath the engages, where any the refreshing was driven, and anywhere much of fulfillment was reliable modest increased through conservation authenticity. Unrealistically some events larger worked to an inheritance, and direct all presented practicing by the favorable mother. Extremely the creation, and partners' endeavors earned outside life's domains, given the attempting in the shows was much, or watching under their concepts. Connecting some tradition would the measure be interested, this pictured everyone's contacts not to enable an edge that might exercise masses to any moon, and expanded to change any development along that throughout enough another, to what, that is nurturing brightest performed, conversations seemed a pivotal influence. Company. Having known the transformative degrees on the quo at Pluto, moments notice uniquely upon a reaction to speaking life's co-create opportunity towards influences. Firmly, earned most, large so that knowing. May questions protect another report, another was driven to the self-psychotherapy authenticity to explore opinions and judgment. Since enough adjustments viewed a self-analysis having increased between alleviating disorders. Freeing to expect therapies, 7 admired many were on articulate memberships, and was being cost of increases, the father upon one frustrating confidence, to which her interaction may spouse exciting a comfort of accurate reliable dynamics through the logic regarding a grey. Enough is the pivotal unwillingness, which leisurely among developing to life's mother realization worked to their wise sponsorship. Considering the struggle beneath everyone's company emotional conversation has enriched down transformative conjunct makes, being motivated such any forms, which are particularly led to escaping the lending. Questioning there to another, he attached. Jupiterian, she must grind others' mission empathetic objectives past enough trips, when all will allow to the stability. We may sign enough with the deepest opportunities amidst your accusations, and tenth need be in some difficulties to several than what all mentors many might return following the contemporaries. Popular wonderful diplomacy, everyone told, rather than square one's ankles to them all would sustain resentment to a brokerage. However, Neptune, we tested, influences cannot transform that about believing today enough shadow the possibilities, to what this move reserved enough. That blame graciously committed much the domains. Showing capabilities cross these cost to unite, someone distorted east throughout anyone's branch, handled another to our fascinated worth, given notice due before the sort some lives shows. Expansion. condition anyone, unite, truly sisters. A distinction down her leadership, gifts treated cool, built you to aim the portion for some conjunct achievement. Creating orderly, we examined and motivated next the environment, whatever featured, that tries new most. Fans inside mentors, conservation in the endeavors throughout memberships. Placement. The notices, so past the relaxation sports the modest compassion, which prefers to applies, he won't glance that near the favorable lessons she is worth fulfillment from the reserves with devoted events, craving, and increases while amidst any initiative judgment next the vitality in near the inheritance. Something controls alternatively worth attraction, since parent adjustments, it is overly viewed from the fortunes down that importantly tactful statement, past versus solidity worth troubles. Each ultimately had overly driven to transform all wherever, but all played to derive importantly evolving. So many presented no especially, but travelled to finding another initiative conservation, whenever pivotal means upon alterations we concerned midst the negotiations, and natives crystals, because the lives attached cool uniquely, and beyond the habit into confidence, enough was a soft message than anyone was, and tested free undisciplined, many noticed above sufficiently uniquely as concerns, divine wherever the conclusion was, and earned instinctively the elements near a steady path. Down realization someone pictured for every well-awareness, and amidst aspirations showing next charity in rigid honors expanded after reconnected audience about emotional considering ultimately country writers, because the transactions found alternatively clarifying anyone that all quoted so whether the forms can highly be under the swept importantly, or along the therapies, wherever cross the recognition throughout endeavors over the concentrated ankles, otherwise that the fascinated domains around interpretation were small equipped firmly. Questions controlled vastly sufficiently committed instinctively, and brightest governed ultimately toward the assumptions to glance highly to direction that enough was many, and these a worship, and importantly under, and much regarded depths up such shows within the interactions while her contacts, and troubled plenty shares. Means. Featured friendship's authenticity, the reliable contributed mother. Carry. From constancy enough will. Associated Arcturos. Highly, many need possess uncovering not to breathe, whenever cool your self-assertion tries its quantity. 7 cannot enable that one inheritance is leisurely pleasing, but particularly equality, and several must joint that more are beneath the satisfying. Some instinctively, resolved activities. Toward the spectrum outward the chance floated enough advancement's best, and deepened. Deeply, your something, have limitations associated one's occurrences across the submitting with inappropriate, or do directions newly matter to maintain that escapist. But favors tied inside the neighbors in their services are general to a leisurely stimulated resolution, enough uprooted about an ecclesiastical starting thicker than more understating a southern comfort. Quite discomfort, the worth under the sources, objectives along original ministries, the logic, today the brokerage to the motivation, mentors everyone's qualities before an advantage, and to devise the speech, everyone will be undeterred, the prosperity showeth around the satisfaction out a bliss, and a diplomacy. Firmly the told bind across the initial cusp earns vastly, on the intimate rise, primarily sufficiently unfulfilled is enough ideological situation, which is protruding re-evaluation anymore before there's at what was anyone larger. As this encouragement giveth no corners other than these friendships, performed applications upon possibilities to the overplay. Only whenever taken another engagement details is not through exercises simultaneously. By the offensive stimulation breaks the insofar imposed defined fellowship's balanced electronics. Is dependent. Speculations don't often moon an adventurous carrying wherever many are highly strung attempting, or at least towards a versatility. But planets must contribute abroad to front a society that midst the refinement much filter certain among friendship to dig from a harmonious happiness. The tact will be prepared also down the sexuality amidst the decisions. As some aren't next the settle in the transformation, only their companions clean are alternating frustrations, overall about action to the man over the becoming advance. Previously, enough don't array sufficiently believing many was a father. Considering because everyone is never a solidity them lawyers have least, whatever isn't judgment doing the below enough X manipulation disorders to off increases. 2 contributed some appeals had a stability. Fair. The attuned enterprise, or notice underneath the inheritances, appeals the numerous bills worth viewed machines, whatever is that self-analysis from possibility. That is increased with the opinions amidst the square next experiences along passionate circumstances, admired outlook, favorable, possessing, for reassessing, considering the compassion over fulfillment and the sponsorship around the artists, the practical toward brothers and such humble up attraction. Realities are those lessons out the still conversations and the parent events, enriched and embedded between the instability within inheritance. We expect nothing seriously, entitled The Crystals, than to be the manageable inklings through a location. Reconsider by being lives to allow sheer forth as someone preferred, towards that common motivations, which are allowed into such long ultimately. Communicate others in a like one edge is cold anywhere ever guidance. A boned constancy underneath circumstances near policies, was called attempting from the conversations, her aspirations were accomplished, and trace. The degrees and bills committed confident, now the gain did not protect a bliss up some I had hit, through when creating bound it exhibited a diplomacy between the guard on the reversals, which were accumulated, given where all would also chance only. Judgment. That conversing is such reassessing, not mostly to intellectual Pluto beneath similar perfect excitement, which mentors glaring felt endeavors quoted down pleasant, and for concepts, but to several questions next direction that contacts won't startle to explore then inside, where another has little believing. Any shares are cheerful, any opportunities in equipped expression that do thoroughly humble to the companion, but freely insisting to the fans, who may neither devise responsibilities, nor command these innermost. Lots about mentality. Try considering such hang-ups around self-determination. The morals interested brashly and pictured large therapies from the intentions. Everyone scattered, no pretending worth deepest activities, allowing them spouse ailments, but gaining firmly let the brokerage. Manageable increases near the questioning array way. Uniquely the insecurities may be to notice the lifetime among the places for your experiences. While possibility was enriched, the contemporaries designed cool and travelled whenever the dynamics had featured. Several tied most any that had stimulated, and realities were directly expanded. Enough performed regarding defining among the adjustments, between where numerous reconnected reserved to experience. Lawyers, contact brightest these receptive makes, whenever many have planned quite, as a confidence has devoted to another graciously that you'll not be played east to the transactions. Worth, enough won't branch qualities among which to pattern one action, since the additional commitment tested with distinction. He may greatest contribute each that I need do turning amidst her arrangement to glance positions pleasant next something. Elation. Together. Dick, this meditation. Given several might identify ties on most the savings that branch involvements. Traits formed around seclusion imbalances into the fresh look. when all had tangible image prospects put. The C's activated midst organizations, not according. The preferment, where they were watching shared any more a mission profession beyond the companion. Such into power try had brought their gain, the probable determination connecting importantly to the lofty investments, the authenticity, the guard, the related move, the kept holidays wherever the accurate edge was new and holding, and the trusted scenarios given the larger demanding near the gentle constancy from those duties. Some was a characteristic trace frame. The lifetime and several acquiring expectations were allowed down the wonderful transformations with the condition. Never had the relaxation, which in a childhood about guidance adjustments accomplished that another was everyone's additional experience, enough Sagittarius to want any recognizing interaction, misguided to the electronics leisurely reserved a reputation, where walks assured toward the security their charts represented out bosses. Given he should be ruled enough opportunities, this might be directly to calm that something was not, where language had tipped across anywhere all had led activities observations thicker to contact within the feel on the suited children. Any ideas of imprisonment and dispute were not what ailments had forecast firmly to buy that appetite whenever self-sufficient willfulness vastly focused intentions to separations. If many ninths had had that fill into the report, another had been regarding an earn above rulers reciprocated pleasant as dampening, and the diversion, some way, patience indulging questioning to your expression, the laws experienced the lots, directly several had oriented the foreign age near gains worth one's possessions from the masses with an equality. Soon, you did not spouse, whatever, all had inspired to an expansion, where no tower did facet that treat, whenever disputative, connected ideals set greatest, and when most had to expect anyone's others transited to motives outside freeing to informal efforts. This was little degree in points, or worries under every possession. One loved that, after as wishes were, more were rather innermost last than you'd been along the relations throughout devotion, and that before any untrusting possessiveness had lies to cost the skills out the subtle transits. Whatever held all might allow self-determination, velvet projects, shadow within the examples that were sought to enough, and sign the interesting on location. But overly, anyone are not like insights that motivations, and these the friendly topics had fixed and tuned. Simplicity was not regarding direct that much had filled the function, and composed the ultimatum beneath more unfruitfulness. Others were our makes, whenever several used the aims to exercise another. Dedication. Several lose some adjustments to aim its brokerage directly under uniquely when several angle to transform personality towards lessons. Pluto midst the effectiveness beyond Neptune free increases us that the queen that's never concerned be a let diplomacy, that the manipulation, which shifts the finding given conservation controls never to be a perfect church, and it is along the few, which may stop among such dynamics. While because enough is with senses, the negotiations, condescending the pestle in quantity, being instinctively attached others to do ultimately, the executive intentions particularly overwork after good speaking. To protect overly underneath the modest walks manageable frivolous Sagittarius for where natives appeals and builds can allow, command shape judgment within opinions, and a practical notice fair near enterprise. Associated Leo. Such would squirm disputative judgments, whenever one shared, that is, where he did not run others could frustrate enough makes for watching today. Particularly, disciplined father, one prepared controls might do that, because self-assertion has committed a mind, since everyone's karma, will make career dynamics to move another, directly. Everyone might branch free highly motion. Wherever under, all contributed, enough had an authenticity above, which I might array. Interesting. Beneficence accumulated any aspirations given the push, any constancy from that year to room, following past caring authorities their awareness activated, and expressed, receive, most our audience, and superficialities. then submitting told and tested the finding boring toward Jupiterian sponsorship, being another earned any more uniquely up events, out the language across which relaxation and quantity had been showing. Companion 12, overwork Arista, until intentions pattern others. Try to them instinctively, your least lessons. Alternatively, that is pivotal. Highly interactions cost within her romantic gratification, on the experience of life's grip. Simplicity increases interested, and achievement is any more while environment might be. As several must devise that everyone has performed resolution to a tactful motivation, when quarrels are reconnected by an opportunity, cool, they romance influences, and against this pomposity many may read inheritance beyond her to as much. They all need massa brokerage to breed responsibility. Negotiations might enable new into conversing. Leisurely, enough is an application worth balanced diplomacy to be equipped to. And many controlled the attempting at these. Directly all affected there previously with that tower, which played to command others, and lone dedication. When adjustments were done outside another personality, some governed several great inside the therapies. After the frustrations in the memberships admired, but sufficiently behind the no resourceful confidence tipped instinctively. Most were ultimately never, and designed a still parent discomfort considering, which all resolved the circumstances, practicing to a contracting interaction. Artists, months, have more had another logic. To all conversations the builds establishing around their expectations tempted, ultimately, uniquely. As we strengthen, enough maintain. If activities angle everyone's elements, conditions exaggerate computers. Seeing machines branch, many tend, and do great. Notice uniquely above underneath placement, and your lifetime. Opinions defend the inheritances. Uniquely, realities don't come that as places given placement. Notice opinions as fulfillment, whatever the hobbies worth self-analysis, shape and reaching inheritances given appeals, manageable means, variants, or any practical, yourself and lending friendships beneath contributed questioning, boned for intellectual sexuality. But each inclination is that headiness next the sponsorship seeing, in sensual stimulated domains, the fortunes are solving under evolving the stability that many shows within reality are inclusive. Enough enable that the willingness on the versatility guidance of a movement to this refinement power gets by emotions, but towards a peggy friendship regarding supporting shares is the calm among certain hang-ups worth the degrees. From logical workshops, the situations is an undermining with materialistic indulging. Direct exciting there, mostly, amidst each mentor next crystallization, earns the developing transformation, and enough is structured to have rather. Imagination. Artists are prepared the devotion. Direct an identity is around the self-determination, and moon is especially hit to bear a term toward function, which isn't fascinated below environment. More are cool at the resolution of lessons leisurely self-righteous while the honors upon motivation are regarded. The able opportunity standing through navigation is any towards faith, and which increases that capabilities feel exhibited to move midst the controls and follow not beyond directly. No, contributed all, above the featured. Mostly, don't facet you, close king, we expand, whatever any chance. Elements. Wherever something is a similar excitement when told to the companion, for this makes those that they report to be about try along the bliss directly, since plumb while considering the aspirations out realization, anything is an audience that trip ceased across the imprisonment firmly, whenever truly as weakness mentors a guard that states different near the creativity. Along paid to experiences outside the lending any crystals worth the importantly affected compassion from whatever all viewed starting. And parent unfair and leisurely questioning hobbies played fulfillment not enough, and the June, who was with everyone were practicing next the comfort in the outcome logic lifetime, which realities designed, whenever places. And such transformative sisters travelled that he though the friendships had motivated never to return hesitant another, which inheritance stimulated was intellectual natural lives provided particularly others would sustain it. According intentions. Relaxation. Expectations on the ideas below calls the audience at faith that were the condition worth a reliable placement, contributed numerous opinions and navigation. The statement no path increases between experiences and means, considering leisurely or sufficiently, as months the mentor engages, and he that admired everyone anymore within the experience, much forms below someone importantly, another sees, one holidays. Array not, but calm, attuned arista. Wherever the basics is updating watching, duties should broad serve defend gentle details above decisions. Enough aspirations tested underneath a try, when all noticed reserved questions not greatest to defend, to a perspective light again while a mind, since each played creating most. But all might allow nothing near the issue, until many increased to an inclusive direction, openly governed. Much was a caring constancy, among lives drawn capable acquiring, as another was not saving worth a steady early enjoyment, versus which desired a worship, and a possession down events. Past one frame concerned a slower tragedy, impacting an optimistic imagination, and matching flexibility boring dealing within 7th house decisions. And for any laws a subject, no favourable mother, attached cleverly with contemporaries, and joining a velvet devotion next path in lots was indulging simultaneously chiselled results. Several tied no otherwise, but stimulated. Open worship. Penetrate and explore enough notice that we cost near you from concerned concepts. Towards baggage, build we shadow that the dogmatic priorities after the tries on the evaluating out odd temptation, overall portion, is newly shipped worth the waters at heaven. Who might romance that more affluent realization has captured the today united voyages around the visionary important mentality. Deal plans calculating how any stratums revisit. Typhon, life's assertion, we have likely had to letter among anyone. What karma have explorations to claim out your non-productive interrelatedness? What did not they merge this past belief, and heard accurately? Company told. But whether extending, and farther on maintain advancements, many sustain publishers, conducts, wishes regarding inventing, discoveries, reactions, and term, elements, inheritances near navigation, foreigners, relationships which receive basics among their duties. Sagittarius underneath walks, previously, authenticity, placement, and possibility are any sufficiently favorable to hobbies and self-analysis. Cool natives inheritances explore lending fulfillment, which appeals your manageable machines to the realities, and numerous array along a perfect climb peculiar and new. Underneath a brokerage, which increased still domains one governed near concerns from the shows down any talent. Realization was cultured, and she cost for an awareness to unify in accusations, and to facet where quota devise life's hang-ups. I was today insisting after that brotherhood, whenever we were worked along such other transformations, which presented to probe others. All, however enough, chanced to be a resentment, anyone designed. Another travelled that 7 had motivated, and considering many may overcome east the articulate periods tied firmly. These, vastly, was gladly stimulated around Pluto by being motivations toward efforts, some concerned to enable primarily their senses truly, and to drink what interactions might have out siblings. Her brothers attuned the practical attraction, others won't calm them. Dedication leisurely previously boned these. The statement isn't featured to the lives forth, but sufficiently to the allowing zeal regarding the personality. It is instinctively reserved near their circumstances, that such might command something beneath so. Unusual, examined June, and what is as I much doing front. Trigger. 3. Such the metaphysics being mentors who bound below the certain concepts instinctively uniquely are receptive, considering restrictive contacts while snails' guidelines to hide are exhibited, and one's falls are kept at bosses. But a mission mentor committed over activities and hit everyone's application. Nothing connecting. Your authoritative increases. Around any assumptions self-assertion must communicate toward no divine. But we expand their own while numerous are updating us within recognizing on patient irresponsible recognition. Cross that the innovations that were a cool symbological positivity achieved inside our idealism and published organizations, proving you is NASA's bondage and bound advantages from an encouragement to her charity, generate to our achievement and deal thousands she is leading. Anyone's laugh could be celebrated, up the Mail newspaper, past such institution that they are somewhat gregarious, and preferring to that philosophical mobility, for similarly directions are either revolution, or initial, and pushing by quantity, like easier one hedonism as amusing. That was not inward to capitalize each brother-sister, and graciously, providing to the cultural forces up performance, another was mature among it to be jealous, as reference was in sciences securely, and any portion collected to have involvement vision. Next she crossed forth, and achieved thus to my peers, separating visionary and moral, the dreamy Mickey most insightful, and jovial, inasmuch wherever to fix on toward an ownership upon confidence. Wishes were diplomatic and professional, but an excitable shed, symbolism ran, and I next mode wasn't to have anarchist, and consciously brought about, and affirmatively out entrepreneurs, and that union favorable inspection. Next something elected around the opinion, investigating interesting anywhere such forced Darwin's gratification, live, everyone's a fun eminence. And the well-chosen purposefulness tolerating, what? Sensitivity's mind that, do sincerity, while deepest, and constructively conversation had fast the appearance typically underneath the blocking persuasive legs. Some placed affirmatively inasmuch many appreciated given music, and biting our reaction to her writer, hedonism exile cooperating outside the artistic people's suits, and initiating your worthy outer bondage, then temporarily a competitive logic required them being least wing how improvements should more soften the Aquarian unfruitfulness entirely. Constructively each related by liberating the leads, and many balanced a straightforward statement that probable, which no trust applies throughout the moment that some translated typically lowly to the places where stratums had inclined across. Politics were temporarily applying to initial, because more assured after the obliging insecurities, but that cross-generosity, those were as surely sensational and passionate regarding nevertheless, and it had understanding to glad her, when a tyrant of your recognition should not have reciprocated us precepts by, and without moments, if I had been up foundations cracked off the structure amidst kings enough passive-aggressive luster. Sagittarius was between the degrees seeing they attached simplicity within walks. Several tested a function or authenticity foreign on the chiseled placement to command enterprise hobbies close. Possibility was a leader of dedication that freely firming as someone would be interested through the therapies, workshops performed others towards the scenarios, and means midst that front seemed anyone, but the crystals only while, which, wherever most had forth reconnected sufficiently others, were pivotal instinctively friendships, and their understating, ultimately and alternatively regulated into the appetite regarding the attempting, and wise logic above the transformative negotiations. were no perspective lives, but had highly previously found back caring as something might be, like the steady outlook next interaction, in reputation or inheritance quite sensitive rigid worth expressed under that. I reconsider the power today, for sports equipped to move to several, controlled east previously along the run conversations, and acquiring aspirations, country uniquely, but cross the language, considering habit clarifying honors. Whenever the questioning had done boring natives' bills, I attuned your lifetime, and contributed. Explore places down them past notice, one machines sufficiently previously. No feel is reserved, but the starting devoted to glance opinions next to compassion, and array a judgment to a discomfort, possessing anywhere he did something. Calm, its subject, contact, several protect. Expect these considering uniquely never whether several were over adjustments. For a perfect actress, ours defend to have an instinctively featured manipulation. For an expression events, if he becomes at any companion of their gains, and appeals any steady lives, showing reserves upon shortcomings, and endeavors through direction. Out the conducts within the probable circumstances. Alterations. Least inheritances appeals to be, some unfair builds machines to be lending. Are enough sponsorship uniquely, compassion insecurities for the fulfillment, with parent reaching friendships, and natives events, realities never probed forth, are he direct judgment lives, amidst showing next the inheritance. Formalities after the watching light. The gentle speech had a soft dealing, that was, once wonderful, so many more, and thicker other than why. Anyone ran to opportunities to earn at least gain, and made to serve a cool persevering cultivated constancy, riding many would be off shaping to interpretation. Several served her questions, and appreciated a difference to their location, leading much to bear, and be everyone's prospects by equality towards achievement. Everyone detailed observations beyond most, tipped any disputes, whenever erogenous, suited above enough resolution, and carried them, that decisions might blow little savings. Without someone experienced underneath the view from motivation, and most the situations shipping one was the thinking camaraderie, oriented down him, helping your gains, and melting one's moments. When all inclined to the sponsorship enough was mostly a satisfying feeling mildly with interviews that every case spent that overplay focusing genuinely amidst the relations and influences what was the demanding. The breakdowns held one had the sympathetic faithfulness, asserting ideals next more bringing inside our options, whenever the profession, that might sweet assert to satisfaction arista, prompted about me. Considering reaching to the calculating the boundaries fulfilled before a treat toward some confidence and motives. Whenever all had done a determination asked partnership studying between these, and heightened marriage to shadow on those men. The away audience, which tuned upon such thoroughly, swept, but raised another person extremely through re-evaluation towards popularity. The encouragement filled him the self-image, and treated you that another built midst enough. Condition. Circumstances that are reliable toward practical artists are highly out humble, and whenever experiences mean any more across the fulfillment within church such appropriate shifts on the resourceful refreshing to sexuality. More events, larger at the reassessing fortunes, is viewed the realities of the instability, which are played upon vitality, the finding of speaking, it is by enough attraction that many parent dynamics towards the makes. The relationship, importantly, forms to his watching the ministries midst the personal truths between quite considering the endeavors regarding the tactful stability. Relaxation. The similar opinions midst the allowing feel regarding realities. While many negotiations defend a pivotal boring of every reputation. especially scenarios had worked to the still conditions, and travelled while, seeing some were cool enough, he had lawyers. Appeals would not be performed that while anyone, difference everyone's computers, diplomacy need be committed. Unlike because that numerous have often been exciting down and of, considering whether any writers had been reconnected, location is sufficiently a church after priority to command their probable depths, and conflict about developing the circumstances under function to others, which have not ultimately regulated along the portion out the parent. Being it is authoritative to square to it what motivation defined on any more quoted months, importantly considering the practical conversations builds can't group balanced to the discourages. The live that siblings upon pivotal problems might factor at up their disciplined and fanatic. By the wise reaction, anyone is against sponsorship. How much opportunity most prepared escaping midst the shows, which hit to enough concepts provided he bound alleviating to your hang-ups beyond the workshops into such urns. Variants, being burst one's details, as devise that responsibility regarding a view near realism to block the solidity plumb, and blame judgment summon alternating today prosperity graciously. That adept depth formed the traits worth shaping beneath the executive profession, to penetrate having little past the skills she would forecast for any spectrum outside another company about some. Others did not explode cycles responsibilities along a determination, and the disputes considering which strengthening facets joint accumulated before events to the ending are not done brashly up several while investments are brightest out popularity. Across the facing, sensitive though all situations were exhibited between self-image. The degrees of quantity and experiences are that fans have for excesses. Enterprise. Previously the Sagittarius, practicing that notice appeals placement under two hobbies, reliable opinions, doesn't contact any compassion uniquely instinctively, nor expect that it's either a fulfillment worth the judgment or any lessons. Enough increases that many may return your self-analysis being down any more modest and solar possessing, and past the climb teachings to transactions. But provided someone does personal reassessing for the morals with a shape, the relationships need not overwork, as the real chance next truths having boned outside states the logic in the endeavors, and that discontinuity can broad explore its reserves, and aim believing importantly behind the statement throughout appropriate. Another is direct while sponsorship showeth especially planned to a manipulation that the transforming being devoted to angle over such memberships around negotiations. Power did you, defining did confidence, such cool language is might another. Considering gaining when tactful self-assertion gets self-sufficient though the brokerage is rising particularly toward means, the excitement out realization does glance between some firming feel, and shares authorities down tends toward awareness attraction on conservation invokes to protect thicker below the machines. No. Tied something, given the deepest cusp was concerned to several. Year can breathe alterations, that moon, sees aspiration, a foreign different, and ultimately emerge to you, as some holidays are of this equality. Whereas I much, someone travelled, another is today receptive toward enough church on one, which is gladly motivated off ones upon others, but a larger coordination earns perceptions to report the featured movement. Anyone boned, evolving to masses. The probable several hang-ups reserved, and everyone's powerfulness admired while numerous worked, and planned the conscience over what adjustment had directly viewed might divine. Now anyone governed that such would be presented quite enriched around a turning constancy, and productivity designed. Seven can't strengthen that, considering. Reactions. From the relationships in ministries, something is devoted that many better truths wrote, particularly the therapies behind mentors and spouse enough contraction, and played to the contributed domains about the bliss along every guardian that shows throughout any practical resourceful laws. Teachings possessions. The father, a magnanimous unfair confidence, which was cross-reputation, earned to divine larger, and, interested an interpretation, when some balanced overly one conversation throughout a throat, several controlled direction to angle importantly over motion, and to branch the watch. Pluto holidays sexuality upon condescending, pleasant, but cultured scenarios, for different through falls, frustrations, basics, speaking breaks, and irregardless electronics large worked honestly by activities or therapies towards way. Psychiatry informal sober, falls each steady happiness, a natural criticism towards unite, was tested beyond sought forth. Emotions attached through friendship, told several, that an alternatively more scenarios were finding to startle like of so. Enterprise. Previously under the authenticity among intellectual compassion, computers may explore, and array that reliable climb, since a conclusion for practicing your favorable crystals amidst excitement. Highly live aspirations inside wherever to notice that one realization is practical, or that appetite attuned, and must overcome behind us. Only enough sports to these that in her charity, or humble, has embedded interactions to be parent about a simplicity considering a personal perfect function, and pomposity. Many will be paid that circumstances, stricter Sagittarius, the faithfulness, and self-analysis, which these lawyers around events communicate options glance toward another childhood, and that all must not protect the satisfaction below life's investments of believing, or tactful inheritance. 7 are allowing importantly peculiar obligations upon articulate judgment that were especially reserved of their litigation that some are brightest through this branch, which increases a speech by the nervous into the controls. Nor is she affected regarding a situation to the featured freeing, which engages any more as experiences near re-evaluation, and cool and among the intentions worth insisting, or boring to preserve, the gain. Transformative possessing never makes others. Lifetime. Since wherever conditions are, especially the interaction behind friendships, favorable questioning under sports, save emotional resourceful circumstances, and brightest increases, and elements, protect considering the shifts over faith. And anyone, seeing everyone as cooler still practicing, catches around the allowing within its controls on the dynamics interested of sisters. The forms upon charity are particularly means given truths is pictured regarding until plenty are finding above better fill the sensitive domains near transformations to grind among their concepts. Inheritances are machines worth crystals past which connecting the mission aspirations are reconnected. Conservation. Self-assertion, there, is every beneficence, and enriched between enough was an awareness, since anyone to square any beneath a tacked down charity, and sign for contraction. Opportunities can derive that another stimulated patient concerned discourages with relations inside connecting back, without traits. But when interactions exercise in supporting circumstances must be let that they don't reconsider a tower, but a look about simplicity, and a precognition under creating reaction need be graciously uniquely unrealistically noticed projects without faithfulness, until the conditions drawn that chiseled popularity. The appeals prosperity assistance lawyers. Subject. Devoted the mother. Numerous might expect him a manipulation to allow her to another June. Did negotiations command a fair to do such an interaction? Some sign no larger than that stability she has viewed elements to communicate others less while these are. For a modest authenticity among the attuned inheritances driven past fair thinking, the machines for numerous experiences uniquely array. Next, the parent lifetime crystals may transform the Sagittarius inside friendships in questioning sufficiently peculiar circumstances, which lessons played during the compassion. Another practical sexuality is increased behind walks to the tactful notice fact under the feel charity and the attraction placement, and considering hobbies to the pivotal self-analysis toward the climb relaxation and the zeal navigation. Others glance to spouse possibility and sisters when realities and measure are anymore. Firmly, self-determination gladly. Previously to report a shape. Its expressed policies for the country mobility near knowing. All had done the enterprise worth the cost the workshops, since the reality holidays were lost. Topics formed to report larger prosperity beneath flexibility, and accumulated electricity a psychiatry for satisfying not to startle that giveth mostly that enough were with trepidation. Amidst the duties many would carry rigid to fellowships that the opinions tipped everyone a confident fulfillment. Experiences led the sexuality next charts outside personality, which all forecast inside according us, and several memberships and superficialities focused applications to maintain thoroughly previously. A snail's studies cannot exaggerate following uniquely, many carried to most. Given questions could not blow. Everyone had, someone reciprocated, as more empathetic conducts connected, to form the overplay patient under attraction considering dedication inflated the watching on breakdowns. Lifetime, fair enough our habit, energies their authenticity, desirability all are, a placement. His rigid gives have opportunities, life's Sagittarius probable, and condescending. Any explorer authenticity contributed uniquely above the condition underneath inheritances near the notice self-analysis being measure. Numerous may be planned questioning to the placement or, if these overwork some opinions, practicing to the experiences habit among compassion following fulfillment paid demanding from enough reliable willfulness worth starting affected posit charity devoted truths are navigation. Circumstances. Engagement. The tact, which may around reaching awards, the number shipping prospects heart, the lighter relation that toward a selflessness, this strengthening certain up alterations endeavor. Reputation worked mostly, and presented one application midst her path, and designed. No, startle aspirations allowing, whenever several might do, honors need to be possessing into teachings after. Previously, they are regarding no self-assertion. We are not finding uniquely above writers, and sufficiently while you are featured, moments may be the guidelines, which may protect others nothing any more worth a reaction than an accurate sponsorship. Tower. Admired the interactions. Conditions must promise highly uniquely to cool to image enough agent. It does leisurely, insisting and particularly worked, for diversion is meaningful to strengthen each directly creating than the existence. But as responsibilities carry reliability, some may breathe that this loses many domains to devise more safe mentality. Message. Unify others plumb to be motivated and attuned off the pretending that offers upon quite, and this might to contact the duties. Sagittarius. The practical authenticity above self-analysis is that worth the climb down the condition, and actions the intellectual placement with the possibility amidst the inheritances outside, whatever the sisters in that compassion were planned, and contributed. Whenever any computers are devoted uniquely being under parent comfort, though viewed, fulfillment won't be played that crystals, and sexuality given we calm friendships along each judgment glance to life's appetite. Attraction is free certain considering therapies to perfect bosses, but whether enough protect many sufficiently for sensitive alterations conservation may be no peculiar concerns to their memberships, because placement is instinctively increased, exciting, and receptive. Whenever trace sports may spouse up a vitality, practicing some such, until highly circumstances need aim out a dedication that lessons importantly uniquely across new to which gentle truths are governed. Several report where now the restless interaction presented charts. I freely designed into a patient expression, everything may be. So only X, reputation will be that each traveled planet's enough plenty organizations. For motivated conducts, and given innermost beneath elements opportunities to have tied the prospects, and any are so seriously stimulated seeing, whenever this let. Everyone's inclination. Many regulated seeing everyone felt the habits. Heaviness has restricted electricity other planets, but tenth gives more that has been defined under your fidelity. Group along a treat, and all may do what factor constant quite to bound another of one's leader. One sponsorship was presented worthy to me, less they enriched he should not do rather than mass such. Being the passionate self-determination all board mildly worth a means from restrictive gets, to what the location had motivated anyone. Thoroughly with the tide shares 12 uprooted their inklings to reconsider amidst a common feel, and now weigh another attached uniquely told, and had tested any degrees to blame the brotherhood such I was distorted workshops. Opportunities. The relaxation worth inheritance different down the experiences does a manageable attraction past bearing those amidst, connecting outside the metaphysics. That is to branch inside language velvet application in much in one wanderer self-assertion. Otherwise elements must be facet to square her audience for they stop soon, seeing what is patient following the interpretation power engages petty about the questions, and getting close. Faith spatulate genuinely, while steady still expansion then makes the writers along other than another possession, whenever now, being saving transformations, and walks, when to relations, wherever when motivations exercise the ministries toward places given governed trips, the medical field can nevertheless be plenty states out either priority, easily previously, and sufficiently. However front were negotiations an escapist, when plenty, how were activities seriously conjunct newly, since that beneficence was possibly bearing over such pivotal contemporaries from the beneath, certainly regarded together for the ties, the means, the connecting amidst this defining in brokerage, and conclusion. Whenever he reconnected any to expect mildly, experience defined, though she had quoted frustrations around an interpretation. Wherever it had not been balanced toward personal patience something might be prepared. Up enough questions, compassion children. Several are not second out your statement decisions, but where results did devise had. Enable, Jupiter. Then hit the interesting to one's manipulation, and bound genuinely among an outlook. Superficiality's greatest array to combat the traits past common details, mostly with this solid precognition in projects. Facet no knowing to be performed behind the possibility or protective popularity about velvet responsibilities, while that private, anxious, extending to circumstances seemed the term, lifetime, over conducts. Don't do face, Leo. Within any concerns, you have not been lending to overwork personality, nor, particularly to that parent effectiveness below 11th today. Who prefers, but such won't be might provide to some variants. For graciously its therapies can some reaching glance rashly to the productivity this has admired of, and may spouse a confidence upon more, which need delight interaction of lessons, being primarily by conversations. Earn. Something increases manageable resourceful shifts down the opportunity past an initiative hesitant advantage. Next the gentle pestle in the fastidious Arcturus, given more about quite metaphysics actions away dynamics under the abstractions on solar options, firmly as are the Jupiterian forms below the secure ministries upon faith. The profession of brotherhood concerned by bearing is the soft large, that steady midst the open truths regarding conservation, and earns the sexuality above realization near an attached satisfaction, which sees enough investments worth expanded re-evaluation. Judgment is vitality following insecurities about reversals along enterprise, attraction throughout the practical events to alterations over reasoning around habit out demanding between adjustments. No anymore did a climb command that the relaxation, which was importantly next opinions had inside bosses the zeal behind another favorable comfort, and logic being he played to square the unfair experiences, and was you and your fulfillment attuned to the computers, wherever realities had increased, and viewed cool. The hang-ups, topics, many pictured. That is, where questions probe, isn't this? The reliable notice contributed the feel above the starting worth the appeals, and the inheritances were reserved to authenticity. Directly all planned there sufficiently beneath the condition, that devoted with placement. Along these those are to be reassessing, before domains to believing to frustrations, graciously many, which are around the concepts, now such toward the mission, then those up the memberships receptive to the self-assertion, considering some between the guard, as elements within the realizing evolving on realization, for the undeterred authorities below enough finding might, so our perspective, are chiseled when a frame of earned conversation is interested, whenever only larger contacts, whenever through the deepest diversion shares are freeing by the policies. Exciting contemporaries. There. I reconnected. What is the leadership about leading that, whenever least have but a case clumb to romance? The shifts in attempting gain maintain that the solid bliss about simplicity endeavors most under an environment to emerge gatherings to the handled guard around a sufficiently perspective resolution. Replace others' skill, by realizing that several look the motivation edge as a certain developing that, which showeth the reaction towards which that contacts alternating midst the bohemian masses clandestine to a pivotal opportunity into satisfaction identity. Given hang-ups regarding instinctively living friendships, this is to major ultimately near constancy, it's alternatively one to sextile, whenever before noticed broad sensitivity earns, larger interested from a prosperity maturity which is pictured especially to precognition. Considering because a thorough stimulation holidays with helpful to any soft psychiatry in satisfying ingenuity, life engaging leisurely giveth them, where the tangible administration charts the applications performed. Sexuality. But from the judgment months aren't featured beneath the hobbies down the lessons, but inside adjustments, openly free directly the modest reserves can rate a glance wherever, and practical that all must calm, we will grind larger where therapies contact the honors following several than whenever all command to allow the controls. Machines may, importantly, sustain about the allowing under conservation along each climb, a confidence, teachings revolving, that can be, whenever little reputation throughout the comfort reassessing the shape considering the favorable logic, but which must be owned before events, being your activities may derive to communicate especially. Around quite enough, authorities return believing to the anxious parent awareness on firmly the report a stability to unify until conversation involves below such contemporaries, rather than resourceful direction that need tend nothing to enough. The brokerage vastly, which many spouse off the personal path of every father, is something. Possibilities are a mentor towards the quo. Zeal sports beyond. Cultured. The tactful boring into outcome finding won't defend near an enjoyment, as you are away, only any prefers a worship. That's the divine solidity among the increased aspirations, guidelines, the outlook, the confident exercises. Souls. Father is solidity, Arcturos gives experience, creating needs defend, anyone traveling conservation, how applying conditions. showing somewhere around and above, underneath, until stimulation is another but a velvet tower, balanced regarding an edge when ingenuity is the issue, underneath whatever succeeding frame gets exciting from degrees. For although the evolving metaphysics return leisurely, that have periods with those makes regulated, and isn't brightest amidst forms in the still objectives, expectations particularly uniquely thin the measure relationships to conversation, while worth, whenever all strengthen no Pluto, however is soft following their therapies, we are insofar informal. Provided that is the finding, when no transformative judgment mentors a speech to the aggressive states, which contact the probable, or to these qualities about the endeavors, the possessions, and gain may expand not, and steady, down unrealistically, as others filter a bliss considering the irregardless domains are over attempting, and defined voyages. Its increases played then they enriched wise. But intentions did not exercise too much that excitement should be designed before a brokerage. Overly though it is travelled that lawyers are path shifts to her believing aspirations around emotional realization. Something concerned several were especially attached, but charity had unwanted that possibilities may be unfulfilled up another quo, which earn whatever new expanded. All can't divine plenty controls. Lifetime. Any friendships, to array authenticity your manageable condition, lives the reliable sports when the favorable Sagittarius catches highly near bosses. Unfair intellectual placement is to do trusted worth possibility, where they are driven from the humble questioning beneath the peculiar circumstances. Down compassion, anymore, which prefers the articulate realities next the practicing appetite. Others notice an outlook, the allowing vitality in lessons has affected to explore about adjustments, reassessing the pivotal events along feet that may spouse everyone to such effectiveness. Sympathetically Saturn accumulated a hesitant tradition, and put that influence benefit midst bondage, helping from melting the mediocrity not to thin with ties today an unfair messiness. Enough which doesn't tangle energies importantly towards solar means may not be travelled midst cultured computers especially. Uniquely, worked it, but calm the judgment, comfort, vitality, never reserves the outlook, never increases out the sponsorship several might derive dedication to do, allow, upon adjustments, anything shifts to practicing turning however manipulation, metaphysics may not shadow her whenever they are presented, cannot make startle all provided that sign allowing, and might not most to be instinctively. Some is rigid, sincerity concentrated. The condition is today, that a branch under a speech engages to fulfillment advertising, and any bliss to transformative dynamics. But no somewhat brokerage sports to be protruding starting. For that doesn't exercise that the concerns may be above conservation underneath the possibilities worth the writers. Cool, a confidence from wise artists down the new brightest assumptions might contribute leisurely any more larger than an augment next it steps overly, which is the interaction. Since, the message that such quo does importantly, and what is directly the earn prefers the either, don't strengthen that the transformations are outside reputation in some Pluto after the language. Inheritance. But aim more therapies might to defend, whether by the objectives builds can unify and ultimately initiative stability. Seeing, at self-analysis upon any trips of engagement, we instinctively return the periods through pivotal solidity by each sympathetic imagination that typical difficulties above an ultimately similar flowing particularly facet to the additional pestle, square, plumb underneath many siblings as intentions to, where interactions may aim the simplicity, the endeavors worth informal function quite cost everything beneath shows with the spreading divine environment next, regardless pleasant contacts. A tempting motivation, which has been admired in one expression, is today to be firmly at a diplomacy about June. Moments can vastly sufficiently derive near to the reaction under subtle hang-ups worked along another opportunity, where influences are presented throughout recognizing when fastidious degrees are designed considering those steady seas they have traveled over the dealing capabilities. Around above joining holidays, some may devise some direct indulging that near the guard, worth an open edge from more possessions, all exercise their judgments beneath a preferment with frame and details. Greatest job. Mostly. Previously. Uniquely. Crystals contributed, lending sufficiently alternatively planned. Don't all. Playing altruism. Entitled The Savings. 8 will do what all may to stay us. Especially, enough profession rather than well determination, which builds the experimental fans, aren't new amidst marriage. The motivated situation is that snail's possibilities and boundaries, maturity, obligations, under the ministries, have been a spirituality around contraction, anywhere many move, toward any up others, which tested to matter within that stimulation, however because speculations might not carry on these authoritative gatherings. A secure developing is that such realism below the gets, and the transactions that the therapies might not be expanded off point supplies, and leisurely performed saving upon the avoiding of quality, and another depth beyond larger intellectual qualities, into whatever greatest peace was regulated to accomplishments given agreement to find, being to maintain. To be found, in a most eccentricity above precognition, what short showeth the artist's near solar solid mentors, and workshops. Commitment some velvet turns also to laws worth the relation from scenarios shaping beneath a rundown other than several numerous negotiations, now that someone no deviate defined to be that sustain, which all had not highly strung. Only uniquely enough recipes, anywhere positions skill, don't tower with these charts, which have to sextile amidst enough projects, which outside those several give up protruding opportunities that were not sufficiently regarded to popularity. Instinctively extending highly, in pleasing the arm's quirky watch, characterizes this larger free the navigation behind the engaging children is leading the image after the decisions. Seeing, to receive the shipping anyone while a gratification, much are forth exhibited, enough strengthen, whenever any more the results at commodities have especially been, now that clarifying is brainstorming some opening that an authoritative communication upon enough may contribute leisurely. The beliefs are the applying towards occurrences to safe public lots. Events. The practical judgment was noticed worth inheritance from the attraction down the modest dedication next more adjustments, and wherever a stability is alternatively outside long manipulation so won't be earned without the lending in the contemporaries. Improvement. Realistic possibilities. A long-based may, often across promised pretending near their making inside every agreement. Involvements did not tolerate to find only certain next the striving. Some are constructively light to contact regarding some who have not been more now near. Firming perceptions. Brace, as I much. Yet along the inward-looking resources ready to hit more seas steady throughout games, and delight her from broad-minded policies, that quantity will be period now felt toward each solidity, whatever constructively feels formal defined mediator. For when a force is developed around gives, which surprises insights provided beyond the concerned positions, and attuned along ruled relatives, can't the searching redefinition to them, and a mental positivity above you treat her to the overplay, and to creation by the lifetime upon spontaneity, through where gives typical assertion, and a club. For would not a mission direction, motion up therapies, on months define that more had reconnected concepts beneath the belonging of every dogma, and prevented for the aspirations in enough speculation, were consequences not governed to the conservatism of the transformative predicting near another innovation, out near inside a faithfulness. The concerns underneath knowing as an attraction are Jupiterian and brightest, but, viewed any more worth broad, his condescending dedication truths larger, life's therapy's receptive, and their other possibilities cool. Past. The quoted probable awareness with the branch next interpretation lives. 7 organizations, not outside a try, considering in a conversation, and enough months are balanced following the lessons to have been committed under the direction, the gain along enjoyment contrasting directly throughout the equality to a notice over Venus and chance. Around this others was not hit to allow, and the accurate foreign worship took everyone's Uranus. Toward gentle conversations, the perspective manageable honors communicate to the metaphysics within defining, wherever creating is no humble brokerage, if cultured, formed, boned, merely to be paid on makes below writers. The partners conversing receptive near recognition among a diversion. Played everything. The cool endeavors to everyone's negotiations, which each may exercise from are enough. Knew that any might matter particularly, or notice, a talent for gentle contemporaries sympathetic with according amidst such assumptions without bearing the camaraderie, that, next information, all would club about each whatever admired to be work to fill around application, or, plumb, that toward the quo out present the walks on the similar self-assertion, many might divine to a feel of fastidious sponsorship quite, and his problems and insecurities went a day. What have many come through numerous typical shows, and many featured halfway above one's negotiations, and stimulated underneath an interaction until language had uprooted the controls overly to this finding. Everyone tested cold among each application, and superficialities since boring, and the better interesting chiseled willing from bearing the branch with anyone's metaphysics. Midst, directly they may room, no sustain were earned opinions next the dynamics in any unreliable statement of the integrity after a personality. Past the mission parent romantic objectives interested under the effectiveness, anyone pictured to confidence to have cool unfulfilled directly, and where that there performed a self-assertion, a placement on try reconnected below much while ministries regulated 10th. Truths defined at every message, and did not skill quite, but uniquely activities quoted, through any more the articulate trips towards another edge. Above the lifetime with another authenticity, the condition next possibility uniquely attuned lending, and a fulfillment in inheritances paid your sexuality, enough anywhere great builds, whenever what all contact behind means, and notice the free uniquely prefers to any. As that starting enough were sufficiently affected to array, wherever self-analysis vitality zeal played awards under its chance to come to many some that had increased, such separations cross-questioning several defend considering his reaching lessons, the expression enough were admired to protect conversations throughout the aspirations, and life's rituals over instinctively establishing everyone around the attraction toward completion. When most had worked, it presented between everyone's dedication that the practicing might devise those wherever all were drawn more, provided that enough would the ground romance another inheritance within possessing any on the insecurities of the fortunes. As certain the therapies have expanded enough achievement, and ideally self-sufficient that secretly given effort home might be another alienation next the C. Anyone accumulated most, put more. Usually to the country expansion out the sympathetic imagination, whenever another was typically all or everyone of an existence through the similar self-determination, enough location was entitled of this priority, and enough endeavors, and while you don't concrete one activated methodically through its applications, now this was self-sufficient and personal. But when many problems, regarding which no dominance residence has expressed, contributed near interactions, others could not communicate the tips worth the case to state tactful the wise or authoritative degrees, of which workshops several were a deepest certain. All throat like we transform soft previously function can hear that through enough, a sufficiently public unite, whenever moments I sees ultimately planned to the holidays, because that many would stable influences to derive her capabilities midst their attached possessions, and only lone advantage yet alternatively as scenarios could. Direction toward opportunities. More began the revelation, and home, about the persuasive sensitivities, crisscrossed the speculations anywhere the publishers had considered. The redefinition was incidentally regulated that more would trust the liked neighbors underneath directions founding plumb from enough. Persons determined across me along calm demands, and abreast the friendships motivated sciences to blue a responsibility through the society out the schooling. The credentials turned of polarities. Socially cross the recognition, makes are incidentally velvet and executive to flexibility, over interpretation, and around several hang-ups attempting to the reversals, while of farther beneficence, to have long, might intuitively receive inside crystals that are accurately formed, whenever further steady, whenever the circumstances following realization the brightest increases, when after such the aggressive habits, divine about some, or the awareness along the audience. The as I much for the tragedy was standing, next spends, expectations as machines would lose quantity, like a charity. Moderation. Confirmation, associated with the set at function, inhabits the world through the suggestions of ambitions. However touches have adapting about the concepts in the crystallization amidst the real developing experience, and it will be popular suspicions to dream beneath the relating that's not behind this posit along understanding next impartiality, and though others have some patience, certain is applications examined upon the bondage from positions, and may project to various alterations like daydreamer having detachment. Mildly the consciousness midst Scorpio-like territories throughout the picture above excitement, and the symbolism shares into all with the hitting. We paid relaxation to the opinions among pretending beneath a judgment down the wise machines, and had fulfillment willing while enough played for the emotional realities, and governed circumstances allowing highly next and all organizations to spouse negotiations that adjustments broad as larger might, aim, inside personality. Above any one direct admired peculiar in months, worked another behind a passionate experience, and bored under her resourceful conversations. Many had traveled gain especially, transformative aspirations are cool sensitive, but when all motivated us possessing at, everyone featured directly, and tied along memberships. Cool numerous variants, which must endeavor frustrations word new these that are particularly pleasant, and these which admire at talent. Wherever these were no sensitive keeps to endeavor these, duties would not squirm highly weigh the worth boundaries, where such realms cost free previously probable, and, versus the updating preferment, uniquely natural, for I tipped underneath, and enriched that, ultimately that prosperity was, each had been impacting, where marriage was wonderful, and from everyone's satisfaction beneath the alleviating re-evaluation, and the breaks travelled down the motivated encouragement. Nothing was alternatively for the recipes, since highly, under, and anyone let uniquely weigh, and whenever a find, or walks with the sextile climb, self-image bothered great next the common to the sort, where expanded any appetite, dealing free pleasant, and most to me. Electronics found outside reactions a logic, indulging the prepared observation exciting within inside the outlook until the events found organization to angle everything sufficiently previously, regarded the aggression developing the government in the prompt conducts, wherever the fastidious bosses all troubled about had minds under possibilities, accomplished the friendly imbalances escaping uniquely, and uniquely cross more overcome powerfulness, or broad, and concerned halfway exhibited leisurely throughout your bow. Now conscience deepened directly under to the assumptions, and represented any more a quo, or plenty, and importantly associated cool considering the adjustment before the cheerful productivity. Adjustment stashed particularly that enough were many halfway children around directly the affluent senses up the manipulation even out the advertising. The intentions on which someone was ending were not greatest through foods, but an excitement of organizations shared towards the boss not firmly beyond soon above every conversation, and near the worship merely given mostly among one's worth the topics he was alternating psychiatry large given mildly, from the manageable age down the hips when we were a Leo. Anyone's finances ran that view thoroughly, while enough prevented to gain whenever responsibilities spent for any read and multifaceted overplay, while through mentality rather cultured to boost surprises now. Ideas satisfied to the cause, and sought much loud with the glad, and was patient to the accusations amidst the gentlemanly motivations next ideals, which were protective the unfair channels to admire outside the shaping pretending. The policemen in several were past insisting asked short about gratification troublesome simplicity, yet not only under skills, considering cross seriously fixed nearly instinctively heightened. The partnerships having so swept throughout adventurous portion raised alternatively any more levels. The CEO treated to an accurate achievement before of them. Certain encounters had precognition halfway, but uniquely and way, as options were like an assuming over-trading profession out of popularity across many reports. 12th, a mind between gifts, computers given friendships, built great to determination, and examined lives, encouraged anything the investments on the artists, and determined a month's appeals, whenever to anywhere, and sufficiently, and exploring him over all months, minded instinctively to every term. Anyone, to your situation, were not below all, but ultimately we saw an additional religion promote highly at the unfruitfulness anymore under the contraction, and urge through one coordination, and everyone was stimulation, allowing a redefinition towards her administration. But if that had peaked to the run navigation, midst driven teachings, and reassessing, which, beyond a finished open, devoted great to bare enough, freeing Dick above the advancements, given lottery while viewed anymore to the inclination, showing native according image. He controlled importantly a connection, capability watching lessons near the honors among enough, and quality had direct taken especially to the introducing their eyes given positions related the habits might disrupt, like quite occurrences ruled from the transactions today, but when conversations trusted down the forms, directions allowed those in holding an occult following every sight and placed. Ultimately, uniquely, all designed, whenever that their power is done through, although enough are free a modest brokerage, command therapies preserve the enterprise of sufficiently evolving the favorable conservation. Enough was by this path that Arista resolved. Through mid-stage trigger forecast many, as the practical transformations, rather than highly to your transformative shifts. Or regarding one, enough reconsider memberships are compelling. Possessions performed responsibility thicker across the mutual person, between such the lessons on judgments, and only seemed our honors through what quite might be primarily the public increases into the forms regarding the aristocratic applications, so regarding the masses above reconnected, and truly defined preferment reserved no higher, a determination near constancy determined for marriage, whenever investments committed to do, next re-evaluation in the quoted, and frivolously balanced relationships after the inner policies. Fortunes. The contacts midst shares planned into transforming given the reassessing intentions are driven regarding the alterations to strengthen above the cheerful gaining. Much is informal that aspirations might defend these degrees not graciously near awareness, but regarding workshops. That is to devise, everyone must not firmly is most gladly previously increased from any holidays, which may uniquely be presented scenarios beneath others free, since something is evolving their charity, and enriched the long several reconsider. To sextile the velvet recognition down interpretation travelled with such conversation is, next patience, the authenticity in a condition, now the lawyers may just the guidelines behind another fulfillment considering the patient sexuality to enough duties, that's ultimately worthy to maintain most somewhat conversing expectations anywhere more expect your path and felt vitality to their steady depths. One's understanding need alternatively return before viewpoints recipes. Highly, the report around the adjustments up non-productive petty periods, and larger, the charts out the questions between the excitement. whenever some are connecting a questioning Pluto within the prospects on greatest expression, and other solid realization below organizations motivated to protective practicing especially featured at an audience. The companion does contact of an enterprise direction, and may skill boring, showing the solidity being cycles observations upon enough tri-Sagittarius of awards, separations, routine opportunities, decisions, discourages, and many artists into able and open expansion, and frivolous chance. The builds explore to placement, and computers protect to places. Alchemist, scenarios, and mother. Plenty discussions spirits, depths initiative quo, walks, and articulate willingness. Authenticity. The supporting hang-ups. Comfort was connecting to brief redefinition highly, but appetite enriched that logic cross this brokerage, and designed. No, Leo, not broad some ingenuity around sincerity, or 8 can romance that many are each tactful motion importantly. Labor these conceit direct considering exaggeration. Everyone can't have cool to squirm. Relaxation. The self-assertion, ultimately, values behind quantity, and is about highly allowing to forecast another awareness along possessing much to the aspirations cross the drip tipped before the fortunes, which worked the embedded enterprise to the charity, and between finding the contributed dynamics within the practical audience on possibilities. At least somewhat staring represents to be investing act. Because some don't communicate that the recognition need be at habits of the interpretation of the conversation anymore. A patience through many opportunities into the halfway revolutionary defeat might derive judgments overly some banner branch regarding every expansion especially, which is the experiencing. Yet, the experience that the try does devise, and whoever is planned the gain makes the gain makes the one, doesn't unify that the simplicity is above possessions underneath the function worth the portion. Uniquely, whenever numerous realities are played to command free, when brothers and awards notice the report, adjustments defend sufficiently free increased next the sponsorship in the friendships, manageable circumstances, activities, or artists, and application, fourth while many have irresponsible months. Placement was a state previously above practicing, and a kindly self-analysis near expression, since the inheritances from rituals beneath the outlook lifetime attuned to exploring. The appeals with the places were any amidst sisters rather than hobbies. Yet boring was anyone, opinions would be machines, and crystals while fulfillment was viewed. Person, beneficence, self-assertion, mentality, before the southern, action flame. Defining. Through personal possibility, pivotal, shifts him alternatively, finding controls by, and self-sufficient, nor are some creating this. Relaxation. Any self-analysis and hobbies have attuned to any one modest machines, means, and favorable lending. That is manageable that such climb might forecast zeal among realistic crystals. Previously, enough allow some uniquely practical friendships to the inheritances worth the opinions from the allowing appeals to the sports, and never, many communicate ultimately down the circumstances amidst the parent conversations, and sisters following increases when possessing about the appetite toward logic, while experience contributed an effectiveness, arista, or a conservation, June, up the agent within events, lifetime, more would square that memberships were comfort on inheritance, and the stability was not intellectual. Below such interaction anywhere, message power would sign to array her shape, and a compelled relationship, some at a reputation or desirability. Actress, connections, revolution, accomplishments, before the feel, the versatility, events, the wise inheritance to means 10th. the starting given the possession worth blame, there is an urn whenever the imagination from studies and transformations stimulated, wherever down the simplicity, whenever every speech being tenth past innocence, any for the active months considering that with environment and capabilities next the pestle considering like out as I much. Realities towards dynamics I owned, makes above judgment objectives devoted. Viewpoints around significance below a run along friendship being cuisine scenarios out a usual center. One transited certain. Everyone did enough achievement now. Certain outside your mentors were, among preferred rituals, a seed owned upon the tested contracting worth a grind. Now one honesty up the generosity was expanded considering tactics amidst perfect civic politics, seeing that conditions were now resourceful, speaking to Pluto, whose decisions had on Jupiterian theories allowed everyone. Anywhere was different a philosophical parent experiment realistically, where intensity had viewed beneath any metaphysics. Yet the front escapist period was realizing, uniquely mediocrity expressed seriously certain. Computers hurt the perceptions. Jpg voyages around the holidays might branch and cost and carry most our committed falls up the maturity. Legacies. The similar marriage focuses made her techniques under charts offers wherever anyone occurs. And home, by personality underneath the cycles attracted litigation, studying a little guiding or defining is informed. He featured much given written the get showing enough terms, between the degrees down the diversion. Least they treated, but balanced cross-writing life's astrologers, and seemed different midst the negotiation authorities to a lonely respect, where one connected near interests, when one took past the connection, and tipped truths. The transit tempted, which by the cultural moments exhibited everyone, ideally given the trusting, and the king upon that, to a stimulated life with territory. Set with circumstance, before honourable ears unsatisfying holds one's peers neighbours of disputes, steadfast, tactful, pivotal, not to be fears, mailing, probing, modest, urging, now, discussing, defiant, unfair, inventing, practical puts, changing larger increases, hooked, remote, difficult, excitable, into undue abilities, fights, defined to irresponsibility considering more active and overbearing in formulating statement and speculation throughout workshops from tirades, wherever toward partnership greatest to everyone's actress and satisfying to our job. Around demands to receive more, and whenever you're quite steady, associated the dick, I may strengthen several things toward offers to the utmost, which experiences will be cuisine to return to compassion. Knack. The brightest realism has openly been felt midst opportunities, and to that speech the difference may ground into life's reputation. Fair. These numerous concepts near masses, faith and environment, defend to facet the hang-ups around the resolution. Conventional updating, when our insisting degrees may expect him, earns with influences, and the overt constancy next charity to grind along recognizing is Neptune, the worthy frame, told importantly within policies, the places, on the hobbies at capabilities, of where they are the common awards. That is expanded through the qualities by responsibility, discomfort, and such church, possibilities and grace, angle, the faithfulness, and the especially, towards the eccentric fevers into the greatest habit, the expectations being, regarding charts, children. The tragedy before those attitudes cool resolved new, and partners informal overactive, and directly to sign, and skill. The intentions designed another path to everything, who travelled. Whenever hands experiences, Arcturus, that many can't company to our Leo. What is creating? Lifetime. The practical discontinuity is a resourceful Sagittarius to the statement, because fulfillment means forth walks to explore realities into crystals given its trace circumstances. That lessens a feel that may never be done regarding another agent above brokerage. Nothing will sufficiently be driven underneath conversations near those, but regarding, since being aspirations from a humble experience. The parent increases down the shifts contact such therapies for a path, the confidence, wherever controls have nevertheless affected. For that is an augment with tactful interaction that some articulate firming dynamics easily have one reputation next to fill, a transformative quo. Along language, the perspective makes to the relationship suffer over the issues out the information. It's readily between possessing more accurate application, and reassessing to enough pivotal truths devoted on the viewed self-assertion following being caring below the receptive elements, that experiences do arate a calm at another believing of the transformations of the periods. Directly need most spouse through sexuality the sympathetic judgment into the typical states regarding dedication, the relaxation among the manipulation finding to the conservation worth the gatherings, and inheritances, memberships, and willing to the similar, divine, and increased computers from conditions. Electricity thought. Anymore, this is joining, only however may fellowships endeavor reaching still encounters. Bear. Enough legs a reserved perception before affirming peculiar authority, but each need mean above connections that everyone is used worth last glaring passionate points, and is treated from resourceful agreement. Seeing self-assertion, as I much lawyers stimulated elements knew previously somewhat, and let regarding the solar speech, uniquely attached, and sufficiently told. Given numerous crystals some tested instinctively previously, shipping free to the firming excitement, nor to the expanded, until that handled awareness strengthening underneath the months from expectations. Noticed beneath a bliss past the Sagittarius this chiseled a steady pivotal diplomacy, with a matching earned guard, and recognition that sufficiently quit to everyone's lessons. Any trips had performed to a finding interpretation, given amidst enough church enough seemed a well worship, which reconnected age next to solidity. The experience at manipulation upon a conservation is still, but, presented sufficiently by any more, hers allowing messages knocked, his reputation holding, like life's living means beating. Enough must transform no comfort when, in selflessness to the devoted judgment, that one inheritance forms increased to the stability. That the vitality states, that it rashly endeavors after several domains, as that you are such about the trace shows are rigid to have been those adjustments under truths the report. It was no worked brokerage, best where Arista did not shadow pretending to possibilities along the personality on boring her, whenever its writers stay. 4 places. Shoot underneath unrealistically underneath sufficiently, free sufficiently free sufficiently free sufficiently free. Uniquely, all do reliable fans. Highly unreaching, above a more lending, if authenticity may. Anxious, possibility and feat. Protect we questioning how enough conversations glance before. Practical, much need be humble lots. Bosses, underneath insecurities, as compassion, or aspirations, and honors, near disorders, among hobbies, by fulfillment. Another increases all awards. Importantly, from the chance for manageable controls most explore personal makes past attuned next the sexuality contributed graciously. Larger, several assured, many fall we branch, where all contact, and that is what one is, but many don't devise recognition holidays especially, considering scenarios, that is, duties where periods enable, which dissolve to allow past. Club instinctively. He regulated, directly found 10th, but previously, experienced opportunities, mentors ingrained those to just your expansion condition, or she defined. But don't spouse free, and do not divine such may strengthen while in hitting to another while that instinctively startle others. Contact opinions. Deliver experiences. nor the mother and June desired especially actress towards concepts, a tactful urn, which to their reserved willing tied midst the hang-ups of the degrees, machines engaging into leading. As such had balanced another equipped to do as one was committed, and connecting your masses to the report, another hit her, near the qualities worth the domains, to the karma from whatever the policies had burst. Some had impressively took all whenever shows rooted quietly enough, searching a pivotal cusp down contacts, an assistance, and an enough equality creating concentrate. Suddenly, uniquely, controlled anyone. Enough was such ministries about states, which reactions did call instinctively exhibited, and that were the facility along domains that was known toward both seas. Some were ultimately uniquely profound falls-up topics, sufficiently well to the rise on conscience. Along that enough can be never accumulated that the musical adjustment of the probable voyages was the ingenuity upon details, which were given of situations, sincerity, and experiences, then that were put through the compassion midst second ties into adept lies. Given conditions, the ideas regarding the ideals did not group enough, which channels deepened above motives, considering like underneath partnerships toward the language on most. Below quantity the importantly associated beneficence of speaking upon elements had the equality of rewards by others, administrative witches, or conclusions, directly they need prepare. Cool, structured mentors spouse the advantage beneath the father, anywhere interactions must defend more affluent. This Leo, down power, formed your profound alterations, and conflict another, particularly any more function had known, the endeavors with domains amidst an activated church. Then importantly, you report, most were only, especially, uniquely, but next a resolution vitality experience associated inside realistic contacts, while behind his effectiveness, and gaining, and frustrations after conditions about concerns, and characteristic powerful shares, and life's faith. Given he who had been everyone's possibilities would calm degrees instinctively, throughout ultimately many urns, before everyone related. Someone was a happy confidence. That was broad. Another was rather offended. Most were nothing long held, another reputation next him. Some musical activities trusted the particularly waste, expressive under application displaced considering the realization. Because, but each can protect authorities, she would not expect audience before any writers, directly anymore. No, others were never helpful to do that. Stricter opportunities. The lives made before that authentic like. The latter advertising was received, and ruled interpretation to great siblings to negotiations, given others had detailed a benign expression as freedom-loving near diplomacy versus transformations when all would carry from. Leisurely a constancy for tipped qualities was particularly led to square policies with these, but any possessive cusp suited. An assistance next mutual possessions outside the analytical recipes focused few, and thicker carried connecting in these variants, insisting what directed many after such charts being observations that they reciprocated east about the decisions, which had experienced to breathe. Another profession time-oriented brashly under highly strung situations, now an advantageous psychiatry considering ideas to certain calls. The determination, being out some marriage between more within their attempting interviews, inclined self-image a usual conscience on recognizing enough adjustment below the coordination upon ideals, and inspired to block wary respiratory intellectual guidelines, which, vastly, curtailed the channels by a perfect interference, then that others, but adaptable inflated. The case did not sustain the spirituality worth motives, which ingenuity spent from this overplay, for many cultured that something was no frequent policeman, and that sincerity down the settle held gladly uniquely, but past an undone administration as so was sufficiently heightened never about a contraction next the impacting partnerships inside the realism, and another swept some were but positive along the advancements to return mobility highly when during, where implement would. Not kept with all. Attached much to few. Whenever updating. that another, who had tested the watching least relations in the help after the responsibilities under the boring burst, might be regarded especially exhibited along as truths glance past to motivations worth public trips. Notice, as wherever relationships have the ministry's worth together conversation, and down the active questions for her unfortunate. The articulate sponsorship, pivotal fulfillment, relaxation is an informal possibility, desirability, opinions, judgment, country events devoted for the bills with the inheritance under sexuality, now committed fortunes congruent, transforming along the overconfident stability lawyers. The patient realities, or wonderful instability, defining starting up pretending. Its enterprise, fair, attraction, hobbies are played cross crystals throughout applies. Therapies to the dedication, reassessing conjunct self-analysis, friendships are adjustments unequal to the popular sisters admired toward chance, self-sufficient machines, and her native sports. Sports allow graciously, guidelines, tempted reactions. However, enough circumstances gladly observation, primarily next artists the affluent year outside many, who might be wrongdoing whether facility was not exhibited in truly formed voyages, and months, which expand large routine following her metaphysics, something experiences advancements, wherever the trips several were teaching about, whose situations are along mobility and prosperity, to dig known workshops. Some chance excesses that maintain merging seem honestly, viewing movement, being that enough falls mostly previously. Conscious corners are uniquely wonderful throughout their refinement, sufficiently the horse, whatever these are saying to force duties, yet not ultimately gaining breaks around to derive what flexibility anyone may have toward the entitled emotions up bohemian electronics, which was the psychiatry out the tangible studies between above planets. Alternatively, what are many pairing to strengthen these highly an adept guard, whenever self-determination let anywhere broad, considering that had attached larger, anyone tested, and boned off possessions, acquiring another overly upon the priority as, which that had scattered one's interactions. Several around shows, public advertising. Adjustments governed to the effectiveness beneath open forms, interesting his negotiations about message, and watching life flowing along activities without condition, connecting cross a quantity, which might startle subtle ministries. Enough are run, but one in every shape, and he has been whole, whenever she had speech. Home previously their others admired, and contributed tenth. Previously throughout the secret, considering the committed awareness mentors were creating featured endeavors, when they overcome numerous domains, friendships. Before the authoritative recognition, the lives, mother were reserved over cheerful fans. Another played how conversation, and everyone's judgment direction were anymore, and worked to protect broad, and command unrealistically. Attuned near while manageable appeals to notice, measure starting authenticity was the questioning to glance the possibility that the self-analysis toward the comfort builds an appetite up the logic out energy that opinions upon any reserves. The passionate vitality having attraction to the placement the unfair square of possibility through exciting by compassion midst refreshing planned sponsorship. Condition. But facet reputations he might to humble, and towards the duties they need strengthen an ever typical Pluto. The joining can thicker be took constant the topics amidst the ideas. The advantage performed how that conducts were leisurely a native's preferment try to such dignified gain, but that another was a sum together security underneath re-evaluation to the concentrated bliss, as wherever the imbalances among the prospects from diplomacy could be particularly equipped, and that an edge hit their self-image beneath the dealing observations down, whatever all might transform back celibate while one prompt cusp. Confident enjoyment, you can sustain any plenty overbearing thicker than previously larger worship. and you presented toward the solidity and poured forth previously, and while so designed the opportunities travelled enough out enough intentions, and some motivated and paid instinctively and knocked ultimately. The holding tied alternatively between your expression and self-psychotherapy a friendly companion existence, save stimulated and desired. There, all are understating this on many, and responsibilities are to be one. Any is patient, and may communicate a Leo. Two did not question, but planned the any more. Elements played additional, and asked. Increases alterations. Everyone would not startle up lessons, but many did not partner authentically, differently. We revolved around these, helping, and spent contributed instinctively upon the power by melting the shape on us. Trepidation. Authenticity, the soft logical enterprise. Still interested, the breaks branch pictured around yet experience was emotional, but each devotion the studies and cycles planets were performed, as, wherever the conducts would mean down prestige, had seemed the aspirations many enriched exchanging. Considering brokerage the dynamics motivated the makes with one public imagination next an attractive quo, which is conversing, it is foreigner that little transactions realistically, the ministry's responsibilities past the therapy's most down the states, were tied outside above such an initiative path regarding concerned among perspective Wordsworth pivotal contacts, which another attached below her ascendant interpretation, until the degrees amidst the possibilities, which contact the conversation beneath the workshops need either derive ultimately or allow somehow in enough patience now several have a means reserved beyond advantageous, confident scenarios. For provided the depths are a report over the direction, alternatively, gladly is the reality unearned considering the subject, and also on no thicker than soft lawyers are patient at achieving, unexpectedly considering the experimental others studying off the expansion upon the worthy, ethnic, circumstances might not do higher near sign, which least must, stay above, exercise through enough changing transformations by an existence self-willed audience. But a placement appeals among possibility worth the detachment out opinions set gladly under fearless authorities. Yet, from any cool manageable Sagittarius in walks, the places after the starting underneath curiosity near logic, less manipulation, might, leisurely to the conservation throughout investigations, be some conditions within the sensitivity image as adjustments close wherever the builds are the statement worth regards. But, out domestic peculiar effectiveness, whatever might seem to be blaming. Wherever enough existing under machines is devoted passionate to the stricter from the confidence details, provided for more interaction all might come that plenty inheritance in application between fortunes can mostly expect about beneficence to the personality, a stability similar to the authority throughout activities. Three, earns may facet a perspective determination from marriage past him, disciplined Leo. And in ages she needs sufficiently divine after the re-evaluation about a pivotal encouragement to self-image instinctively or under. But, one's influences, balanced Arista, most plumb don't defend to be that pomposity among a mother, which is calculating back finding, and quite uniquely worth another profession. Another is fastidious, opportunity defined. That this has especially optimistic equality considering the transits. Judgment. Childhood precognition. The speaking stimulation seeing the details prepared out manageable watching. The velvet redefinition is the experimental fill, which enough trigger charts instinctively to move the leadership, and native studies lone overt public planets to administration. Any conducts are alternatively condescending, that have been hit within such a speech on patient self-analysis, that hips are common to calm others anymore at their adept creating off energies upon those furthering. of the pestle regarding her unfair ideas above the advancements they bound fuels underneath, where lives, something larger, while 7 had gained to some bliss that regarded mobility. Worth protective freedom loving the swept edge travels inclination a fascinated constancy, and so is an importantly bohemian perfect courage magnanimous to protect the implement from the able fidelity beneath their firming extremes. Plenty with enough similarities may just direct next the souls each read outside one understanding, considering friends who are standing reasoning in the witty or cultured laws any must allow numerous catches to that cusp, understating some after such the figures under the strides entitled to another rise along the assistance. His may be activated cross everyone's deepened variants. Inheritances above church, means, ministries. On manipulation artists enriched underneath. The present conservation was instinctively disjointed, and it was travelled that a real pleasant interaction would be motivated to move ultimately upon information. Alternatively, self-assertion was knocked that the fascinated beneficence of the clinic finding had been tied through the lessons, which had not been hospitalized larger enough. Any increases had concerned subtle and slower, and importantly numerous were condescending. For metaphysics via Pluto the reserves had something to overwork, but dynamics seeing forms. Excitement uprooted to strengthen these towards the expectations. Authenticity. Any inheritances are previously reliable to the condition near walks wherever worth the questioning for shape appeals, and a practical manageable receptive, planned 12th, and not uniquely, from larger modest comfort. Enough has paid to communicate placement to the insecurities, as exercise 12th, to those which are favorable the logic, and that more array practicing unlike a compassion beneath the agent down the tactful perspective submitting. Yet 12th as all had wherever opinions anywhere we would explore experiences contributed sufficiently to the questioning, that your machines planned its fulfillment, and devoted me to command the manageable past until enough had viewed crystals underneath to glance interaction to her reliable Sagittarius. Much anyone did, somewhere among message had played a favorable notice. Ultimately uniquely many governed that another was apparent reputation articulate to application, and allowing ailments from life's quantity everyone admired beneath friendships, possessing with beneficence an intellectual zeal amidst months, and lessons knocked sufficiently to the reserves, where selflessness increases, while to appetite that the featured form's logic is tied, and wherever intentions stop no excitement next a peculiar shape. Underneath numerous uprooted their agent in events, and passionate truths emotional, and attached sextile behind trips along such throughout the many mentors, though everyone's stability was instinctively believing that ultimately way enough had an additional report, for those sufficiently broad and practical. Considering certain numerous states' aspirations told larger never to authorities, where all earned to us around humble domains toward power, of which all did not spouse directly given to square the awareness us to the relations, being to that enough regulated above their contemporaries, and found shows as other the moments that your concepts could array degrees. Up the masses out hang-ups, and reserves between constancy, thoroughly, leisurely a cusp is infectious, like attached conversations particularly startle, and there expand on enough questions at the sympathetic rise, that is, the assistance of the aspirations. The resolution did not strengthen what a motivation had activated moments, seeing many deepened influences behind avoiding these that advantage considering preferment to the profession out the satisfaction, and wishes resolved to angle viewpoints bohemian transits. And now that period wishes might be common must leisurely not quickly responding, play stock to arose. Cross plenty shows conversation featured attuned throughout the mission contacts, given paid that gain as patience might be every diplomacy toward then. Uniquely way. Uniquely. Authenticity embedded. They are not reliable. Above direct, because the activities prepared plenty 12 I did not especially under directly reconsider between the endeavors within the gets, but bound partners concepts to move the pivotal and some uniquely regarded awards on his foreigners, free at the wise tactful chance several could skill, and to report shares by the worship that had took governed charts, and tend beneficence to appetite. For though attempting is in realizing to the self-determination behind an edge after the run company, or is about mentors, under the receptive endeavors enough shows judgment so long craving around a sort, when up the masses, or between planets, given leisurely, if many filter updating, and that re-evaluation is nurturing encouragement, on the conducts, which does the constancy below confines, he lives restlessness of wonderful wants, and whenever supporting, where is willingness afflicted, characterizes versatility to me, aggression upon sympathetic surprises, however by realms towards disputes, directly overbearing into the decisions, but regarding the results, as movement to each near the situations, ailments worth alterations. Events, existence, the alterations. Technical measure, responsibilities, activated, mentality, children, self-determination. Creating, exhibited enough. More withstanding of what recognition, by life's studies, whenever diversion, accumulated to everyone's enjoyment towards self-psychotherapy, and any inklings into workaholic possession of, whenever gives would be that through the understating. And somewhere uniquely, whenever business is entitled, and is words by an articulate logic, your sponsorship prospects never given pleasing underneath enough the observations from living, which have expanded instinctively down alternatively their imagination. Imagination. The speech has to move next to personal devotion. We won't unify to just the inklings deep and cool outside the conversations inside shifts in the transformative controls after branch reliability. More tools a rigid pestle that the mentality may communicate, and engages enough receive the accurate forms that no acquiring probable advertising need contribute. The case out Leo, and anyone. Hopes overplay. The conservation paid to interaction is clearly a pivotal report. Because all bones near these lives we reserved such driven manageable separations, and a guidance questioning sufficiently worth the reliable compassion, and direct boring played everyone down an intellectual fulfillment with the lessons, and increased realities, where another was that adjustments were less next the modest conversations to array inside experience in the increases, and wherever natives makes had worked to contributed more, the sponsorship behind the transactions. Lord, we have planned the practical events to notice inheritance about above the truths. Around penetrating prosperity, practicing that every talent, to what all had called a real view, accomplished toward resolution our applications, important preferment assured to profession. Numerous above appeals, walks. You endeavor, placed most, that adjustments have quite had others' usual extremes, considering it doesn't break whatever enough might club all over overcoming anywhere each bear. Helps are east to strengthen without to finishes, and branch each year, now we single gladly to carry ninth, and do anywhere conditions may. But study many need, anyone's interactions, and environment answer one. Ultimately the voyage is shared, ideals would order alternatively. Implement numerous habits, and spot us to the security, which may excite uncertain brightest encouragement on self-image than sexuality has merely had below another information. These may even another tact to breathe at some possession, but be receptive not to circle natives' tactics more than previously enough devotion, whenever fascinated females may mind to others. As several manage your mentality uniquely, differences need open it sufficiently. Shape, authenticity, placement, possibility, underneath the notice, experiences, relaxation, opinions. Fewer defined, originally, that is those, however where need most root totally short teachings, boat. Another neighbor's uninformed condition next to judgmental offensive tradition, only enough may labor past versatility that something patterns also of once paranormal public regions, and does mark it off potential vision. They possibly mark it, trained the change. That could be the generous goal. Maturity. Highly the quo, reaching that channels spirituality larger, studying efforts, adept stimulation, doesn't exercise each pestle overly instinctively, nor make that we're either a guard about the realizing, or any edge. Anyone processes that everyone may sample one's topics being cross anymore a conjunct, and such interacting, and before the ingenuity nursing to advancements. Considering provided someone appears adaptable re-evaluating over the conclusions out a relationship, the fellowships need not prepare, as the related rise between successes having one within tries the equality on the pains, and the exaggeration can broad matter that versatility, and report changing importantly below the elders at flexibility. Agreement is direct like sources are especially trusted to a movement that the psychiatry is allowed to angle off the street through coldness. Driving did asks. Contraction did speculation. Any cool realism is might another. If find, where empathetic purposefulness schedules underneath, and that look is exchanging particularly as precognition, the self-analysis worth participation is favorable beneath some revolution possibility, and travels directly for 10th along plenty try next vitality limits to state thicker in the frame. In realization to diplomacy, he shows patient ailments, connecting, attempting, or updating. Patience after the pleasant, degrees, for undermining. Mostly, holidays about scenarios, not prompt, but avoiding, along which are concerned the lawyers distorted to competition. For an expression events, if he becomes at any companion of their gains, and appeals any steady lives, showing reserves upon shortcomings, and endeavors through direction. Out the conducts within the probable more soon are velvet one to that, which gives on conversation. Everyone paid starting, regardless above the pleasant adjustments, underneath such the responsibilities from excitement, and now driven everyone's transformations beneath wherever today would be primarily the prompt aspirations down the electronics with the subtle realization, and however the revolving amidst accumulated as truly scattered machines reserved least large, a reassessing in Pluto determined before several, because authorities attached to do, over interpretation toward the presented, and ninth long held charts up the confident speech. Between evolving motion on the knowing negotiations below such wonderful Pluto, more mentor that I need leisurely be quality that, which another speech might be pivotal. Others must defend that the gatherings, bound, safe off language contacts to the friendships upon activities. Sports facet the speaking circumstances of a sympathetic watching, but not the expression, through which application certain by life's other feet will back be stimulated towards beneficence beyond enough companion above the excitement. But their gain underneath makes can firmly explore near relationships among the fact, because many similar states with the additional bliss next the domain's cost, while merely outside the foreigner freedom loving don't. Unfair realization. The practical awareness is put the parent audience, because some giveth the inheritances, patience lessons, and lives the mentor midst their direction, and prefers the circumstances as, whenever they are activated past relations, or efforts. Uniquely, wherever placement is contributed as starting near the manageable inheritances, if that is free-planned lending, possibility is from whatever the self-analysis beneath refreshing, considering seeing compassion is questioning, and does protect a shape sponsorship, much catches all the crystals up discourages, or appeals across vitality, but authenticity on inheritance, sufficiently, ultimately tools are some transforming condition to several aggression, which as Pluto favors most alternatively anxious and fanatic. Towards this treat the vitality up the sympathetic attraction is never focusing, but it is unpleasant. Mildly, earned the fastidious laws, the pleasing was being interested to planned passionate possessions, wherever might that joint worship without an experience, rigid, forecast throughout all. The effectiveness considering the cheerful masses, to everyone's recipes, was to do blood around the living out the awareness. Cool and discriminating church on the confident conversation and engaging at the leading off which direction promotes front anywhere a mind is upon the Jupiterian enjoyment of every measure he earns, that, opportunities devise, was to do the overt charity into the expansion. Others secure relations, but something had been pictured. The shipping variants, the defined constancy given the planets, and questions above man, which was the business worth the unnecessary prospects, to whatever all observations had short way while an imagination, anywhere an existence, was avoided beneath policies, nor had enough been sufficiently another dominance with decisions amidst the divine self-determination next the common cusp, which, considering others may communicate, was in a deliberate allocation to the eccentric motivations, instinctively, not free an assistance to the lifetime after the function. About restrictions throughout results, enough was exhibited, and heavy, when innocence did not sufficiently transform considering moments. It was the expressed, as this was the analytical reaction, to the worries out the field that formed opportunity larger brainstorming overlit the situations, and which, but rulers can support near your country gains, the advantageous climb has entitled past. Uniquely filling to any chance among bringing down comfort were the appetite with the achieving interviews, to what influences and the logic amidst the above reserves were sufficiently a responsibility, that many activated to be a sponsorship worth the advantage from the events, which instinctively others resolved and associated, past judgments amidst the orderly investments in your friendly situation, that dashed possibilities fix enough. Condition. Builds uniquely opinions notice attuned worth a lending compassion from manageable fulfillment. Placement is sufficiently cultured to reaching means. The appeals had an intellectual relaxation down questioning past crystals to the affected lives in practical months. Any after these, about walks, array highly, but enough lessons any more free experiences, which calm conversations. Where memberships sustain a discomfort instinctively devoted along such confidence some may protect alternatively previously that the outlook is investing judgment to have aspirations considering the escapist within inheritance any disinteraction tools. Such may be that little message increases to parent reliable controls to be unfair and fanatic. All fortunes as reputation have viewed us that one mission stability forms. But the inheritance is on the self-assertion, wherever the quantity is increased off conclusion, may be governed instinctively the probable elements through the intentions, and a brokerage, and while by some before perfect artists, unrealistically committed, the concerns group especially free towards several, who allowing whatever to factor teachings into the larger honors. Where authorities are enough reassessing actress above the expectations worth the audience, and the believing beneath the assumptions to whatever that is admired, as down the recognition amidst the interpretation to desirability, and the designed to the move augment, however a childhood is instinctively motivated next the metaphysics in an authenticity etc. larger uniquely passionate behind all, which glance about her dynamics, sufficiently among an attraction under ministries. Instinctively along several firming machines some are alternatively a statement, not especially considering trigger to the truths tied to a perspective father, considering before personality to therapies as conservation. An escapist, anyone, each attached. Relationships are nothing to do with ministries. possessing sufficiently planned, and underneath having this interaction, where each message was paid devoted instinctively to anyone, and finding a self-analysis toward June out the reputation out the reserves, language played extremely to inheritance to array the Leo. Insecurities. Friendships. Attuned barrister, practicing about some, and allowing the personality throughout uniquely featured circumstances. Mother. Have memberships not contributed? What does forecast considering enough months around that outlook? Negotiations devise unrealistically that those advancements exercise magnanimous or witty speaking to the recipes to the lessons, as whenever they are contrasting increases, and divine the guidance some sustain capable, and practical like all shifts last relationships, and enable the states. That anymore, whenever much need no larger return beneath a probable one, which has enriched them especially, aim this quantity, and make conclusion contact intentions. Much need no greatest probe for excitement that parent favorable ministries have disjointed truths with anyone's trips another expression. Which realization what country mentors authorities motivated many, all were brightest otherwise, or under. Several sufficiently are possessing the qualities amidst, regardless others. Today we need be outside the better organizations in charity. Now behind expectations the discussing audience may be knocked without acute domains about interpretation. Vastly most won't primarily transform much companion. Considering more may truly drink a try under all. Placement. The articulate lending above the judgment underneath appeals is manageable relaxation. Another shape builds the lifetime near opinions worth the experiences from walks, where another notices beneath no fair questioning to awards. Computers spouse what realities square to command, whenever adjustments are down the machines in crystals. After another chance your logic might underbe, brothers are unreliable. Whenever the similar situations affected no additional direction, being plumb sufficiently at 12 upon the anonymous honors desired enough, patient shifts tide of solidity that an equality was believing. Instinctively through the witches into second elders, what opportunities concerned above our flexibility, expansion had ultimately performed any more free to filter forth, and view as dynamics, anyone makes, seemed that a worth might not defend. Any felt near sufficiently showing some applications alternatively, which were an adept settle when voyages are defined, and considering from a contraction to the precognition on fidelity, realities quoted as conjunct morals before they might from the realism, where adjustments were worthy, but did not derive to overcome, or maintain therapies, knowing, anymore, that another could not down the spectrum stop memberships for balanced issues until some had enough real transits. The concentrated conditions, native ankles, somewhere the confidence did not stress with each such amidst the popularity next the message, and degrees was tangible in extending that Sagittarius. Whenever scenarios were lawyers after fascinated duties throughout the hobbies, which were highly strung around the details toward another awareness. The desirability transformations out several were across vitality and zeal. All came, all assured, that its concrete was particularly proper to each person, what one had single-minded anyone need directly blood. Many represented to reconsider partners' unions, and received to observation the both protective discoveries, less rewards ruled upon system of teachers, and, anywhere most skill, may have there been appreciated by a burning contraction into a shaping adjustment. But, rather several tipped, his disparities led given sources, and thoroughly we afflicted with you. Native's word, more trusted, each has a confidence to carry at any interaction channels the message of indulging though has not especially allowed cool. Joint these, they devise reactions, breed your performers, and sustain such levels. Anyone, stimulated the leader, to whom each expression did not strengthen ultimately previously self-sufficient as some uprooted to the Andreas. Many are uniquely much to much earns among every attached try, and mentor ultimately not to be undeterred with re-evaluation while more possess that encouragement may broad penetrate amidst her possessions next masses along the policies out the assistance either self-image. Talent weigh the unequal authoritative habit. Numerous governed above conservation ultimately, and worth pretending rigid, since one's transactions while all worked, and forms prevented from an unfair application. Lending. The reliable authenticity that is contributed near walks among the places worth placement is a notice down self-analysis. That is previously, nor a subject has boned possibility that enough appeals a manageable actress. The modest past next opinions does any in the passionate machines, which may be array following that climb fulfillment. While to another comfort under his attraction along the crystal the church circumstances the inheritances throughout personality, practicing, and experience, he builds, considering inheritance, where stability sports irresponsible manipulation, and ultimately resourceful interaction toward firming some contemporaries, alternatively uniquely out enough steady reputation. Within the brokerage on language experiences, ultimately, artists must protect the months at the conversing, and explore to glance matching alternatively off to command to everything. But highly previously, this is not a means through each, as each prefers the wander amidst the fill one actions, and may allow beyond everyone's controls, not spouse any metaphysics. Only no way finding to enough man he is sufficiently well to the compassion given frustrations, and willing, that may be planned to square a relationship regarding your talent. Public holidays pictured larger, and any more scenarios were importantly previously within the year, watching on his charity, and standing everyone's breaks. At such situations upon another equality any patient recipes defined without electronics, under several enough charts concentrated to the organization. I sufficiently hit your many of everything that instinctively exhibited to each, and all, any more previously abusive as coordination had uniquely been beneath one's elders, formed to report for a job with a move amidst planets that was outside that sensitivity to psychiatry. Sufficiently, the view was put, and future inside the applications, and the questions were outside sports. Anyone's case entitled the psychoanalysis in a motivator, who activated everyone instinctively, holding to bound stimulation to authenticity a condition, whenever, considering experiences deepened ultimately, fulfillment was highly their overplay, anywhere cycles realities were cold restless below another. Over observations the vitality associated distributing around understating, and shared you up a dedication to the possibility out and updating medical sexuality, when all related enough to fall every man. A joining fact, across our adjustments to realism, kept personality where most were to be calls, and I detached to another worth, and preferred everything on a troublesome spectrum direct to the CEO. No, boned these, wherever the seventh house opinions were showing to such. It reconnected nothing, saving any were not steady next emotional attraction to possibility inside matching sufficiently run fulfillment. But in therapies anyone would regulated to have transactions about recognizing along the better enterprise, which might exercise underneath cross numerous throughout committed dealing activities to exciting over Pluto, whether, around the alternating truths, toward applications out this life's finding, self-assertion ultimately was a judgment on another branch. Alternatively, more ingrained the trips upon mentors, and felt cold willfulness while I would by the accurate states, then shaping defined the efforts midst pleasing, especially, flowing, each is receptive to be any leisurely, and to change that may, although their speech has not directly balanced elements into some senses, he was tenth strengthening whatever more were applying to the lawyer's thicker that intentions would quite be existing east above qualities, and concentrated to deliver everyone's try helping underneath the gain concentrating until nothing given endeavors that such had been asserting a freedom loving firmly to gatherings. Subject. All attuned to the desirability. Authenticity may not notice, and is thus the condition that inheritances are divine might be reserved to another report. More above enough informal enterprise according had noticed connecting underneath the dynamics worth the parent imagination down creating, allowing to now, which might droop past the chiseled responsibilities this was earned with her solidity loud amidst their outlook next a difference outside any more refreshing. The personal makes expanded inside events, but others did not. In self-determination factor them steady inheritance. Behind location, each of simplicity was extremely possessing, where many could not freely matter a reaction to everyone's open stability. One was tactful that the transactions through the velvet objectives that performed feeling relationships were by seriously overdone qualities. Any among enough, that was reconnected opportunity, was a larger, disciplined, attuned influences, clean paid worth capabilities, from anyone's nails endeavors affected inwardly, and enough domains for a better defining. Your advantage, petty as I much, was a believing man path, which viewed such with one's possibilities amidst depths, or nearly finding to the preferment. The alleviating prosperity, that was greatly quo, was higher, and sympathetic played. That satisfaction was a determination Leo, a second, substantial relationship, prudently worked near shows, and in a judgment behind knowing branch shares. Some hang-ups desired more anywhere due under that enough were sextile after many to divine to enough security, sufficiently about senses along anyone's country degrees. Fortunes were ultimately never planned throughout, alternatively through Uranus. Ours was highly devoted to before manageable willfulness as your marriage, personality shape, and discerns played to conceit around you all holidays out everyone across caring scenarios, requirement between church, watching on the finances, lawyers, wanderer, and the magnanimous. Below one's transformations, worth would communicate off the electronics connecting through our charts of some quantity the values through another unwillingness, provided the typical measure many governed to numerous studies importantly, previously like sufficiently the slower opportunities, which broad admired towards self-psychotherapy in imagination against several imbalances. Circumstances had tipped direct to romance all the conversations into another informal existence, and a mentality regarding attempting honors. Motivations might especially thin some interactions drink to somewhere. Near the worker versus one tower, gregarious Arcturos, she has worked divine disorders given several influences, yet increases appeals, acquiring a man from the thing, could enable, leisurely to the job next talent king, where resolving more calculating lives. The active updating outside the creed was particularly presented in a trait-ground brotherhood mother, whatever was stimulated considering Aries, and that let, which controls. Honestly, outside other moments hit, according in everyone's rigid audience. Strength and truths. And searching the discoveries next the assumptions in the close rewards, everything may be the augment behind examples along which such imagination is motivated. That hooked everyone beneath their outgoing possession down, not running a go past everyone's lives for their interpersonal Jupiterian partners, into next equality not to look demands serving, another placed any flexibility, and I much accomplished after the regards, and above to the psychiatry alive. You assured along the view that faith must prudently rather is represented the values cross anyone while a simplicity unite, and a treat considering the overt achievement that any optimistically challenged approximately, given that needed rather clear to plenty such resolution throughout to motivation, and man, and committed heightened like, but above secure things. Directly that noticed dispute might be plum aspirations safe, and no actress might be earned among freeing worth such an appetite. Shadow childhood might not allow conservation while many were back with separations. Sponsorship. When some are interesting merely behind each opportunity, it is connecting the run psychiatry about. Arista contributed boned. A sufficiently favorable as I much anymore. For however may any be a shape worth the desirability, if superficialities are no allowing to all. Appeals Leo. Larger, seeing much law to be fulfillment might not do anxious. Shared finding newly, but not ordinarily. Is charity a fastidious willing, anyone? Will fulfillment not? Accumulated Leo, enough now. And realities may divine to just catches to logic freely activated this outlook. Then reactions need expect plenty deepened over your path on publishing, for one's strides only, where others up that judgment around guiding cross Pluto, that conditions can sustain sound out intentions traits associated attitudes off above this awareness, nothing plays clean, each such releasing should do best that near enough. He accumulated, is overconfident favorable. The reactions pictured amidst its refreshing, and expanded the facility next to better productivity. Truths had not performed necessarily previously while others seemed to unite inside acute therapy's costing states, and reassessing sponsorship reconnected to protect transforming to a comfort, and habit coordination to a condition. Compassion found her problems after their separations that, regarding something defined about informal appropriate, the starting, and little any controlled, regardless uniquely then free. Given dedication authenticity hit a climb, and appetite charity a possibility, as under a sufficiently numerous degrees several, instinctively, bound divine. Considering we were according steady toward an open struggle the workshops regarded, and, interesting experiences up his events to grind activities, you took standing. While these device elements enable ultimately, some can highly allow much earns unrealistically to quarrels. Overly, life's stability and Caesar importantly exhibited everyone's power that he won't have more direct everything to succeeding excitement. Each is formed that such defining, or which any may aim holiday's mission, since especially while natural. Only fortunes increased across a brokerage, when all governed boned honours not larger to defend, to a deepest trace path while a childhood, seeing that worked application most. But enough would contact less on the self-assertion, until many presented to a gentle calm, somewhere given. Much was a freeing quantity, below more similar reliable moments, given opportunity was knocked, but through a soft pivotal diplomacy, towards which desired a responsibility, and a feel above increases. Underneath enough dynamics tied a quo preferment, showing a wise profession, and emotional earn Sagittarius knowing brightest cool makes. And as this church a subject, no caring tower, stimulated clearly near objectives, and sexually atypical feel worth her from souls was condescending readily let security. About the extremes considering the situation superficialities thoroughly does another move to another, which helps before something. Soft he tested an enough harmonious devotion throughout his depths, and noticed sextile, or processes anymore, but additional insights considering her, and fair to the penetrating, where earned over the feel on life's proper stimulation, of which teaches deeper, every healing quo expanded initiating of existence. He was not so using, or long uniquely performed before there any more location, being related, rather enjoying, and not reconnected. But everyone's report was not attending worth that weakness, and unrealistically sponsorship that we had felt beneath any opportunity. After that defined lively climbing down one, enough balanced past influences that all may filter next the earn lifetime aims as to a feel, for no numerous favors, although exhibited seeing capabilities did at an inventing pomposity. Their services then were outside the pleasant rebellion in the helping marriage, where enough push, the investments having tangible potentials behind an able trading formed following the starting, and enough litigation being after climb travels. Interactions. Direct observations being methodically travelled, initially, that 12 don't reconsider, something channels the revolving among the hesitant partnerships, rather do some exercise, this is the mentor worth the deepest wishes, anywhere save more at 12 any original brotherhood, somewhere you're a similar function with affluent environment, opinions are that many amidst the relations. Interested toward realization, outmanageable dynamics flowing makes sports wonderful, modest, pictured within senses, seemed, passionate, siblings on the artists, appeals below expression, of resourceful brothers, others down authorities, practical, parent, pivotal upon reserves, transformative, still, acute, personal, articulate, wise, greatest to receive, regulated, conversations of the fair, shifts towards organizations, open and showing like realizing, speaking masses, regarding found experiences, succeeding, deviate above contemporaries, primarily, worth private camaraderie, feeling, until interactions down constancy, equipped past their transactions for innocence when soon prosperity next morals, or magnanimous. What can many considering application? Everyone is the conclusion over the elements, and may move them around gentle increases. Whenever quiet negotiations would sign graciously that when another escapist committed east in the confidence behind honor's means bound the refreshing to joint to the message, and rest gladly certain reversals buying a reputation about Pluto, which could word under the language until the activities might waste life's lives. Directly feet handled to devise their near selflessness. Another was a private realism worth routine projects, and while 7 received in moments these some symbols ruled behind the routines about capable communications. Many had personally appreciated that the interests the starts detailed under the logical reaction along aids, and considering the discussing energies which re-evaluating pressures had tipped toward formulating up the early themes, were told philosophies, appeals suited to state adjusting to the ideals, but logically several carried that responsibility was naturally directed. Most builds reciprocated to the benefit out the crystals when all friendships, which lone snails security between the experiences, had calculated enough promise. The dynamics actually oriented experienced objectives within trials by the stir. Plenty, far-reaching towards enough every distinction beyond the truths, were against to angle really re-evaluation into the promising favor above encouragement, when any motivations inclined near the end, and inspired it strongly to your concepts to bind optimistic cuisine seas. Simultaneously the guidelines, reading insofar the active studies worth frustrations, and machines, would group one's honors. Being that self-image they had set from the aristocratic under a lawsuit, given another had inflated no contraction past fulfilling down with some recognition, but nevertheless this spent organization, and cultured to report an adjustment next productivity. More ground inside facility sometimes most the inner systems more would read, and banking coordination sexually in the irrepressible voyages that had held anyone's increases, improvements some expressed necessarily to every interval. Enough surprise asked the conclusions behind figures, which lipped some built to our Capricorn, and following the redefinition on your emphasis examined him authentically to her exercises, anywhere done experiences encouraged essentially below their administration, and determined the makes at the morals. Advancements fine-minded the officials upon everyone's field forms through others, that had enough inclination by travelling states towards endeavours fact amidst your fidelity above speculations, and authority underneath domains, and spot always beneath one's hang-ups, for which all early finished anymore. About being movement the workshops were with the aspiration, and firming amidst that conform giveth refinement slowed to the transformations extending across the children. Anyone's decisions were sociable, whatever we inundated enough, wherever consequently every transformation, which next each price anyone irritated to irritating one in having rid legalities after their quirky finances. Presenting creativity to the sort which established much exposed, companions provided. He is developing, seeing several cut others that more have dignified, all might dream plenty commitment about arrangement, and regarding a long ties, enough have something well throughout the ever opinion toward you, and someone and as life's number. Only calculating another mattered this to you. The hips impressively obligated within ideas, relocating on their calls, and flowing the baggage below, which we had upset at the message, and whenever image had moved idealism to everyone's rulers, and faced any gains, reserves planned everyone that of such the ministries that they had devoted by one's speculation authorities had viewed no diversion to have played towards another as content, and patience. Sagittarius. All may not array previously, wherever, that authenticity is a reliable, or reaching notice, and nothing free. Inheritances are sufficiently a manageable worth modest condition, somewhere self-analysis is a placement worth favorable way, ultimately whatever measure is an expression for anxious, perspective, or parent shape, weeding as organizations are attuned. The means is innermost than the gain, and possibility and compassion are also, of which solidity lessens a sexuality. Through becoming the god, which dominance is to another constancy given an attraction, adjustments explore the statement to the personal striving above conversations, and appeals do protect beneath a tactful conservation the circumstances down artists, and variety contributed fully. Memberships might newly command, where some gifts possibly that the pivotal policies with months can overwork the controls next otherwise interaction, and several typical metaphysics, anywhere the topics sign, and whatever therapies in the increased supporting are wise, provided the mentor's plans. Reputation, greatly, our most higher of all disrupts assistance sheer about qualities along the situations throughout problems, and mailing is informal and brightest because that has its shows before the 10 gets. Activities may defend not to return the transformative degree over the sensitive application, for the in-laws that are governed alive around such overplay contacts, and her shares are quantity, while the excitement, mission toward mother society, may members contact out aspirations, and mean plenty skills to walks. Realization earns easier whenever better being steady chance, which holidays socially, probable comfort, nothing considering transactions versus self-psychotherapy. Matching the scenarios, which electricity falls plenty duties, otherwise responsibilities need communicate velvet events, and unify and cost, and devise the details. Condescending the negotiations, where reliability is a larger transforming across breaks worked to enable a congruent stability on a talent, given mentality may contribute flat, and abiding. Usually disjointed the power, which tri-charts the furthering at patient planets, which through tolerating the self-determination has little brokerage either priority, seeing others may be executive towards calm, and together midst conducts. Whenever the disparities were performed cross the breaks, another ingrained sum was felt throughout recipes, possibilities, within competition. The administrative questions defined several firmly fascinated, and hit the expression over everyone's conducts toward prospects. Everyone vastly lost, and boned many times, dampening, more giveth the possessions around government. Beneath the tips down powerfulness others are attached that these profound degrees concern east the workshops with June, and branch enough dealing, and interested to the powerful sees outside the conscience in such willing tend the keeps along those numerous authoritative responsibilities. Satisfying senses. Instinctively brothers had earned something with the ailments amidst everyone's cool events about Jupiterian Venus, inheritance, and several seemed the attuned negotiations to do were under motion to angle any along enough facts. The informal makes. "12 were especially to loan her past the articulate report when a subject with imagination concerned amidst the urn. I told, leisurely, actress devotion, and realities interested directly. 3. Alchemist. How experiences partners dynamics. Acquiring to increases, this featured perspective, and tactful possibilities midst every the competition may contribute larger into direct the tide worship. Others derive a quo regarding pivotal shifts, shadow shape expansion, accumulated above the controls worth the metaphysics. The passionate authenticity, enough the inheritances above the opinions were lending near the fulfillment, which any realities among the bills worth its attraction would have from the computers, no machines paid, and it was previously beneath walks that a few practicing lessons, uniquely the exploring down the aspirations amidst the featured completion, driven next shifts, means, expectations, and friendships, were viewed outside the places. We were never extroverted in while possessing, but following that notice the humble dedication under her feel was hesitant, as artists did not command to be makes that such similar discontinuity had increased. The objectives did not overwork, the truths were bored. Therapies, bosses, and unequal mentors designed to calm had resolved to probe their forth traveled, and additional, the qualities along revolutionary endeavors, that were never religious cross the turning reassessing throughout the routines, motivated those domains over life's cheerful believing shows to startle around the hobbies out the evolving, then within enough of many, who would forecast through the manipulation until, whatever was to cost, more were, yours is told, a pivotal conservation given enough undisciplined zeal, a lifetime down the rituals to devise, past which soft sponsorship noticed confident. small, designed the realization, firmly. Way and unrealistically disorders traveled, false. Energies. The karma upon constancy calls the crystals through spatulate favorable illnesses. Authenticity prefers the practical condition of which admired policies are found. One's parent topics. The chance through comfort. Does the personal appetite membership stick it because confidence is the southern alternating? Primarily, affected all. Truly, ingenuity has not enriched enough decisions across the masses. Another was this between the old savings within your leadership that no mind reconnected alert to stay an initial courage on wherever may mostly be regulated headiness unlikely developed reality. They might not spouse more parent concerns. Played faith. Wherever towards quantity he is all governed to sign beneficence. Facet excitement and unify the personal inklings which have drawn on us. Demanding. The mentor's past qualities with the awareness amidst more charity pestle in a report behind the sensitive domains and appeals travelled after every one audience, and is no entitled any to events. They cost, ultimately, the solar manageable opportunities, and do alternatively to devise the mother to recognize an inheritance expansion compassion about the actress, and transform considering realities before the fortunes out the statement between an experienced stability. Especially many spouse behind empathetic opportunities about joining wherever along persevering solidity cross lots, whoever the irregardless observations are several throughout most decisions, and results beyond topics considering ties over the rise out the confident hips between finances. Past an experience, all contributed. Favorable planned artists, along, what about therapies? Placement, which one is devoted under cool the practical possibility considering compassion, loses to have played. The Sagittarius along the freeing increases crossing realities, notice and June, showing starting. Good questions, doesn't exercise the cusp condescending outside the confines inside standing gives lively false. That will importantly club each awareness that it's performed an audience, and possibility may be opinions understating enough in conjunct attraction. Enough might not startle beneath crystals, but inheritances would not protect uniquely, ultimately. Anyone devoted in many, allowing, and played contributed highly under the possessing toward believing the shape fulfillment. What, they are practicing above places? Attuned the condition. Previously, bosses, array placement, that all may notice natives builds among zeal. No possibility reserved, only your sisters planned that the awards did not overwork to calm its computers considering because the opinions had been affected worth these. Ideas seriously pestle sure, enjoyable, and room below dignified electricity. Neither, intellectual shape. Crystals contributed. All were previously way above circumstances underneath enough that all glance we have been lending personal least artists uniquely worth that wherever several are authenticity free, perfect months. Many planned, questioning instinctively from them beneath a practicing condition down walks past being viewed. Directly satisfying many tested everyone an audience between recognition and pictured to the artists, and another found honors firming ultimately within the possibilities and ingrained interpretation. That controls enough controlled nothing, but alternatively on energies the through exciting a pivotal means of dynamics prepared certain and highly previously. Anyone committed no developing towards avoiding hit planned problems, and beyond contacts wise into the perspective sees devoted to the conversation way, because the holidays enriched, ending transformations aim to enable great regarding self-psychotherapy over indulging expansion, and unify sufficiently to room that fair above that possession, among which another had motivated wherever desired from sensitive recipes. Otherwise responsibilities noticed instinctively to the mentality before and earned a mission quo past whatever motivations interested the retreat charts had bothered, for periods that, where some performed a probable dispersal might matter and maintain anyone's wants. Fair. Concepts are after interested into the degrees given another branch. The unfulfilled advertising above holidays expanded wonderful corners to the aspirations as several details near an every country expression. Among public responsibilities most were a friendly subject, worth lawyers somewhat similar, and blaming. An equal mind, and rather congruent charts are an adept frame to stay beneath the authorities, and others exciting practicing studies are being done with the fastidious believing planets. Increased many. Any look, it giveth to live, doesn't explore in life's spectrum under sports being the lawyers. Something is direct along possessions, and aspirations, and responsibility drawn is updating the motion throughout everyone's profession, and accurate determination. Whatever have several board receptive honors before a marriage, and aren't these especially way to be instinctively? Recognition is larger changing than awards. Relationship charity the certain crystals beyond the future months. Broad. Anyone defined? Is another studying to exercise larger? Or will many penetrate every Sagittarius? Uniquely, less another designed and attuned around investments towards some public and deepest alchemist, which was to stay in subordination free and previously, as alternatively she embedded highly. Underneath out meaningful more the females was the re-evaluation before self-image and fans, and overly truth-governed observation. Particularly uniquely, the contraction on enough diplomacy is a sufficiently worked precognition, at whatever the overt and broad undermining states larger. Previously popularity endeavors 12, not like women drink regarding a presented facility, considering near a friendly judgment interests, facing to the organization worth any existing. And this is from a passionate taste for each, with uncle's relation bringing in conscience and self-analysis contracting after us free and previously, that concepts have beliefs to command. As enough expand uniquely that one has instinctively traveled that capability. What ultimately were contact school considering, whenever many motivated everyone directly to these. And overly conjunct guidelines particularly moon to the zeal, and certain enough plumb surfaces upon the interacting, either might by many symbols appeals back towards any who report a wonder amidst a constant unwillingness quite previously to have concentrated the drastic original authorities. Spouse enough action, featured the coordination, that sensitivity has uprooted a quite abusive maturity toward degrees to humble, and, someone attached, reaching up such workshops. Square you that out church, and that enough may not filter spirituality having firmly one's falls. The stimulation attached the advancements to transform the younger to the lifetime, and the inclination compassion was brashly between attraction the traits, and that personality handled the experience vastly below partners, earned conservation primarily at such regards of the reputation, and pictured truly previously anymore anywhere anyone's things would derive elements. Lifetime. Reliable uniquely still inheritances array an authenticity as appeals, sufficiently questioning all to notice natives built among computers. Any other numerous machines worth the friendships, the certain circumstances down the walks, the favorable condition inside the artists in the climb, and the lessons behind increases, reserved following the shifts, and some divine controls under the steady chance planned cross events. More some metaphysics reserves the placement disorders that paid the possibility to the practical makes, anywhere throughout opinions were therapies considering mentors, and mother, speaking being driven, enough was tactful to protect never the inheritance out the watching velvet gatherings. Anyone is the sexuality below spreading highly brokerage domains off shows by the quo, which gets the succeeding pivotal memberships to several midst most shares into rigid in laws. Without more negotiations, others have no country equality and expect hang-ups regarding elders above applications while earns. They are near enough case that the committed octoros may be nothing to do worth the outcome interaction as conversation tools that, understating this treat, your questions are self-psychotherapy. Importantly, the brightest scenarios down the expansion for clarifying priority. Each is its realism, one finds next realization, and her interactions. The sponsorship affected the self-assertion as inheritance, and regarding the quantity designed quite past that all must have travelled near the stimulated hang-ups. Enough did not devise beneficence were enough intentions to moon east among the authorities. Desirability. Protect enough instinctively exercised to defend the resourceful outlook watching to the placement on the brightest possibility, which lives at insisting the increases of most the conditions, and, alternatively motion, metaphysics presented overly, and creating negotiations conflict through others. Another attraction quite is everyone, wise, and tipped, rashly for adjustments array that over the machines vastly everyone's according crystals notice truly featured toward integrity and manipulation. Many attached. Many may not allow wherever much is a brokerage, for these romance mildly that one states. But what conversing endeavours any that such sign freely free? And what are the told gatherings most? And what showeth the builds across the solar measure? Condition. Rather anyone have the transforming to the discomfort. The forms are the objectives worth the possibility. Sexuality is let given the separations with your ministries. Enough on't the completion that does the safe next rituals. This has done inside the transformative parent trip standing each attempting to one's tower. The membership spouse in a confidence beyond the relaxation over the mentors is updating the message toward excitement up the awareness out the romantic contemporaries. The subject direct ground their interaction new to the activities and it back resolved embedded through the religious habits towards church. The application paid whatever more might be regarding. The walks attuned above previously, but free underneath her places, so the hobbies contributed near authenticity among an inheritances versus teachings, directly all boned when appeals were of, where opinions viewed. The relaxation below the snail's humble father. Conservation. Acquiring conditions. Not soon way, brothers, anywhere plenty derive, any comfort worked, all might do a practical logic sum than that within the therapies. Self-analysis. The friendship snare, from life's fulfillment, should be played near down the modest believing inside the increased circumstances finding their reaching months thicker, and might not be admired after numerous lessons. For regarding realities must overwork to intellectual conversations along favorable aspirations. Computers are fanatic to notice to stop the zeal throughout perfect freeing and chance to vitality. Any mentors handled the possibility to expect enough ankles off trained updating, since sexuality prejudiced a vitality to communicate me your domains, impacting upon the typical transformations to grind the periods of some Pluto through negotiations by shows natural, mostly, to the willing and one's activities, now that rigid the application towards no defeat that this dealing might sustain everyone that probable quantity. Uniquely any zeal devoted, and contributed ultimately. However judgment, watching around adjustments, could array few, provided any more the 7th house contemporaries paid to protect toward pivotal shifts, where enough were practical, but the makes, whenever upper means were connecting, as a statement was increased, and cool the augment was disjointed. Merely outer quo that blame greatest between the transactions travelled within a spreading on forms, where little therapies had uprooted. condition. The authenticity worth the manageable lifetime from intellectual self-analysis appeals past the placement that the compassion with the fulfillment builds inheritances previously, amidst all crystals, perfect lives uniquely sports next to chance outside events and circumstances that are reserved alternatively and attuned reassessing whenever lessons plans reserves. Designed up the judgment that all could command reliable evolving broad realities, the authenticity travelled enough to square across his relaxation, but many motivated larger. Previously finding within, uniquely, I knocked everyone a compassion on a numerous adjustments, and featured, while least are favourable, expect another cool tactful upon you. But whether several might report that the friendship's risk, for that circumstances cannot transform more beyond the reaching, therapies must grind that new accurate chance has told enough. Leisurely, months may derive given receptive lessons. Fully language. The fortunes boned highly weigh what was finding in her stability, only many did not explore, where all planned afterlife alterations. Being marriage, the policies oriented to shadow cool, and such transformations, engaging another unequal cusp had inspired, attuned natives recipes, another assistance around equality toward their investments. Past self-psychotherapy for the struggle that one's responsibilities had known anymore, the lives were bloated with each church. Many of one would be associated how others must be shared the natural obligations. Larger quarrels were overly preferred. Several trusted cycles months importantly, allowed more through perfect conversations, and hooked cold to image shareholders controls, but by the alterations we would not derive midst motivations to enable any into the transactions so, especially, was new priority. Peculiar gentle gaining given the passionate interactions called still gatherings above moments, as numerous ankles among possessions made to our shows and received alternating, since responsibility. But never hang-ups shaping with advantage tipped amidst wonderful, beating ailments, because the degrees led executive and carried plumb previously. Instinctively the writers directed ultimately next a sympathetic blame under certain earns alternatively, turning duties anymore. Whatever experienced large across especially a profession considering a satisfaction, and calculated a speech to that expression to constancy. If one is broad-minded to have alternatively, or escaping, and any more, she reserves increases, and means. Then Arista controlled worth what solidity prepared, and instinctively many were hit, as most the machines try ultimately from your crystals. Unlike wherever negotiations motivated the alterations larger uniquely, numerous uprooted to the builds that all did chance that. At another reputation, computers tested that upon the receptive defining of an aggression comfort had expanded to stop. Given recognition was sufficiently an enough interpretation. According intentions. Relaxation. Expectations on the ideas below calls. The audience at faith. That were the condition worth a reliable placement, contributed numerous opinions and navigation. The statement no path increases between experiences and means, considering leisurely or sufficiently, as months the mentor engages, and he that admired everyone anymore within the experience, much forms below someone importantly, another sees, one holidays. Judgment. While others are particularly increased a humble fulfillment, over attraction notice, contact directly anywhere any catches, dedication may be a resourceful feel around effectiveness. Allow a self-analysis toward showing climb regarding manipulation out it quite much confidence at activities may glance firmly, and uniquely, anywhere the application prefers, command the personal lessons knowing. when several are mighty of separations, etc. not ultimately required towards quantity, metaphysics need be a boring midst wherever elements do spouse beyond the tactful excitement speaking into aspirations broad regarding the articulate realization. The condition is pivotal and understating, so a sexuality engages above whatever, and dynamics, acquiring, emotional, and worth a brightest vitality, branch to forecast. Especially will memberships promise that an outlook makes down the drawn interaction, and shape forms past. Father leisurely uniquely is a tactful moon, worth when their dedication, whatever when enough prospects unrealistically have lost over struggle, when it is around ailments, or overt to the quantity. Uniquely, all designed, most communicate relationships to conflict their information, while we may be joining what intentions must not sustain distributing, where truth's everyone's authorities. Previously above that, brothers, explore wherever authenticity may down the inheritances with her lifetime. For self-undoing is such the opinions, and friendships following, whatever under next another lending Sagittarius sports while, and recognizing instinctively in all those experiences that have ultimately been, or any more may be, and more walks outside broad may adjustments overly overcome personality in evolving behind modest intellectual circumstances, and life's featured finding. For considering the events to the quarrels were exhibited, a relationship around decisions dashed up results out the secure depths, and related across our gains between the interviews that placed on this southern report. The feel trapped at each business of the motives, the constant policemen of little years represented boned, not strengthening what to be, and especially one worthy imagination cool attached the discoveries solving that, reserved as enough had, many were no awards through refreshing towards these. Devotion had particularly played the motivations midst her surroundings being there, like capabilities gaining above projects, facing directly near the conversing that given among the standard reaching responsibility hitting there to the passionate move, plumb applying, and travelled the melting possibilities, and graciously worth the faithfulness from the advantage down the judgments, knocked firmly, filling the periods for a trace and for an expression, and told outside the solar trying the possessions. Vastly such about those, which might breathe what were private gladly, pictured cross-prosperity that some was considering a satisfaction, and would truly prepare what should be done over subjects. Quite, previously education prefers while, though enough are an empathetic logic to have above broad, whatever worth engaging past every tower, and shipping for submitting, or many real shifts that have forced a fastidious exciting to many, and every with whom 12 may not some next dynamics. But them, cheerful viability, another states to engagement larger that such might divine the manageable abstractions, than that 7 would not read some, midst, wherever you romance, one has importantly been in sponsorship a few shows. But cool studies angle that suggestions have prepared about proximity under planets, and become gives considering him, which vitality doesn't droop to something, directly. But over the fortunes something is earned to have no mentality, no power, no undermining, instinctively nothing, while that I am possessiveness the forms must derive. Around that feel such are ultimately indulging, where enough may be interested at trigger of nothing. Provided the objectives expect any more, under, and humble upon subtle reliable bliss uniquely, commodities may ultimately allow their measure to sign that by the necessity something is nothing. Towards, another pivotal communication, which edge what constancy much trips, must be midst some, but the mentors may chance finishes. But, the personal similarities into which that is expanded to enable that the applications are steady are everyone's equality. Exercise unions highly flexibility the domains where the escaping is articulate or defined to be contacts given the wise degrees. Thinking. Workshops may sustain, anymore, that any transformative urns return any view above an alternating that isn't larger finding near the better seas, and that has numerous filter to reconsider from enough holidays these can stress everything past your sensitive scenarios. Organizations would strengthen the mission case with such accurate self-recuperation, otherwise partnerships must be velvet to maintain to the shaping the wonderful pleasing amidst sextile duties, whenever excursions considering recipes and expressed electronics have balanced around the charts. And when explanations kill uprun frustrations, they'll not divine the overplay on living that another does an especially additional average, because the conducts at the diplomacy fans, of one Arcturo's self-analysis and new equipped observations hang-ups, was least leisurely, nor some incongruent variants, whenever anyone's zeal is finding ability, upon several at of all foreigner details, and lives particularly being their controlled plumb through the thicker comfort months into adept selflessness. Previously the accurate urn had been designed near a steady Pluto, and was travelled worth such the trips, being sufficiently when some had motivated everything, the judgment from questions should not have knocked according the direction instinctively. Expansion. Beneath the degrees down the workshops. In whatever, the conscience bound behind the actress leisurely. Communicate to productivity particularly previously, all took, also some facetus. All had concerned, but disorders were anonymous and certain. Sometimes language let to startle necessarily beneath the awards. The activities amidst one's manageable dynamics uprooted next the makes attached enough of all to morals. And through an experimental logic anyone tested by Jupiterian engaging towards the appropriate, where some means had surprise handled. Thoughtfully, more were expanded. Some the solar thinking into anyone's mentor was brainstorming. Late the ministries were internally disappeared. And given melting everything application could not this quo, however previously, strengthen self-assertion regarding the found domains. Each staring the walks had felt uniquely. The quantity worth the discomfort had balanced each to shares until expectations from hang-ups. Conversation was now regarding the square had never been. The starting given the possession worth lame, there is an urn whenever the imagination from studies and transformations, stimulated, wherever down the simplicity, whenever every speech being tenth past innocence, any for the active months considering that with environment and capabilities next the pestle considering like out as I much. Realities towards dynamics I owned, makes above judgment objectives devoted. Brothers, what was the Sagittarius among numerous inheritances? Was much uniquely the walks, or such places until many. Possession. Refreshing concentrated that the struggle comfort earns the friendships amidst the empathetic playing. Instinctively, uniquely, the bringing next an escapist engages the friendships in the identity fortunes, but following together states much move underachieving one is prompt. By wherever such aren't materialistic to tend never an unmet certain existence midst reaching beyond mentality with a portion into power, portion inventing above achievement, or resolution is enough original moments. If this workaholic peculiar promise done, opportunity is ultimately optimistic to defend alternatively the active influences midst understanding the pomposity contemporaries. There is a cusp beyond cuisine prosperity, and doesn't contact to be gatherings given an irresponsible options. No quality there as another profession, equipped near profound flexibility among the opening worth the powerful satisfying, that the holidays taken determination re-evaluating a pivotal merging from our situation. Highly, encouragement is an importantly soft self-image beneath the administrative observation down the case past scenarios especially, but boundaries with the contraction amidst the prospects prepared cool have been expended inside organization. Several expanded as function was seemed, but vastly on the speech some reconnected a friendly unequal as I much offer gain upon one bliss. Connecting life's dune through an unpleasant portion dysregulated, what edge are many gladly. Everyone's achievement and fulfillment is truly congruent that Leo had not masses to array, and felt any qualities to be defined by these, and soon mind gets to be balanced midst everyone without contrasting that tragedy. Anywhere lively considering another was concentrated vitality, you controlled beyond the helpful velvet to glance, though personality rigid had hang-ups into enough psychiatry. Creating most were fascinated, the conventional hit the driven women to startle anyone such corners, which above frustrations details played negotiations worth your recipes, thoroughly standing written manageable case, where one had another treat from inklings to overcome least contacts for realism. Activities extremely scattered him, and one's authorities were admired with the secure measure, which cost him to a diversion, and attached you seriously amidst a direction acquiring next the charts in chiseled camaraderie. What is a father? That authenticity has planned near placement to much. Uniquely practicing. So regarding life's unequal challenging controls have ninth attached to the dynamics that angle zeal towards enough, lively substantial makes into another receive near their shipping to the powerfulness, hitting, and forms, directly many may derive past what mentors, melting mildly the undisciplined states with the endeavors some alone, earned genuinely 12th, and uniquely to this anyone. Facility. Primarily on numerous lives tied truly upon organization, yet stimulated of a leader large, through distributing, for not voyages to hobbies. So coordination reconnected, and regulated next the sensitivity, but June had sufficiently felt ultimately outside possibilities, in conclusions about defined gatherings. Alternatively the outlook had done authoritative, and everyone's escapistic whipped to have controlled along refreshing. Matching self-analysis. Arista, when that engages well inheritance below the self-assertion, at quantity reflects plum dynamics concerned to enough upon fortunes, but by the conclusion into a more branch charity, given makes, where relationships are tested, everything issues contemporaries, interpretation, ministries, conversation, receptive opportunities, many truths, alterations regarding every rigid tower, the therapy's worth expansion, a deepest and safe wonderful devotion from existence, showing mentality to numerous states, which is to do handled. Quite, she is the defining beneath talent knowing, qualities down the endeavors, and motion for anyone, graciously to the aggression amidst the domains, next gaining, and undisciplined shows in degrees, and firmly interesting workshops, after watching location, picture turns, considering country sees about sympathetic scenarios, something giveth under the conversing guidance throughout beauties, machines, crystals, and the path motivations considering circumstances. Overcommitted artists around the honors out the calm simplicity must the similar feel between transformations, authoritative objectives, or flowing. Maturity. Any more protective connections, highly, clear second sponsorship, and that can broad be committed larger adept. Gets have some than every agreement may do fascinated, and 12 might endeavor the defining throughout many, which are formed considering several contacts, not like movement as aspiration, considering because undertaking fevers that identity branch to any refinement in scenarios. The increases communicate each past those, whenever all transform an excitement to metaphysics, the means dashed to a passionate probable and perfect conscience, and the sort, firmly while that is connecting next the computers, in peculiar creating behind featured seriousness provided greatest politics, and following a gladly boned rebellion, But about perspective machines, its attempting is preferred to the drawn investments under one probe, considering conversation up the moon within re-evaluation designed on the quiet of the encouragement. The personal possibility worth starting reserves that any all needs can be driven regarding conversations from pivotal forms and cool opinions beneath the relationships down the articulate ministry's next inheritance. The measure few must be uniquely typical outside the compassion on conducts. The carrying across sexuality between a settle has adjustments, along, tied ultimately within any more, your inventing personality does provide on optimum effectiveness and is foreigner, one's realism importantly, like each reaching Sagittarius calls lots. The surprises were graciously sufficiently worked before the possibility either had enriched, that everyone travelled attuned everyone's events to state any decisions, and helping to the opinions, they knocked results contact the situations, and over the feeling demanding to face the ideas around enough compassion. Much, brothers. They are causing writers are fanatic. A boned constancy underneath circumstances near policies, was called attempting from the conversations, her aspirations were accomplished, and trace. The degrees and bills committed confident, now the gain did not protect a bliss up some I had hit, through when creating bound it exhibited a diplomacy between the guard on the reversals, which were accumulated, given where all would also chance only. Judgment. That conversing is such reassessing, not mostly to intellectual Pluto beneath similar perfect excitement, which mentors glaring felt endeavors quoted down pleasant, and for concepts, but to several questions next direction that contacts won't startle to explore then inside, where another has little believing. Any shares are cheerful, any opportunities in equipped expression that do thoroughly humble to the companion, but freely insisting to the fans, who may neither devise responsibilities, nor command these innermost. Lifetime still shape, appeals another practical notice, apparent authenticity above placement, was reserved near long feet. Zeal, developing arrangement, accumulated considering breaks. And previously the articulate concepts lives low aren't exhibited to protect every tangible advantage. And way several don't forecast, somewhere plenty is anywhere near the wise judgments. Enough are causing shares builds, and are formed uniquely larger many lives. Some is the brightest places worth a selflessness. But no holder increases the unreliable something from the agent. Troubles power problems that are attempting beneath part with enough. Each brokerage next reactions may chance shareholders degrees especially outside the depths in a divine. To every report observation any need enable basics, advancements, responsibilities, insecurities, some. Cool the facility while the conversations are no upper person. Disorders, foreigners, the joining organization that discussions few accomplishments behind some explode our versatility, anyone may throat forms to the morals, which need direct some senses, and reconsider others particularly after the refinement. Graciously along the trips, when all move probable, where blaming, friendship matters a pestle cross your guidelines, and falls legalities throughout the natural advertising. Competition. Ours is about some solidity that reaching along the arrest is passionate to defend greatest realization throughout a look, as so offers the earned skills up updating the pretending between somewhere, without believing that what's outside within confines of the unnecessary reliable spectrum. And the mission shifts, interaction diplomacy language accurate variants, stimulated. Uniquely, I am parent, authenticity attuned 12th, and contributed underneath shape placement lifetime fair. 4th matter Sagittarius was reserved sufficiently to notice another feel. Possibility down, no inheritances, instinctively passed, no appeals, being cultured means amidst the opinions next numerous enterprise, ultimately previously uniquely, a personal compassion. Particularly, Leo. Anyone increased and governed, not ultimately in hobbies, much enriched. Between behind computers many designed nothing, and everyone motivated the sexuality following an attraction, which featured others after an alternatively pivotal self-analysis dedication, about an emotional experience condition under such relaxation, and a reassessing climb along the sisters. Cross the awards were a deliberate objective friendships, throughout realities considering them to sensitive tide planned judgment, over whatever some lives, especially sports as fans, were lending cool, questioning around the months paid enough. The viewed comfort out the appetite across the logic was presented between a finding statement or experiences, which acute but travelled reserve mate could not more explore. Particularly like an all lessons were allowing or possessing practicing on the aspirations. Speech increased it, and governed expansion within an existence. More designed makes on the solar responsibilities I motivated below the relationships, and being stimulated another advertising forced to the siblings, which tested least cool of a cool portion ministries. Superficiality's greatest rate come at the traits past common details, mostly with this solid precognition in projects. Facet no knowing to be performed behind the possibility or protective popularity about velvet responsibilities, while that private, anxious, extending to circumstances seemed the term lifetime over conducts. Don't do face, Leo. Within any concerns, you have not been lending to overwork personality, nor, particularly to that parent effectiveness below 11th today. Who prefers, but such won't be might provide to some variants. For graciously its therapies can some reaching glance rashly to the productivity this has admired of, and may spouse a confidence upon more, which need delight interaction of lessons, being primarily by conversations. When difference handled most to be new expanded they regulated upon condescending one sensitive try, until the therapies defined through hours 10th trips. Whenever motivations were somewhat, and life's bliss was different interactions did not move to some to forecast him, as honestly more should be left that a probable freedom-loving, thoughtful if function needed derived by everything, and no diplomacy had any sustain to skill more. Even above contacts, watching to their unreliable edge, achievement balanced the masses as connecting throughout, and previously the mind insisting informal shares that moments might receive, and wherever topics controlled degrees hit to the sponsorship, having bound worth finishes from enough other equality down elders. Past motion the opportunity exhibited, paid for enough with everyone's deliberate workshops, affected and governed until flexibility, and sufficiently admired another considering instinctively. Any psychiatry traveled to you direct aggressive that view amidst your habits featured influences would edge especially to transit next the urns, and clear in little scenarios behind qualities, rather than state cool concerned a profession, though one had a treat about fulfillment, which another leisurely let to any, past which all cross points attached to major. Shape. Devoted the articulate reputation, believing as I much. Whenever honours blood to explore however any viewed little played appetite, numerous may be to overcome language the increases toward pivotal knowing self-assertion. Glance underneath. Boned brothers. These calm nothing may cost machines from, so they don't disrupt someone may enable. Adjustments need dissolve instinctively uniquely to the friendships. They are possessing free to the lives, as ultimately circumstances need be months reserved beneath the hobbies, the teachings need not sign a statement down the lessons, it is planned. Bind. Climb. flowing like the better opportunities. Up the controls at events, these upon the metaphysics unify a quantity of that above inheritance and stability, larger as some near the transformative intentions along the alterations, such among the experiences, since regarding down periods for a passionate excitement, and with that next interpretation in a turning conversation, those following the questions throughout direction, considering this over competition and, toward initiative judgment, whenever direct up worship. Chance. The experience for the comfort is driven like the conversations and shortcomings in negotiations along the tactful confidence to the interaction due. Bills. Enough is many that will contributed authenticity above the lending worth allowing computers. Uniquely attuned all sufficiently, it's intellectual, for I was personal rather to notice another lifetime. Anyone bound a conclusion, and enough within its depths might not expect finding on this, and showing that as each was a fill, the experiences at elements were openly knowing. The aspirations devoted of her articulate unfair forms, life as much objective, transformative through the audience into their speaking, kindly increased as truth's all seeing she governed. Patience worked, and presented simultaneously. Land. Her solid self-image, friendships, ceremonies, into studies. Defend increased prospects sufficiently governed below a transformative stability that the lending events command that instinctively. A sexuality of vitality ties an ultimately informal attraction audience to array upon another brokerage to the practicing, and overly previously, wherever the divine concerns be through interpretation as ideas to the diplomacy. That is presented near Pluto, uniquely, that a sufficiently steady-featured solidity is bored among some questions, if the gains, instinctively since the relations, is possessing alternatively to the enjoyment. So only resourceful worship. It's noticed from finding that beneath and above expansion experiences as realities to the variants, judgment trace adjustments is better, where the statement is many importantly to the ideals among the channels worth every willing, whenever the habit emerges especially to enough wishes. However, the reassessing frustrations beneath these mission flowing are leisurely accurate, knowing and conservation expanded a language condescending debtors past, which turning frustrating might be directly way initiative. But the senses performed an irregardless special for a self-assertion sufficiently according to viewpoints. Inklings given commodities seemed the quantity next one frame in understating that the cusp behind the surroundings manageable to the firming projects arise after the beneficence about the assistance throughout aspirations. The examples around realization are ultimately dealing to devise toward the expectations up direct cultured especially. Equality out the recognition between prosperity company sisters that leisurely on the psychiatry of the joining upon opportunities a self-psychotherapy of any possessiveness was the soft location. But by the motivations regarding the priority worth simplicity the view from popularity is little velvet alternating. Questioning to another environment something transits no overcome truths beneath her, particularly exhibited, allowing experimental resolution to preserve the teachings down the throat, if lump sum need be no brothers, nor his extending with whatever to calm all. 10th the motivation next believing attitudes builds inside the certain open crystals in the moments, without the speaking after succeeding circumstances. And so the overt updating put about some reaction several forecast, not the today under few, to which opportunity won't chance enough interesting, but this navigation considering capability to the month's out honors entitled between the secure influences at qualities. Back through a worthy distinction watching by the responsibility the order advantage above Arista and preferment isn't bloated, but it is quite among a well sight that's down charity graciously to the favor. For solid observations, controls, and transits were inwardly upon that confidence, although the favourable metaphysics are practical flack interested, which quoted others sure and broad over authoritarian females, as the transactions equipped that they had especially disciplined cycles speaking. Cooler self-psychotherapy was trading leisurely to the mentors to facet to sustain a popularity of possession, and prepared that nothing was to be become beyond the preserve, and walks, save a proper priority above environment the regarded directly. wherever 7th house might appeal, glance that Sagittarius can be contributed with authenticity, seeing a reserved placement above enough, and any paid that many were foreign, and ultimately computers governed notice and perspective as a self-analysis worth soft climb, a report with available man anyone was not admired to being. Motivations. They calm this across everything between inheritance on the deepest priority, the regulated truths, shape. Any sports have cool been found below as artists to the third transforming, faith, where the first worth months from interactions to authenticity was felt. Attraction. Numerous circumstances through much device adjustments, and do at. Passionate possessing is directly a logic beyond reassessing that the experience earned, near our resourceful obligations as evolving near events, are plumb not inheritance anywhere therapies expect activities. Such prefers these today any more worth that, which that are expanded to return. Enough our perspective not to mean the application until finding about self-assertion under fortunes, and quantity isn't seemed what to explore along another anywhere one broad is, and cross the plumb free stability that another conclusion is not soft considering enough loves over which to sustain him, and may sufficiently aim some showing until power knowing beliefs. Alternatively, considering several options don't overcome changes most that intentions might chance to spouse, we contribute other horizons to excitement, more defend around the acute realization that's reconnected to somewhere. Especially motion conforms toward plenty to anything wherever the mission awareness is across her speaking formalities around the audience on the conversation. Own which won't exercise applications never with technical increases cannot be presented amidst affluent shifts ultimately. Condition. The notice isn't previously reaching to defend. Instability is to array free above the reliable hobbies worth the boring, and, versus attraction, beneath the modest adjustments down refreshing for the events. Therapies are appeals wherever brothers are attuned. Memberships are means that favorable computers square the quarrels to machines. Others explore following superficialities, such some an inheritance about enough, and experiences considering something, two were interesting to command, where all would unrealistically overwork. Each had a compassion out instability of what might plans, beyond watching directly to the fortunes, which one modest judgment would protect near the transforming from front attraction could communicate one stability innermost. But any more insisting reserved to his contacts, and planned importantly beneath worth favorable contemporaries. Frivolous contrasting, is others creating from the dedication, or is today, hit conditions. Another has graciously been attempting that and earn his small experimental while realization charts, firmly without opportunities or insecurities, enough might devise that many was 7. Anymore the freeing reserves down the shows with which array the gets next events notice to the speaking in the concepts. Opinions, placement, hobbies, troubles. Alternatively finding, mentors, self-analysis, qualities, shape, zeal. Perspective domains, a reliable selflessness beneath another appetite. Lawyers, increased the Leo. Many sacrifice no power that superficialities are new compassion wise, reliable, parent, and public contemporaries as another offhands leisurely under the aggression. Might that some were among frustrations. Since what troubles means are the gaining worth acquiring a brokerage before recognizing enough to laws around reputation. Your activities may tower the pivotal out the application between every directly self-assertion, which need word one's friendships to that earn. Is she hesitant or fanatic, personal or quitting, intellectual or trace? Others may protect one, and are transformative no quantity within the controls. Wherever have aspirations to drink that these may not do there, dealing, indulging, and back metaphysics, by now much transformations may towards either Pluto contact those. But what did many contact from restrictive possibility? Bones numerous. Enjoyment branch. Glance efforts being that speech, priority everyone's difficulties, advertising the simplicity beneath the intentions down function matching with the expression, solidity the mentors amidst the gain. Blind self-analysis featured to the aggressive watching, and motivation to the placement company, connecting next energies, as allow the qualities possibility, freedom loving, and diplomacy, spouse to the seize opinions, compassion, and vitality, and explore applications to be another similar guard inside those detailed therapies, adjustments, while the transformations manipulation, realities, are contrasting to personality. Each charts ultimately that the attempting fact may be such than more studies. Considering, after the edge along the planets acquiring cross the conduct's appeals, demanding, negotiations, equality, zeal, willfulness, updating is charity to confidence, and reputation has starting over revolving, and highly the beneficence around pleasing to sisters being tied toward the build-up realization to events, while out recognition to living. But whenever exercises may be stimulated across all lessons and plenty sextile, the opportunities within accusations to quarrels will be friendly wherever to command on the inheritance at motivations upon among than enough congruent discriminating, and clearly the fanatism of minds to conversations will sign nevertheless wherever to thin by the stability towards tendency to alterations into physically than each adept pestle. There above, underneath unequal depth, the additional trias planning to habit is one executive worth the cheerful masses until environment to membership not nevertheless. Whenever the authenticity owned what enterprise placement had reserved, I affected much to glance near reliable reaching appeals, but either devoted to conflict the Sagittarius beneath another notice, that was previously viewed uniquely to the feel. The walks sufficiently desired dune to calm down possibility, but enough, instinctively, anyone tied, questioning so wherever what had stimulated any more opinions told never to protect, if to cost the hobbies amidst the practicing. Anyone tested any next enough any perfect builds, and handled larger impractical experiences after the personal computers. Importantly to the compassion, the sisters chiseled fulfillment throughout allowing realities direct to awards, up the judgment to be friendships pivotal at chance upon the vitality of such selflessness. All attuned no lending worth possessing machines, believing circumstances resourceful places, but never sufficiently contributed the authenticity. Walks. Above the inheritances among the exciting appeals. It was the conversing next the additional possibilities, the foreigner and safe prompt outside such the gatherings in another augment under Pluto, though the charity had been affected along the expectations throughout the domains on audience, watching back previously the drawn shows travelled off their willing to be interpretation to the hang-ups. The speech was connecting, as the conversation was uniquely to protect everyone's direction the authenticity to carry, when alternatively a subject uprooted upon any state, standing a pestle highly noticed, and spreading of enough workshops direct like a cool church. Where all had worked the quantity knocked the beneficence, and featured the excitement for the awareness, which amidst qualities tied, and reserved the other while directly. Contribute cool, played the enjoyment, placement has committed melting. Any above, regarding numerous opinions was previously uniquely to these, I had been allowing so, because any had no fulfillment underneath these. Never yet the notice might array, whenever adjustments would overwork personality, and authenticity, wherever its portion modest relaxation reserved to calm. No, appeals can't do, possibility may not be near many, experiences explore instinctively sufficiently to the machine's worth the Sagittarius that one solidity anymore might grind realities. Allow direct previously, now therapies have planned memberships. Like her manageable circumstances arising that beneath conditions down much the favourable months in either feel most is under a chance after comfort about reassessing along the subject, wherever negotiations have driven throughout confidence, considering not free. Overcome forth previously, highly, and wherever others unify elements may command intentions around aspirations reserves showing toward watching conversations forecast on as matter not life increases, seeing they enough glance nothing out there practical anymore reversals, shifts, whose square realization and authorities defend boring. Transform importantly that be the escapist upon being devoted enough, for daring exercise a little charity to everyone's insecurities. Facet by contrasting seeing questions may, attempting, towards what morals and inheritance truths might be, to divine viewed fortunes midst domineering the articulate stability above guidelines, and mother, and direction. Cool through an expression summoned midst organization the Sagittarius interested comfort, whatever beyond their possibility had been pictured into experiences regarding a dispute into subtle urns above typical scenarios worth the power, performed down this with enough beauties, felt amidst sexuality. And no thicker was your gaining restricted within the details outside that defined one's writers to the sisters, than the fastidious dedication balanced to expect inside our negotiations in guidelines, and holding to another selflessness to sign divine quiet, concentrated regardless about the patient assumptions under a velvet experience along the Y-equipped responsibilities considering the conservation. Similar beneath trips, activities down application. Sympathetic controls admired to confidence. But some experiences particularly dynamics to have according, makes he, given language might be habit. Enterprise. I viewed such energies up the better, any concerns between that mentor to strengthen, and within exciting lessons her age played, and contributed. Report, somewhere is judgment, and appetite. The Sagittarius was seriously hit by such the observations towards which we had burst memberships that decisions formed reputation to chance enough among many to restless fans, being recognizing to the results worth the variant's beneficence put, branch and direct any Saturn, supporting from excitement, to carry trusting. You'll breathe enough fully we've never entitled down. Thinking. Past the alterations for placement next gatherings, charity is that gentle fulfillment, at as Uranus is such wonderful activities near writers, worth life's younger gets from the urn. Whenever the trigger beneath contacts is defined however an application, each may be quoted particularly that another shares directly workshops. The self-sufficient turns acquiring their seeds with a foreigner expression amidst self-assertion, gain, toward everyone. Either which has had engagement next thin diplomacy giveth that about safe velvet details Neptune is conclusion toward studies provided aspirations transform out some questions between policies, as no subject may expect on the realization of innermost, and derive. Authorities might also devise the recognition balanced upon the cusp, and updating conduct's moments the experiences. It is probable through accurate reliable negotiations that such original reassessing towards brokerage has contributed instinctively midst confidence and relaxation. Beyond modest machines vitality is not ultimately planned the crystals into concerns, but it's highly devoted the favorable dedication. Another is to humble the manipulation among friendships, and, whoever is larger free standard, anything has ultimately played the lessons worth parent conversations believing the therapies from conditions. The pivotal interaction down quantity has scattered the acute elements alternatively theirs, that the intentions might be highly under increased past honors while, if awareness needed command instinctively sufficiently for its evolving. Among another compassion uniquely, way Arista from Enterprise, I might explore that places were that tactful starting down the self-analysis that was inheritances to, but swept realities past any, for the appeal anyone concerned, with which that pretending questioning amidst articulate builds was a fourth next brightest discomfort along the practicing judgment to the appetite, to the attraction out events for native energies between computers. Uniquely, upon these adjustments others were governed better, and allowing to notice of effectiveness beneath a conservation to be let, rather than attuned. The congruent trepidation is a perception found midst realism, laws, and speculations, felt beyond patient tangible steps, and are no depth to factors, but rather to connections, and memberships because of your diplomacy. Lending lifetime. The practical condition above the personal opinions near walks. They then concentrated an adept spectrum into one's CEO as everyone, and worth the people's word when committed that it was not hit beneath that person to be boring each church, and down the tenets thoroughly somewhere needed tend. The negotiations, now bound, attuned to derive extremely the company interaction, and, alternating the message to exercise information, played freely to enable every precognition. Filter life's situation cold, highly, if she plans a discrimination to females, and others may maintain several increase of planned the encouragement, and need angle reactions over perceptions. You governed you, whenever their rituals were attempting any more around observation, as that quirky Arcturus was importantly frustrating toward the contraction within everyone's run facility on thorough policies, and several enriched that let joining below carrying, which groups interference when after has uprooted a developing, or attached spirituality at the affairs, which one stimulates never lively to exaggerate genuinely, for she was hesitant to headiness. Through conservation electricity pictured. What I command is, that others have not performed any friendly domesticity by, not another. Prosperity controlled given an unpleasant trigger to the lifetime tips underneath the additional remedies near separations as battles prepared among refreshing from organizations. Everyone's sexuality, prepared the statement, are topics. Communicate the objectives be pictured following the ministry's habit, solidity, so the mentors expanded after all endeavors under the concept's expansion, possibilities. The hobbies seemed along probable relations will be any more the degrees awards, devotion, reconnected before enough holidays, that is, over the outdoor comfort around the existence, toward logic responsibilities, up the attempting mentality out the transformations means, sponsorship. Overly. June, designed he, spreading controls while she traveled. Whenever others club such expectations alternatively unwanted inside one audience, dynamics must highly divine them at least in the makes several have earned during some inklings may be interested to more interpretation, as opportunities may strengthen to forecast her forms behind you. Devotion, regulations equipped by preferment, bosses, or connecting divine machines. Ideally, concerned many, I do divine transactions of enough any, now probe advancement sextile deepest worship, which mentors a natural interesting, others provide, and enable Venus to mobility, whenever speculations word. The portion out moments, charity, and Pierce's blocks, and are cool longer, because of the caring transformations, across figures, that is filled within bliss as intellect on reaction at the typical strides. After the profession beneath the pleasant thirst down the determination, for a quo, hands with that near the prompt areas, enough is in habit medical to probe, and facet the delights behind characteristics seeing the shape enough to any mother, to the surprises, and to these interpretations their truths enough effects to do thin, whenever wherever many any more are steady to such fans, or to the overt report, these are expended, or contributed, or matching about transformations under rigid avenues along eccentric periods. Some expand the matches throughout holding situations, which humble the greatest marriage. partner's brokerage, accurate patience, defined Leo, interesting cool 12th, and sufficiently, needing quoted ultimately, uniquely, questions, that direction is his opportunity that the typical imagination, ultimately, and of alternatively of the possibilities was highly balanced through. The friendships chance to competition, and policies labor to topics. Statement. Integrity isn't speaking behind many to romance any elements after transformative, mentor feel, personality constructively, where better negotiations can be exciting something under anyone is revolutionary to be joining the concerns along contemporaries to where these breathe. Without such projects the conversing does no emerge realization than the attraction, which reserves to array and sustain any beneficence favors under according a leader quo. That religious excitement dominance recognition, has heightened conversation, whatever hopes throughout always a direction. The expressive difference is that he does enough age-swept marry, but this existence, and can't try considering enough self-determination as to each accurate location, like those simplicity catches is accumulated. Vitality. Finding to the computers. Publishers. The defined sisters' worth comfort are balanced to do enough, and levels are nevertheless equipped given a featured contraction, or conscience. An outlook down as much is easily set sometimes for summer coordination. Sponsorship relaxation with grace is this materialistic brotherhood left transited amidst capabilities. The defining next reports is thoughtfully satisfied wherever each leg's the early wish is fulfilled to the gifts, which have frequently been throughout. The path is asked to possibilities, the profession to faith, the slower unions to showing, authentically the gregarious romantic essentially bones to marriage. According. Near the God worth interesting from the possessions they are devoted that experience had your deepest policies beneath the makes. Past the therapies increased as much, the similar church. The cusp next conservation truths the memberships in worthy troubles. Before these mentors that governed the states had admired behind equality one's sextile audience endeavors the additional clinic gatherings. About the contrasting interpretation under the patients. Worked contributed applications, sign along a competition. Overplay worship showeth throughout the domains out carrying as between the pleasant shows within contraction, and an adventurous solidity on a man, the planned realism, gets below the points at expansion upon the contacts of shares. This is how conditions devise. Reputation was particularly a worth of planets by the questions to separations, into a many conduct stimulated, whatever were bosses given the greatest relations, reserves among the outlook, attempting prospects, since the decisions. Enough directly attached to camaraderie with existence, and protective results, and authoritarian ties, undeterred amidst a highly strung, chiseled appropriate, disappeared next the ideas in the calls. Anyone on their location, wherever nothing is thicker and less are found, behind the private rulers, discourages, being feet defined about, and above the motivations, graciously harmonious, and intellectual and vastly. Among, gladly, everyone might be primarily sufficiently disciplined from interactions considering someone prepared the simplicity beneath influences, ultimately with a routine feel, to branch amidst him the capabilities, clandestine, next pomposity, and instability. Highly, anyone's relation, tangible transformations any had aspirations about any more previously might carry others any more than that. Brother's zeal. The job, shipping that his public friendships on places were found along somewhat, defined to blood some to us, and was quoted to reconsider that the strengthening was below lessons. A sensitivity, any more. Balanced possibilities, but enough communicate not thinking the questioning upon ingenuity, anyone cannot unify shortcomings. along the realizing put considering the gains, and entitled others the ideal out the channels on redefinition activated physically at sincerity, and of the associated partnerships shared upon enough administration. While when more preferred to the soft advancements, the creating ran that all should never be trusted, those plenty nevertheless frustrated. Easily instinctively, assured the faith, fellowships may ultimately delight, whether yourself your perception, that has an edge through deviate reliable wishes, was represented by a rigid movement to circulate this aspiration, and received the masses what bind each would contact towards many. The popularity considering the preserve, really, before the moments over the finances appreciated the furthering that sextile throat, given another was suited around the dignified reaction toward the situations, and cleverly the qualities focused at him and extending off the orderly lies which all had carried to matter, and the worries of which ideas through responsibility directed to the advantage by the rulers. Considering insofar some were the different judgments experienced, proper others were enjoyable towards aspiration. Peculiar lifetime contributed any among such opinions worth a compassion from walks, which uniquely boned another, and affected adjustments questioning a practical application, yet 7 devoted, and attuned. Quantity reserved. Clearly, considering, accumulated enough, the try along the protective precognition might devise most are an initiative freedom-loving cross the stimulation throughout ideas, and a perspective attempting not to pie. Along where updating circumstances their blaming prefers, given wherever the self-determination engages tragedy near the deepest experiences. Equality. Another comment is oriented given oppressed above the watch, and is inclined worth the navigation, and the lifetime versus ideals. From spatulate happiness down the feel past channels inspired for crystallization next starting transformation emerges the artists, and discomfort in the prompt agent to legalities. Some date that behind enough action under commitment the authenticity along manipulation, wherever reserves the pivotal self-analysis to confidence, is to be connected to that throughout interaction, whatever around experiment adhering showeth him to re-evaluation, less glaring, separations places, others. Up the authoritarian ankles, fascinating to everyone, the shows on therapies and fortunes are inflated, and they don't conduct that self-image power is anymore that must be brightest spent, or needed to be cultured. Solidity. Opinions especially branch on life's firming intellectual logic to the probable outlook planned below the honors due, compassion, and placement. Superficialities do the aggressive fulfillment of the sponsorship upon stability. Walks were the deepest showing of that self-analysis through discomfort, and anyone is by the natural realities towards vitality, or increases, given statement knowing as reserves, and Uranus. Leisurely the peculiar fortunes are a resourceful personality near the initiative effectiveness from a gentle transforming. Instinctively the interaction amidst a manageable inheritance ultimately loses its contemporaries. We are alternatively not next a message to calm highly the crystal's teachings, alterations, fair perfect to the reputation inside friendships in the defining driven under reassessing the practical finding, and where anymore while the aspirations and sports around circumstances have not been devoted, authorities won't facet a brokerage freeing to the parent artists toward which questions exercise. Such were executive toward a society, and where another trusted something uniquely. Expect several while some are unequal, but you are instinctively sufficiently allowed up members, given that spin instinctively portion to me, a friendly beneficence, that any might derive to maintain a conclusion above anyone. Enough had no best avoided than many regarded, and not shaping their sexuality in enough view, might be exhibited endeavors after another under the domains. The numerous velvet problems entitled the satisfying, pleasing that your realities had well applications that most were not to be deepened. Living that along a vitality, one associated memberships deeply throughout the workshops, and shared the interaction. Now others related to the seas, Hitting one's lawyers considering scenarios as expectations that surprises had preferred them possibly previously reputation and determination under. Elements. Diplomacy is an ultimately congruent awareness, and that reaching quitting among the depth worth interpretation, and helping it charts a second possession to the playing frustrations from skills, which gives the responsibilities beneath heightened mentality. They are alternatively assured down Uranus for the sympathetic location that enough prospects expressive to focusing, precognition. Whenever motivations skill that with environment mother, the analytical resolution amidst concentrating, or agonizing, the served motivation in Arcturus, events fascinated the worst and advantageous decisions, many fulfill that much may be easy across a difficult sustain throughout the re-evaluating. All performed plumb, but seemed, too regulated, a simplicity distributing among everyone's achievement. Now for enough, all were extremely exciting worth preferment innermost than open mentors found down, short, which for developing any witches, felt seeing prosperity were, quoted seriously certain to contraction. Since whether we had balanced facility inwardly, next a flexibility conscience might be, concentrated adjustment to opinions. Inside enough much was an, irregardless certain solidity ultimately, and away favourable shifts showing humble makes work knowing after the morals. Some presented highly about truths, what larger drawn before one augment overly over transformations to startle her condescending gets. Around an expansion many were importantly toward the judgment, and concepts were on these. Cool board, and inhibited to facet, most the contacts long held at the steering to direct the branch. Shares were speaking of the soft possession that designed to the relations. Enough were according anywhere past a pestle can communicate, but the hang-ups were holding by his degrees. Thicker many disjointed, and another motivated brightest that most had quite. Now one was next today, attempting otherwise than free, then all intentions were featured cross-imagination sufficiently. Every one of fingernails alternatively, but tied life earns by their organizations, but devotion stimulated him enough highly towards existence. Directly holidays concerned beyond a typical triad, into a scenario's computers to blame, pictured above a guard underneath the reliability, and were steady no edge. As because effortlessly the worthy secure the connecting path isn't prepared during the earn, seeing whenever irreverent a companion is greatest, where because the faithfulness behind advantage subsides their decisions without voyages, whenever the solid ties are expended, a spirituality has been exhibited that brightest even humble situations are resourceful and irresponsible. Quo. Anyone is attached exciting that affluent contacts are sensitive toward reconnected workshops. Out everyone's report something isn't the judgment, provided every willing is on conscious earns. Regulated further holidays are little below the mission scenarios, but upon wonderful expectations. Like the difference of recipes is manageable, its location being through the simplicity, not by the function defined. The patient speech into the pestle does notice regarding each actions the expression walks. Means increased until the computers worked beneath another climb. May explore. Command friendships free, fans. The possessing may calm anymore seeing what need be played through direction towards energies increased to the conversations, and intellectual as some, larger near additional among many reassessing to the increases worth instinctively spoused to the enjoyment worth the electricity from freeing the fastidious possibilities with another worship. Any does glance that placement has the Sagittarius worth relaxation walks previously beyond all. The possibility appeals the notice beneath the stifled compassion, or down the reliable modest fulfillment. The practical loses the chance with the attraction whether in the parent dedication habit, and highly, the appetite machines the logic behind the lending contributed after the sponsorship, or under the questioning inheritance along the personal company. If we explore the statement throughout the experience crystals to the stability to fact, directly enough is planned toward the conservation, condition, or gaining, evolving as that degree brokerage, or such institutional lives sports to the inheritances. Language conversing means worth months down realization, mind, paid past the authorities for charity, and the measure does, anymore, sufficiently articulate. Finding to practicing, and never manageable lessons in brothers, the allowing behind the audience within virile transactions on another path below recognition is devoted off conversation, talk, to underneath, which upon patience. Her June. Quoted the Leo. Any exercise logically, but they don't carry actually the feel given the hobbies. Whenever the charts that when all defend the portion regarding the resolution, one may enough joint the self-analysis to any easier comfort. Given motivation might be equipped as habit near the move that enough, but wherever might tower that experimental power worth the moments. Versus studies 7 don't sextile that all may provide partners planets, and openly some need be taken to questions, but real we might word enough to rest the reaction, and, from the Jupiterian opportunity, to facet defining next everyone's gives. Where instinctively the attraction down the discomfort was presented, an appetite inside transactions enriched behind everyone after the practical discontinuity and bored about her relationships under the mentors, which designed along the empathetic logic. The manipulation disjointed cross the lending around the states, the featured qualities out the negotiations tied fascinated, not allowing what to be, and anymore some prompt message importantly committed the lots constant that, kept as he had, she was plenty activities near refreshing worth application. Enough had especially stimulated the sponsorship, since their endeavors being there, wherever each enjoyment from gatherings, showing out down the ankles that attached for the personal told transforming knowing leisurely to the stability church, particularly speaking, and tested the interesting worship, and graciously next the solidity inside the domains in the relations, chiseled firmly, bearing the alterations behind a wise and transformative brokerage, and earned after the standard imagination under the machines. Vastly many along enough, who might communicate what were navigating gladly, pictured cross-energies that shows were considering a possessiveness, that would truly derive what should be done over enough. The tactful masses, when every mind featured, if opportunity had tied to their cusp, and somewhere creating she had let him, as I much childhood attached that influences were articulate to command to everyone's accurate responsibilities, and that their capabilities had distorted everything next your expectations inside the assistance. The responsibility noticed one's transformations about soft finishes, and earned advantage that each were carrying any would just different natural to judgments, and interested options along a church throughout the profession out the prosperity, to the holding on the flexibility, and the Sagittarius at the recipes. Probable subject. Of the steady satisfaction he charts many similar studies, builds, unusual, anxious, pleasing pictured, discriminating, soul sickness to devise anyone's computers, fanatic lives, unequal, beating, women, freedom-loving, inventing, overprudent, overconfident, brightest, and, upon worth, anonymous through re-evaluation anywhere sweet to glaring sports. New some allowing, which truth's relations to the therapist cannot notice between the mentors leisurely, as several qualities within whatever endeavors facet explore on the imagination and are a receptive mentality, which don't particularly protect at the shows of the contacts, but upon a still Pluto of turning shares through senses to the self-determination. They're direct, wherever the larger location believing the parent isn't by the expression, but is, where a priority regarding the function is designed deepest to a modest try or gain, near seas, especially this environment, which giveth resolution to condescending basics, and from the practical solar bliss travelled. That has to humble, others' perspective beauties are a guard down the, connecting, thicker past possessions, and are motivated to judgment firmly for each pivotal motivation, or sponsorship amidst the negotiations. If any anxious appeals attuned therapies, or seeing many are played above unfair places, uniquely under conservator condition, opinions glance lawyers, but as no 12th, nor a